Okay, let's go. Greetings and welcome to the Athenaeum Astrologicum. Astrologicum? Perhaps you were drawn by fate to this place of learning, or perhaps you wish to know about fate itself. Sure. Then you were wise to come hither, for in the stars were in the face of every woman and man in Heidelin. It was there in the stars I read a man would call upon the Aethernum this very day, a man who would play an important role in my own life. Well, apologies, even the most skilled readers cannot scry a name from the heavens. Would you be so kind as to give me yours, so I might know who is to be my newest protege? Well, I was not expecting that, but what is a name but an attempt by our begetters to wield power over our lives of their sons and daughters? Lives whose paths have already been foretold. In a sense, that is my name. My name is what? Jirankunar de Durandale. And I'm an astrologian for the Holy See. Remember that name, for it shall echo forevermore in the annals of Astrologian history. Well, it will once I put it there. Once we put it there. Where to begin? I suppose I could consult my divining deck for an answer, but it would be too easy now, wouldn't it? Very well, at the beginning it is. Astrology, or the reading of the stars, is a branch of astrological science, which originates in distant Charlion. There have been astrologians in Ishkar for thousands of years. It wasn't until 3 centuries ago when Adonai the Younger learned that the movement of the stars could also be used to foresee the movements of Dravanian horde. The field became popular. Since then, what was once a single science has bifurcated into two similar yet ultimately different schools of learning, the Charlian school of astrology and the Ishgardian school, the former placing a focus on tapping celestial ether and transforming it into beneficial magics or astrolomancy, the latter specializing solely in determining the actions of our dragon enemies to the north. I'm a student of the former, the only student of the former here in Ishgard, and have been actively seeking a partner with whom to conduct my research. Let's just say that my fellow astrologers here have been less than approving of my past, but that is simply because they are afraid of what they do not know. Once they do know of the Charlian astrology can benefit the sea and its soldiers, they will feel foolish for ever having doubted us. You will be joining me, will you not? Walking the path has been laid out before you, instead of stubbornly denying your fate, postponing the inevitable. Yes. As you always know, time making a decision. Like I always say, the stars are never wrong. Alas, even a lifetime of study and training cannot unlock all the secrets written in those stars. Myself, I've been a student of the astromantic arts for more summers than I can count, and I still often misread the signs shown to me in the skies. Though my readings are far more accurate now than they were when I attended the Athenaeum in Charlion, not the Charlion, mind you, the colony that once thrived in the Dravanian hinterlands. I can't recall my time there like it was but yesterday. The first 6 moons, I was not even allowed to touch the deck of 60, let alone conduct a reading with the major arcana. Most of the time was spent in the scriptorium, transcribing old tomes and astrological fundamentals such as the 6 elemental houses, divine duplicity, class triplicity, house modality, polarity, dignity versus detriment. I abhorred a task and would tirelessly specify my instructors as to when I might actually be granted the opportunity to weave this out before reading. It wasn't until the end of the 6th month that I realized all the scribing had prepared me with the essentials I would need to those very things. Position of the celestial bodies within the 6 elemental houses and the relationship to the major and minor arcana of the deck of 60. Therein lie the secrets of tapping the ethereal power locked in the heavens. And soon, you too will become privy to those secrets. But not this day, no. I'll not have you transcribe musty old tomes like I once was forced to. No, the task I have for you is much more interesting. You see, I am expecting the arrival of a very important guest. My old mentor, Studium, has agreed to make the journey from the old world to Ishgard and speak of the Holy See regarding the implementation of Charlian astrological techniques in city-state defense. Alas, the professor and his party are now fully 7 days late in arriving. I've begun to worry for their safety. It should be much obliged, therefore, if you would inquire of the other astrologians here in the Athenaeum if they have heard aught. Why would Lord Jen Grenard think I had information on whereabouts of a handful of unbelievers from across the blood-brine sea. I'm an astrologer, not a fortune teller. I can't seem to look at the stars and correct the location of the Viscount's guests, unless his guests are dragons, that is. I suppose if anyone know not, it would be the Observatorium. We hear that Thuring are but students dedicated to research. Those with any influence in the field are assigned to the astroscope. Let me guess, the good Lord Jenna Grenard said he saw you in a vision and that the star told you that you were to study Charlatan astrology with him. Am I close? It must be a hundredth of this little pets to pester me this week alone. I harbor no ill will toward ignorant unbelievers unlucky enough to find themselves caught up in the talk of stars and fortunes, but you may tell that sorry excuse of an astrologian for the umpteenth time that I have heard the not concerning his imaginary friends from faraway Charlatan. Just do not tell the Viscount I called him a sorry excuse of astrologian, right? I mean, he's right there. Jennifer is still waiting for a word for his missing Charlians instead of actually making an effort to find them, is he? Of course he is. Is it any wonder that in the nearly 15 years since the return of Charlian, his skill in astromancy has remained unchanged? Any wonder he has ever yet managed to convince a single peer of the value of the Charlian school? He is a privileged little sprat who spends more time gazing at the stars in young maiden's eyes than actually trying to read the ones above his head. Alright. He tells the poor man I just returned from the observatorium, and one night at the communal feasting I happened to overhear Chief Astrologian Fulmore speaking with one of his eyes regarding Charlian. He was visibly upset, and it wasn't about risking my career or something I care little about, so I merely put my head down, ate my beet soup. That's all I know. He did not hear from me. Master Voldemort, and I thought this day could not get any worse. Oh, no, I was not just like meeting you in any way has been unfortunate. It was just that, it may not be our best interest to be seen together as of yet. There are certain people in the sea who do not approve of my studies. Coupled with the fact that you are an outsider and unbeliever, and, well, people may come to the wrong conclusions. We must act with caution until we can prove that our intentions are just and for the good of Ishgard. So I must ask you to travel to the observatorium alone. Meet me there. What was going on? We'd apologize again for not accompanying you here. As for our business with Chief Astrologian, you may leave the talking to me. Jenna Bernard, I might have known it would be you. Who else would be so indecent as to drag an outsider into this holy place of observation? I always had an unhealthy obsession with the foreign. That is why you are worthless to the Arthurium now as you were when you returned from the heathen city a decade and a half since. But the stars, they can serve in other ways than merely revealing when the Horde will attack. Their powers can be tapped. The ether within can be used for it. Ether should be left be. Has history not taught you not about the folly of the Minions, the Amadori, the Mahaki? My uncle, the Charlians have been wielding astrology for ages without disrupting ethereal balance. The power combined with Ishgardian technology, astrology, could be what is needed to turn the tide of this 1,000 years of conflict. Moreover, I have reason to believe that our master at the vault agree, as they haven't given me their blessing to continue my research. I did not come to trade barbs with you, nuncle. Let us save that for another time. I'm here because it has come to my attention that you may have information as to the whereabouts of Professor Mace and his party from Charlian. Someone who says he's not here for trade barbs. You have been quite generous in your dealing of them today. If it means you will leave and allow me to return to my work, then I'll be more than happy to let you know that information found its way to my desk just yesterday morning. The Reaver sightings and foul weather prevented the professorship from entering the Strait of Melthor, where they would have made their way up to Maiden into Corthius. After detouring around the south of Vilbrad, they finally disembarked at Vesterblay, where they took to the land en route along the Royal Algam sudden way to the Black Shroud. It is there, it seems. They lost their way. A lost astrologian. Ha! It is my morning reading predicted that Delamon was in detriment in the House of the Spire while ascending over the Eclectic. Listen, you must journey to the Black Shroud and assist Professor Mace. Allow me to introduce you to Quimperin. He's my personal manservant. Shall I accompany you? Quimperin? He is not one for conversation, but his sword arm is one of the best in all the pillars. He should see you safe in any danger or to befall you, and something tells me danger lurks on the horizon. It is a pleasure to serve you, my lord. I shall make haste to Quarry Mill and await you there. My lord, I questioned the residents of Hamlet and learned that a party of queerly dressed outsiders passed through not long but a while ago. It shouldn't prove overly difficult to find them now, but before we begin, might I ask a moment of your time? I will not dare utter aught ill, my master, but his reason of fixation with finding a protege, I believe it ill-considered. This passion, however pure, has left him with more than one enemy within the astrological community. Lord Frolimon has seen to this. I fear not only for how his name might be sullied, but for his life. I beg you, pray do not drag him any further down this quagmire. Let him quietly dabble in his dream, but let it remain at that, a dream. No good will come of encouraging him. It will only hurt my count and his family. You must remember that while I serve Lord Genecornar, it is his uncle, the Count, who employs me. Now, as for the task at hand, I suggest we find the way where travelers hurry back to our respective heaths. I shall lead. May I ask you to take the rear and see that none might take us unawares? These are the Charlians we seek, and it appears they have found themselves in general trouble. Unhand my grandfather. Feisty. We'll fetch a fine price for one for the pleasure barge captains. So has spoken. Grab the old man. These wizard types carry on them all manner of bagum baubles and golden trinkets. Up, and I'll toss you to the snakes. Who's the old man again? You leave us the girl. Try anything and he's dead. Wait. Grandfather's soul crystal. Why would he leave it here, surrendering any power he might have had to free himself from those bandits? Unless you were the one he saw in this reading before we left the old world? But that was more than a moon ago. My grandfather scried from the cards that he would serve as the bridge for countless souls to be passed to another. Might you be that other? These men of the forest are careless. Tracking them will be no difficult feat. I shall follow and strike before they have time to regroup in numbers. The stars have spoken and laid their path not before you, but before the adventurer here. You must take the soul of the astrologian and place it near your heart. Listen to the tales of those who walk before you and know their journeys as you do your own. As for the tools you require and knowledge needed to wield them, I, Laviva, shall see to those matters. I saw there was no fear in my grandfather's eyes when the bandit took it. This is because he has seen you come to his rescue. Our lives were written in the stars long before we trod upon this land. It is not by chance that you stand here today with the soul of the astrologer in your hand. It is fate. Now listen carefully, for we haven't much time. The star globe which you hold in your sword is both your sword and your shield. It will grant you strength as well as your protection. But the most important of all, it will grant you insight into the current location of the stars, enabling you to channel the heavens either into your body or use in all manners of magic. The better attuned you become to the heavens and their malefic and benefit bodies, the better at ether might be manipulated, bring succor or pain. But as you already know, the star globe is not only a tool an astromancer has at his disposal. Yes, the arcana, or more specifically, the six major arcana play a defining role in what type of astrologian we will become. Any layman will tell you that the cards can predict a man's future. This is both true and untrue. It is not the future that cards predict, but the card influences a man so that a certain future becomes more attainable. Thinking to tell a man's fortune, you draw a card from your deck. Upon reading the card, you scry that the man will be victorious in the coming battle. What is it that brings this man his victory but ether tapped from one of the lower six heavens, granting the man strength, making it all that much easier for him to overcome his enemy? Of course, what card is drawn is linked directly to the target's destiny as well as yours. Are you the one who will see this man or to fortune, or will you lead him to his downfall? All depends on your reading. Normally, I would not dare to cover so much in one first lesson, but it is my grandfather who has placed his life in your hand. And I'm not about to watch him have his throat slit because you cannot tell the face of an arcana behind his back. We have two seemingly capable soldiers here to take the brunt of the bandit's blows. Allow them to carve a trail of carnage while you convince the stars to nudge the two in the direction favorable to my kin. I understand this must be a lot to digest, but if you're ever to become a capable astrologer, you must believe in the path laid out before you and your powers to read it, follow it, and ultimately control it. Take some time to acclimatize yourself to these new abilities, and let me know when you're ready to begin. Yes. Hurry up, cards. Oh, slow box. What are you looking for? No. What are you guys for? Yeah, there's more down there. Use me, you guys can do your jobs. Team. Radio. How many? I was not told there would be two astrologians. Enough of this. I'm Quinn Baron, in the employ of Lord Quinar. I'm sent to escort you back to Ishgard. Are you unhurt, my lord? Quinar, you say? Where's my former student? His constant pestering is one of the reasons I agreed to make a long trip from out of world. I see none but Quinn Baron and this adventurer. I too have seen no other. Just like you didn't see those bandits until their knives were up to our asses, but that is no matter. It was all as the stars have foretold. I saw this adventurer long before even setting foot on this accursed continent when the Arcana whispered and told me I would find a worthy successor for my soul crystal. And having witnessed how he eased into his new role, but mere moments after taking up the crystal globe and deck. Yes, I knew at once my reading was true, and that this adventurer was the Astrologian I have been seeking, but now that I see if he has the potential of greatness within him. Look to the skies for Obscune, and there you will see 6 stars aglow in pale yellow. This is the bowl. This constellation is thought to be the gate to the first heaven, the heaven which holds the world tree, planted Matron and nurtured by the keeper. The world tree is the source from which all life is said to have sprung. The trunk of the tree or the bowl grants strength to the weak, allowing them to stand firm in the face of adversity. 3. I have now opened that gate, and his power is yours to command. A solid bowl represents a solid foundation. It is not coincidence that this very constellation has risen to mid-heaven at this very moment, the moment of a new Astrologian's birth. And to think I saw all of this a moon ago, seems I am a better reader of fates than I thought. But I jest, has been a long journey with more than its share of unexpected excitement. I am an old man. One does not need a deck and all kind of see that my weary legs will not carry much further. Let's make haste, Ishgard, so I can give the ungrateful Jaguar a proper upbraiding. No, 15 summer passed and still the flippin' clod. I lost half of my hair tutoring. Sending an adventurer to find the man you summoned halfway across Heidelin, always making the easier route. And you wonder why you still haven't been able to open the second heaven's gate? Allow me to explain, Professor. You see, I was waiting here in case you made it to Ishgard before my manservant and robes can locate you. Think of the confusion how you arrived here only to find the Etheria empty. Wait, how do you know I haven't opened all the gates? My grandfather is the greatest astrologer in the whole Charlian. There is naught he doesn't know unless he doesn't know we should know it. You of all people should know that. Perhaps I was hasty in my decision to remain here and see to your training. Did you train me? You? What of Professor Mace? Isn't that why he made the journey? My grandfather has already completed his task. He simply came to Ishgard out of courtesy to an old pupil, one who it appears he wasted years on. Wasted? What were you implying, my lady? Ah, my dear Lavina, you still do not see it, do you? Without Jennifer stumbling into my tutelage early 2 decades past, he never would have taken this adventure under his wing and sent him to us in his stead. It was all as the stars had planned. Your soul crystal, Professor? This adventure has stolen your soul of the Astrologian? Ever unobservant, Jan. If this adventure has stolen my crystal, Lavina, when I've read up some terrible fate for the lad. No, Vobskun is my successor, something I mistakenly thought you might be. But even I cannot see a very future, it seems. But do not despair, I have not given up on you completely. Despite your failings, you have tried your best to promote the Charlian School of Astrology here in this den of fools who fail to see art and all beyond Dragonstar. I see you continue that fight, and that is why I have bade Leva to remain here and further your this adventurous training. I see. This is all rather overwhelming. Might have some time to consider your words. No, you either continue training with me and your protege, or you crawl back to obscurity. I shall give you both several turns of the sun to study the basics of Charlene astrology. It should not be so hard on you, Jin Quinard, considering you had a substantial head start. Once you have committed the basics of memory, then return here. In the meantime, I will be traveling to Eorzea, searching for the location where Robuscum, and you will unlock the remaining Heaven's Gates. But you were only recently set upon by bandits. Perhaps traveling alone so soon is unwise. Don't you think I know that? Is why you will be lending me the service of your able manservant, Kumparan. I will. I mean, I will. Yes, of course, Lady Lavaba. Anything for the granddaughter of Charlene's finest professor of astrology. Kumparan, you heard the lady. Very good. I shall see my grandfather to the airship landing now, but rest assured that if you neglect your studies, I will know. Greetings, Vobskun. The stars tell me you have been rigorously following Laviva's training regimen, though I harbor doubts that go out and do things why a trapeze about the realm constitutes a regimen. Still, she is all we have, so I suppose we have to make do. And as the stars would have it, she has just sent word that she's ready for us to attempt the opening of the second heaven's gate. You are aware of the seven heavens, are you not? And just as there are seven realms of the underworld, so too are there seven realms of the firmament. Each of the first six represent one of the six basic elements: earth, ice, water, wind, lightning, and fire. The seventh and final heaven represent the elements astral polarity. The first six heavens are represented by the six constellations, with which each revolve around the pole star. Astrologian of Charlene is going to draw on the ether contained in the celestial bodies representing the constellations by unlocking and opening the gate to heaven, and that constellation is correlated with. There's no actual gate. Think of it more as a portal of the soul. You are opening your mind, allowing the attunement of these distant bodies. Much like the one attunes with an aetherite, but on a far grander scale. Now, this may become as a revelation, but Highland is not flat like most believe. It is, in fact, a sphere so large that when we walk about it, it only appears to be a fact, because it is a sphere. There are some locations better suited than others for observing certain constellations. This is why Luvila is doing right now, finding a location in which the next heaven's gate will rise to open directly in mid-heaven, where it will be easiest to attune with, and it seems she has found one, near the final prayer in the Eastern Town line. What's of the... Here last I see, bandits have kept poor Quimbaran busy harrying our camp since we arrived. I do believe the old man enjoys the excitement. However, I'm certain it beats wiping the hours of a noble brat boring away his uncle's fortune while dreaming of becoming a real astrologian. I'm very well capable of wiping my own hours, thank you very much, and Quimbaran has never once complained of his duties. Of course he hasn't. Your uncle pays him to smile or not. I'm sure a comfortable precision pillars beats chasing after cloud rats in the room to flavor his soup. Are we here to trade banter, my lady? Because I was led to believe we'd be unlocking a celestial gate. You will find Quimbaran has good many uses, and I haven't the faintest doubt that he will most aptly handle any ruffians who happen to come stumbling about looking for prey. Now, Vobskun and Jenguinar, we must be patient and wait for the constellation to reach its highest and brightest point, a point at which its flow of ether is the strongest in relation to Heidelin. There, Fobskin. The balance. Focus on the constellation and attune to its power. The balance represents the heaven of fire, a realm made prosperous by the blessing of the traders, but at the same time, one whose equilibrium is maintained by the divine judgment of Aliyama the Warden. Hey, that's the god I'm with. Azuma's might will empower those who would take up their blades and emit divine punishment in the name of the sun goddess. And thus has the balance burned crimson in your heart, unlocking the gate to the second heaven. Now, let us speed ourselves to the next location. Little Alamigo. Why so soon, you ask? Would you rather that I had you to commit yourself to another several moons of using malefics to put down hegemons? I thought not. Not at all. Be patient, folks, and allow the stars to make their ascent into mid-heaven. Once they have, survey the skies to the power run through you. Survey. Survey. I would look up at the sky, but I do not have that ability. Raise your eyes to the stars and witness the violet glow of the spire. In the third heaven rises an iron tower of spinning gears and taut strings constructed by the builder himself. It is assailed without cease by the jealous Raugar, but the destroyer's mighty 11 boats only serve to power the spire's clockwork soul. It is through the blessings of both creation and destruction that strength is granted to he who sees his star rise under the sign. You have now opened the gate, and its power is yours to command. Using Arcana to draw upon the powers of the stars they represent, this path we walk as astrologers is called the Royal Road. It can be treacherous and fraught with peril, but it can lead men to greatness. Are you just going to go? The realm is quite the paradox. On one hand, it is full of life, magic, and wonder, one of the richest lands on all Highland. On the other, it is literally brimming over with strife. Take little Alamigo, the wretched souls displaced from their homes by the flames of war, or Ishgard, mired in its own pointless conflict with an enemy so old it doesn't even remember why it fights. The foolish believe that it is their fate to suffer, and so they turn their gaze away from the stars. And those self-same stars have the power to show people there are many paths. But that power can only be channeled by the few, those like me and you, and to a lesser extent, Jin Quinar. And it is our duty to use that power to benefit those who remain lost or misguided. Remember that, and maybe one day you'll truly become my grandfather's successor. That is why what I have been trying to tell the astrologians of my own nation. What I disregard something that has the power to grant succor to the wounded and the power to uplift the downtrodden, to strengthen the weak. The answer to that is easy. Empowering those without power lessens the power of those who already have it. Heal the weak so they might rise up and topple those who made them weak. Why would anyone in a position of power do that? Even our great nation of learning is corrupted by this manner of thought. We hoard our knowledge so that we might remain the brightest. Why do you think that it took so long for Professor Mace to visit you, Jin Quinar? Yes, I know what he told you, but that was not the whole of it. Those of the ruling court did their damnedest to stand in the way of my grandfather, worried that his passion for his field would kindle widespread interest in Charlatan astrology. They only allowed him his recent trip, knowing he was now too old to be aught of the sort. Unfortunately, the ruling court did not realize I would be accompanying my grandfather. Lipskin, these past turns of the suns have been most fruitful, yet while you have opened the heaven's gates, there's still much what we like to refer to as the royal road ahead of you. Take what you have learned here in the southern desert and transform that knowledge into strength. If you wish to know more of the royal road, I suggest that you discuss with General Karan back in Ishgard. And my grandfather is to believe his time transcribing tones back at the studium scriptorium should have left him more than capable of handling that task. You wish to know more of the royal road? This seems to recall it had something to do with reassessing the attribution of the Arcanium before reading it, which will result in a slight alteration of predestination, or perhaps has something to do with kings and queens of the minor arcana. It was over a decade ago. Are you doing well, Ruskin? Well, then that at least makes two of us. I cannot keep such important news from you, Lipskin. Lady Lavina and Kumbhar, just last night, they fell victim to another ambush at the hands of bandits. The ever-resourceful Kumbhar proved his invaluable worth once again with a dashing display of chivalry that would shame any knights in the sea. A statement that attests to the sorry state of our knights, but that is a chat we can have over a different cup of tea. When Lady Lavina attempted to retire to a room at the filthy inn in the room, I had our sorely disused second floor cleared and furnished with trappings from my own home. She's up there now and asked to see you the moment you arrive. Yes, the conspiracy. Yes, yes. Wait, you don't seem at all surprised to see me here. Did Jinquinar tell you of the attack? Damn the fool, and never at home to keep his mouth shut. Though I suppose I must bear some of the fault for ever thinking he could do as he was told. Now, I suppose you're wondering why I summoned you here to these makeshift chambers, and no, has not to do with the bandit attacks that appears as are much more common in your realm than I thought. There are times when the heavens may provide you a vision of future that is slightly beyond your original aim. In these cases, the stars are not flawed, only out of order. So by shuffling a card back into the deck, we are in no way ignoring or denying a future, merely postponing a reading intended for a later take, and replacing it with something that better pertains to the present. I trust that you will pick up this technique swifter than Jinquinar. Okay, maybe one more. Yeah, learn how to draw, yay! Which doesn't exist in the game anymore. Oh, thanks. Aspect of Helos. Are you ready, my people? The key to the fourth gate awaits. However, the location of Joseph Retuma will not remain the most optimal for long. You're to travel with Jinquinar, and I will make the journey with Kumbhar. There are no objections? Good. Hey. You. Gotta go. If it is Lady Laviva you seek, she just left Kumbhar for Lemsa. You make haste, you may still be able to catch them at the airship landing. Me? As much as I would like to indulge myself in the pillows of a Rontano pleasure barge, there is a congress to be held in the vault, and all the prominent houses have been summoned. My presence at such an event would be sorely missed, so I fear this next lesson needs proceed without me. I'm certainly Laviva will understand. I can always open the third gate another day, or is it the fourth? Third or fourth, it is of no matter. The stars certainly will not be going anywhere. I don't think that is why. My lord, Lady Laviva is missing. With his large airship together, but became separate in the chaos of the landing. Seeing how the lady has found herself the victim of bandit attacks twice since arriving at Orza, I fear she may be targeted once again, especially considering her location. This is my first time setting foot in Lemsa Lonis, but I've been made aware of some landmarks. My suggestion was searched independently, so we might cover more ground. I saw several of the seemingly more distributable locations, such as Drowning Wench, the Astrologian, and the missing member. Would my lord be so kind as to search Fisherman's Bottom and the Coral Tower? Let us meet at 7th stage once our survey is complete. Always gotta come here. Hey, Vigab. 20 odd summers since I spilled from my mom's noise, and once I ever heard the word of astrology. Now, in the span of old 2 bloody bells, I gone and met myself not one, but an honest-to-goodness pair alive with star goppers. Didn't see where that other fair-skinned lass buggered off to. One that's that, though. Often of pleasure barges, if you catch my drift. You don't recognize me, Vacob? I guess it's not available on NG+. Weird beast cat that they use. Rainer? We're talking Rainer. Another Astrologian hard. It is not often that even our city-state, known for its diversity, welcome a single reader of the stars through its gates, let alone 2 in the same day, no less. Yes, I took a few moments from my duty to speak with her about the city-state. She seemed quite interested in dealing with the Sagan, the Serpent Reavers, and the Grelian Empire. I told her what I could, but she left after only a few minutes. It was as if she saw she was being pursued. But the Charlene was gone before I could assign her to a yellow jacket escort. You here? I mean, go down, do you? I said it though, cutie. You better not say she's upstairs. You're good. Yes, yes. I seen me a stuffy lass in Rumguard poking her over her head and holes where you weren't wanted. 'Tis where we got one so whirly down in the gurgling valley of the tower. Had a whole train to work out what the fuss was about. May inquired as to where she might find some maneuver two or some strong stuff, so pointed to Russian or resident apothecary, currently over at the 7th stage. Lord Bobskin, I bear good tidings. The Lady Laviva is scheduled to return here within a matter of days. It seems she entered a contract with Carvalane for the purchase of several of the apothecary's wares. Interesting girl, that one. Very rarely do we see young maidens walk alone the streets without an escort, and almost never do they come to me seeking spice. Still, she did appear quite uneasy as if being watched or followed. Suspicions, I must say, not uncommon in our fair city. Might she be in some manner of trouble? Those few who agreed to speak with me at the Drowning and Wench and the missing members claim the same. My short stay at Cilicia bore no fruits whatsoever. Were you able to find, my lord? I see, so we've ascertained that the lady is being followed, and she is aware of this fact. If this is the case, I believe she will attempt to move somewhere where she will be in plain sight of as many people as possible. I doubt that will help in this town. Kidnaps and killings are conducted in broad daylight here, and when that happens, most people just keep their heads down so as to not have them removed from their shoulders. Oh, damn this town. My lord, I should set up once more to try to locate Lady Laviva. There is still a chance she may return here on her own, so I ask that you remain in case she does. If she has not arrived or rendezvous by the time of our scheduled meeting with Carvalane, then we shall both go to one of the locations that is most populated after the sun falls and limps out the Drowning Wench. Waiting. Oh, suddenly, 2. Yes. Yes? It appears that your companion is tied up. Not literally, I hope. Perhaps you should head to the one to see if she is there, like your friend believes, though I fear that if she did not make it that far, you may never find her again, at least not alive. Were not my starry-eyed friend, if by chance you were to arrive here after her departure, you have my word that no harm shall come to her while she remains behind the 7th stage's doors. Inquire, okay? Drowning Witch. What's wrong? I'm sitting over there. What? Halloween? Worth again there. You suck. Okay. Okay. Oh, you want to go back to Sensei's doors? Oh, we were supposed to go down. I just didn't defeat the imposter first. I want to jump off. If you're sorry for this. Thanks, good night. I wonder if his doors open. That's what man mean. You wanted me to pick the wrong one, right? Or whatever. Lady Viva, you have my apologies. It was my fault that allowed us to become separated. Do not blame yourself, compadre. I sensed danger at the landing. It was my instinct to run, as ever I have. I forgot that I could trust you. Unfortunately, by the time I realized such there was no sign of you, so I did what I could to blend in, choosing crowded places, speaking with as many locals as possible. Though all the while, feelings there were unseen eyes watching me at every move. By the time I realized my pursuers were simply leading me away from you, I'd have really fallen, giving them the perfect opportunity to strike. Was then I witnessed several of the bandits as disguised themselves and garbed some of their mind. I assumed it was just to confuse the two of you who were still searching for me, because then I conceived the idea to play the part of imposter myself. Why in the shadows when we can hide in plain sight? That was quite brilliant of you, Lily. May I ask, were you at any time able to discern whose these pursuers were? The amount of effort put into the capture would suggest they're more than the pirates looking to sell you to slavers. Unfortunately, no, and I wasn't by to walk up and ask them who they were or who had hired them, but it's all behind us now. Let us see if we can salvage something from this horrible life. The fourth gate ascends nearby, folks. Shall we not see it made yours? To the anchor yard. I'll be a barnacle and a kraken's ass. If the star gabbling lads and come to scry us our fortunes tells which one of the rest you'll be dying first, like for beat red knight of a carpal and his collar piece, or the stern faced adventurer and his high hobby horse. Hobby horse? Damn it, how many pirates are in there? God's forsaken hell. All of them. Do I make a bar? Maybe we have one. Another one. Another one. And win. She's gonna go. I'm gonna push this button over and over and over again. And you get a poison. 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 Let's see. You're up. Some monsters there. Uncle. He's gonna win. I'll lay down them weapons or cut the old man a new grin under his chin. believe it actually worked. Nor can I, but then again, never have I had someone so credulous. Now let us do this as they do in the Fear Babes. You step over here and I'll let the man go. Easy peasy. Wait, I know you. You're the band leader who attacked Levina's grandfather in the Black Shroud. Someone that has a good memory for being so on in years. Well then, this changes everything. First off, I can finally drop this annoying pirate ass. And secondly, I suppose I can simply kill you now rather than after pretending to let you go once Lady has drawn close enough. Stop right there. Land the man or have your head tarred in on the prow of the galley by Crow. First maniacal marauders, then feline features, and now the commodore of the swiving Velstratic Navy. How many more gods is this machine going to drop on me? Until next time, Lady Lavina. You have my apologies. I was just full to fall for the bandit's trick. Amazing. In all my years, that was the first time I ever seen that feigning death trick actually work. But now is not a moment to be dwelling on many failings. I have a dastard to apprehend. You'll be surprised how often people will run after being told to stop right there. Lady Laviva, that pirate, she was the same bandit who... Yes, I know, and that changes little, for I still have no idea who she may be, or who she may be working for. There's naught we can do until the Commodore brings the woman to justice, or until she decides to attack us again. What we can do is what we came here for, Wilbuscoon's training. Now, look to the stars and below the arrow. Behold the arrow. The fourth heaven over the heavenly wind was created atop by lofty peak by Alchemist, the wanderer whose footsteps have been guided by the navigator. The wind that blows off Olympian seas guides the arrow fast and true, and so shall it deliver the weary souls of those trapped in the mire, confusion, indecision, and over-contemplation. Fourth heaven has opened its gates, allowing you to access to its sacred Pentralia. From this day forward, its power is yours to interpret and wield. That power further aid you as you continue to hone your skills. Now, let us return to Ishgard. I have a few words for a certain student of mine who felt inclined to forego this particular lesson. Wilbuscoon, you might have had the decency to warn me that Lady Laviva was in the mood with me for not joining you. She seemed to think I was to blame for your misadventures. Now, why would that be? It is not as if my being there could have prevented the bandits from attempting to abduct Laviva. These beings, the same bandits who attacked you in the Black Shroud, which, by the way, is another location I was not at. This is plainly something far beyond our control. And furthermore, it is not as if I was merely sipping cordials, waltzing with baronets. I was helping further our cause. I spoke with several high-ranking cardinals about Lady Laviva's being granted the opportunity to speak at the fault regarding Charlie and astrology. What do you think of that? I was politely turned down, of course, but it is the gesture that will one day lead to another gesture, which will one day lead to a head inclined slightly in the self-general direction of another gesture. Little steps, my protege, little steps. Greetings. Your timing, my friend, is impeccable, for it just so happens that this member I have a need of your assistance. While our lovely Lady Laviva has been out making herself a target for every cutthroat and cur in the realm, I've been focusing my efforts on our main objective. Training. Ha! That'll be time enough for training later. No, I speak of our ultimate goal of spreading knowledge of Charlian School of Astrology through the Holy See. As you know, the Vault recently turned down my request to allow Olivia to speak before them, but I am not one to be turned away so easily. No, I have a plan. I will entreat Chief Astrologian Forward to draw up an official recommendation. The Vault will not so quickly dismiss the words of a man of such standing. Yes, I know mine uncle loathes me for the passion releasing in the young lovers, and there is no reason why he would aid our cause, being a staunch opponent of change and all, but that does not mean we cannot try. And if we fail, well, then we can try again, and again, and again, until he is so annoyed that he writes us the recommendation simply to see us out of his thinning hair. And by we, I mean you, considering how red the Chief Astrologian became the last episode, and I reason it will be a detriment of mine. Uncle tells should I arrive this by his research, and we most certainly would not want him to fall ill, collapse before he penned us a recommendation. What do I see disturbing me this fine morning with Jenna Quirard's new manservant? I suppose you came here for this. No. Jenna Quirard never ceases to amaze, does he? Not only does he allows the nerve to ask me for aid, but then he refuses to do me the common courtesy of accepting that person in person. But entitled little shite. I'm more worried about his popularity among the fair sexes than how his action disgraces his family's name. Slack jaw. I suppose you're wondering why in the world I, of all people, agree to such nonsense. Well, it is simple. Allowing the heathen astrologian to dig her own grave in front of the entire vault of the guardian astrologian community only serve to accomplish what I wish from the very start. Charlian astrology has no place in this god, has no place in the wars, it has no place in this world. It is dangerous, and it serves no purpose to take our eyes off of what is truly important. Using astrology free us from the dragon's menace that ensures man's return to Helone's kingdom. If it was dithering, will only make it much clearer. And Jennifer, perhaps this will finally spell his downfall. He has only been allowed to continue this nonsense because he is harmless, too caught up in the luxury of being in the line of Count de Durenaire's title to actually put forth any real effort in furthering his cause. Charlian astrology is but an oddity which can boast about balls to get him in bed with the slantering maidens of lower houses. His family has protected him thus far, but allowing him and the lady to speak, there will be no brushing under the rug. The shame this brings forth. Janet Cornell will be finished. Inform me right away once Chief Astrologian Volmar has denied the request for a letter of recommendation, so we might begin work on our next school quest. Is this... cannot be? It is. The seal is Volmar. How did you... what did he say? No, wait, maps is better, I do not know. Well, this changes everything. I'll have to arrange another meeting with the vault. Summon the cardinals to Durenaire's manor. We'll need wine and spare stuffed pheasants and pheasant stuffed goose and goose stuffed chocobos and bards. A whole trove, and not to eat, of course. No, I feel I would no longer be able to join you later with Viva's next opening of the gates. Do give her my regard, though, when you see her in Mordona. And it's again? For once, we were not the bandits' targets. We came across this young woman as she was being dragged into the hills, so we drove her abducted away as the next day. Already mustered the courage to second attack. It is a good thing you and it is a good thing you arrived when you did. The girl claims she is a student of the Athenaeum, and recently overheard Janet Carr mention we would be conducting another gate opening in Mordona. She journeyed here herself in the hopes of having the chance to witness our astromancy firsthand. I say we give her something to remember. Sure. Give her this thing, give her this thing, give her this thing. All the cards are waiting. Amelia. Oh, yes. Thanks, man. How was it? That was an optimal. Roll. You have my apologies, Lord Viva. I did not think... Your only fault was an insatiable thirst for knowledge. A realm where one must apologize for being a victim is no realm worth living in. Why would those men attack me?
I believe it is now quite obvious that these banners were not meant for you, but for me. It would seem that certain parties fear the spread of Charlian astrology and will stop at naught to prevent it. My Charlian constellation chart, the banners must have been torn when they seized me. Here, you may take mine. I have the stars committed to memory. I don't know how I'd be able to, but I will think of something. Just you wait, I will repay this kindness tenfold.
Lady Laviva, you mentioned something about certain parties wanting to prevent the spread of Charlian astrology. Have you any idea who they might be?
I do, but I shall require more proof before I can be certain. You and Bobaskun should be able to assist me with that. However, as they say, first things first, we have the gate open.
Get away.
There, you are. Focus, Bobaskun, focus, and let the constellations either twine with your own. Instead, through the fifth heaven flows a mighty river carrying the waters spilled forth from the scholar's vessel. In that water is the strength of all that have come before and all that will follow. Who spun from Nimnia's loom, who from which might and metal is weaved. Now the power of the war is forever yours, and forever shall I point you to victory. What can I forgive our patron for skipping yet another of his lessons? I cannot deny that the passion hidden deep beneath all his posturing may have its uses. Words of our field is spreading, and our inherent nature has begun to stir. Curiosity is proving the better motivator than skepticism and faith. Our time may come soon.
Do not tell me Lady Laviva was attacked again. I knew it, and without a reading, my talents grow by the day. What is this you claim? A fellow astrologian was moved by my words and went to witness the unlocking? That is amazing! I wonder who it could be, though I certainly recall speaking in detail of a young, supple, mind. I must find this woman and hold another, special lesson with her. Lesson? Oh, that reminds me, Lady Revere asked me to teach you a new technique before you head open the fifth heaven's gate, which you have already gone and done. But it appears you are able to overcome your ordeal without it. Yes, exactly. According to my lesson plan. You still wish me to teach you the technique? Very well, but I do not see the point. This Floridian guy. That's funny.
Lady Laviva tells me that you're nearly ready to open the sixth and final gate.
Yes, I said final. We all know there are 7 heavens, but opening the 7th is impossible. Well, except upon death, of course. An attempt to attune the pole star will be sheer madness and most certainly spell your doom. But look at me. Even now attempting to tutor the great Webisco, when his obvious talent far surpasses mine. Forgive me. Lady Laviva has yet to depart for a location upon a gate. Doubtless she fears yet another bandit attack. For water rangers remains on the 2nd floor and has asked that you visit her at your earliest convenience.
I've come far since that fateful day on our path first crossed in the Black Shroud, and now here we are, on the cusp of your attunement to the 6th heaven. Time truly awaits for no man, does it? Before we set forth on this task, I wish to teach you a technique known as a synastry. Synastry? The temporary enjoining your fate without a companion, they will reap the star's benefit as you do. As a passable journeyman astrologer, you already wield sufficient control of the ether. You need only focus it upon establishing a bond with your chosen ally to achieve synastry.
Alright, that's all we have time for today. No, I'm kidding.
I believe you're ready to attune with the final constellation. The location of the next lesson is actually not far, assuming your travels have taken you to Camp Dragonhead. Excellent. I, as always, will go ahead and make my final readings. If each of our previous outings are any indication, the bandits which harry us will certainly jump at this opportunity, so I would have compartments scout the area ahead of time and report any suspicious activity to the Knight's garrison at the camp. Let someone else bloody their hands for a change. I say feel free to tell Jenna of our plans, though I do not doubt he has already some of his own.
Lady Livia has already departed. Well then, she must have leaped from the window, or for I did not see her use the front door. I dare say that means we will be traveling alone? Of course I will be attending. Why wouldn't I be?
Obscure and Jenna. Well then, it appears giving my constellation map to the Astrologian in Frost was unwise, as my readings for the location of the sixth heaven has proven slightly off. However, a second calculations has shown that we are close. The optimal location lies just north of here in the derelict tower known as Steel Visual.
You're the luck to learn about you. May I ask if you've seen this star map before? It was on the person of an astrologer who came to us seeking help after being attacked.
That is my map, the one I gifted the Astrologian in Wraithfrost. Do you mean to tell me she was set upon again?
Your map? Well, then I'm going to have to ask you to accompany me for questioning. The Astrologian claims you wrested this chart from one of our assailants before escaping their grasp.
Lady Laviva, why would you assault the self-same woman who risked your life saving? She did not, my lord. Why would you even think something so foolish? This must be some sort of misunderstanding. I was present at the assault. We saved the young maid of which you speak from a party of bandits, and Lady Viva gave her own constellation maps to place the one damaged by assailants. My lord Vobsy was also a witness to these proceedings.
Well, we have our witnesses who says otherwise. So until we have a trial and a adjudicator who can pass judgment, this Lady Laviva will have to come in for questioning, for she herself has admitted the map is hers.
It is all right. I am not to hide. And arguing here will not bring us any closer to the truth. If anything, I wish to confront this woman who would bring false accusations against those who saved her life. Very well then. Take me where you will. I shall answer all your questions, and you will soon learn who is spouting falsehoods. My friends, you need not worry overmuch, for I shall be in the company of Temple Knights where no harm might befall me. I will return once I have proven my innocence.
No harm, quotha. That knight was the self-same astrologer whom we saved in Mortona. The astrologian who now claims we attacked her. Are you saying astrologian was a temple knight? No, listen, my lord. I'm saying the astrologian is no more an astrologian than she is a knight. I'm saying we have been played. We've fallen victim to a ruse that has landed on Lady Vivita in the hands of those who has been attempting to kill her since she set foot in Eorzea. Then you're saying she won't be safe in the presence of those temple knights? That's... Oh, those weren't temple knights, my lord. However, they were wearing the colors of our knights most heavenly. If we were to assault them this near the heavenly garrison Camp Dragonhead, we would be struck full of arrows, but when anyone asks us why we even drew our blades, no, we must shadow Viva's captors and wait for an opportunity to take her back. How exciting. Can I take point? No, of course not. This fucking guy. see it above 10. Wait, guys, awesome. Yeah, we'll wait to spam Miami. That's gonna be great. What remember? It's the sun. We're so obvious. We are so obvious. We're the worst stalkers in history. And my card is wrong, it's gonna back up already. What is this? Wait, am I blowing or is it blowing? Ah, I screwed it up himself! I can't believe you pointed me. That was not the way stuff. That was another way stuff. I can't believe you. It's not one person. Okay, I was thinking. My bad. Are you okay? Let me take you. Okay. Hey. I'm gonna just went in there and spam gravity like I should. I mean, they're picking themselves off one by one. I'm not sure about this processing. Can't we really just charge in there and just spam like grabbing? I heard something too. We can be compared to no. Telescope part gives me the whole green. Like are we or just leave like that? Like I'm just like that. Nobody's there, I think so. It's fun. Interesting.
Just as I expected, these fools have led me straight to the answers I've sought since my arrival in the backwards realm. And if I'm not mistaken, my trusted companion should be arriving right about. Now, I'll be taking this.
Man, we're school elastic. Outfit.
The moment you lift off in that airship, the whole land will know you are not true Temple Knights and you'll be made to answer for your crimes. Once we're in the air, it will not matter what anyone knows you for. We will not be returning once we have slain you and your friends. No one shall stand in the way of my fate, especially not some dog's body of the form.
Politics. Fine, right. I mean, sorry. Or right. Blind, no problem. Just like FF6 bug. Where nobody cares if you get the sunglasses.
Of course I knew the Temple Knights were false. I recognized the Astrologians we saved almost immediately and find it insulting that they believed I would not. I also knew that they would lead me to the true perpetrator if I played along, fully aware that you loyal three would follow. And I'm pleased that you also knew that we would somehow crawl our way out of that little tussle with our lives, because that was uncertain for most of our journey. I was certain Vobscoon would make it, for the stars have already told me he would unlock the sixth gate here at the Steel Vigil, the very location we ended up at, despite our unexpected ordeal. Your fate, Jinaquinar. Well, I never bothered reading it, for I thought that you would skip this lesson like you have every other one. Vobscoon, gaze upon the night sky and open your soul to the final constellation, the spear. spear is the gate of the sixth heaven, where the Fury resides in the palace of ice carved by her own spear. Ice form the moonbeams collected by the lover, Vina. The spear fills us not only with the power to overcome our enemies, but also the compassion that is necessary to grant those same enemies mercy. Now that power is yours, to see directed to those whose fate require it. It is done. You have attuned yourself to the 6 lower heavens, and now that you know their strength, the true journey begins. You have my congratulations, Voviskun. What has taken me more than 15 summers to accomplish, you have done, and more in the matter of moons. But our times together has taught me that, despite what we may believe they are, we all have our roles, and each role is just as important as the other. Without taking both Quimbaran and you under my wing, you would have never saved Aviva from her assailants. Meaning, in a way, I saved Lady Laviva. Not that I am one to take all the credit for such heroism. Nor shall I take credit for this missive that never would have discovered were it not for me taking you and Quimbara under my... that cold stare, it befits this god-forsaken place. Point taken. Let us break the seal and see what we... Why, this handwriting, I've seen it many times before. It is mine uncle's, but that would mean... It would mean the highest-ranking astrologer in all Ishgard has been attempting to assassinate us. If the tribunal were to hear this, he will be hanged. And the hanging will only earn us another ill-tempered Orthodox astrologian unwilling to open his eyes to the benefits of our discipline. No, we can use this missive to our advantage. As long as this remains in our hands, so too does the chief astrologian. Are you saying we use this missive to blackmail Fortmore? I'm saying we merely grant the chief astrologian his life in exchange for a little assistance in furthering our just and noble cause. No more, no less. I see. You are quite the devilette, my dear. Very well, summon my uncle to the astroscope. There we can present him with our offer. Why must you insist on pestering me, Jenquina? I gave you your letter, now leave me be. Well, but that would not be the only letter you have written lately, would it? Perhaps you recall a certain letter to the forum? A letter carried by a party of less than savory characters who attempted to kidnap Lady Viva and deliver her to Charlians, not to mention kill me, my manservant, and my good friend Vobiskun here, who you may have forgotten is currently an honored guest of House Forton. Other drawn up and signed by none other than you, Nuncle. Oh, but do not presume to misunderstand us. We wish neither your disgrace nor your death, at least not at our hands. In fact, we wish very little from you, not, you may say, in the sense that you are to never again use your influence to hamper our efforts at spreading Charlian astrology here in Ishgard. Involve yourself no more in the affairs of me and or my guests, and your secret remains safe. I will even forgive you for trying to have me murdered, if, that is, you give me your word. It is not as if you left me with much choice. You have my word, but know that silencing me will not make your nonsense any more accepted in the vault. There are others who will see you fail, others who care little whether or not I speak my piece. We are fully aware of the peaks we have left to scale. However, we shall not let that discourage us. I have been shown a path that I altogether plan on walking, and the stars shall guide my way.
The stars foretell many things, my dear, and not even the best readers can see them all. Do not forget this.
So we have silenced him, but to hear him tell it he was the least of our worries. Now that Voldemort has so graciously agreed to discontinue his meddlings in our affairs, I believe we may find our peers and colleagues more receptive to our proposals. Perhaps I should begin with another trip to the vault to inquire about them, reconsidering my petition to Grand Lady of Aviva the opportunity to speak with the Conclave.
We all have our strengths, Jaguar, and none will deny yours is convincing seemingly sane people to do your bidding. Boskun here is a testament to that. I look forward to hearing your progress. As for myself, there are still questions I need answered. The first being, how exactly did Voldemort come into contact with Charlatan assassins? Pardon, attend me. I wish to visit the Foundation and learn if there have been any sightings of suspicious foreigners.
Might I suggest that Mobscoon do the same here at the Observatorium? Perhaps a second call on our new ally will help my uncle recall aught he may have pretermitted in the heat of the previous moment.
Seven hells, I rue the day I ever see another Charlatan, please. I have done all you asked. What more do you want from me, blood? Or are you simply here to boast? Or perhaps you may wish to know how the Charlians came to be involved in my scheme. Ha! I thought as much. It was so important. Why didn't your Lady Viva ask me earlier? It is so far in the stars. She fails to see what unfolds around her underground. The truth is, it was never my scheme in the first place. It was the Charlians. They came to me not long after Professor Maze's ship was diverted to Thanalan. Yes, I said diverted. The pirates in the Strait of Malthor to magically manipulate a storm off the Rotano, all was staged to prevent your friends from ever arriving. But when they did, the Charlians were forced to change their plans. They required help firing local hands discreetly, something they could not do as foreigners. I agreed to lend them my aid because I felt we both stood to benefit from the disappearance of Jennaquanar and that foul chit.
Chief Astrologian, there is rarely a day when he isn't meeting with visitors from across the realm and beyond. Why, this past afternoon he has been entertaining guests with very distinct markings on their faces, as did Lord Forlamon whence they hailed, and he only answered the north. The Charlians came to him? That can only mean then that my uncle was only a pawn in a much larger game, a game that began long before we ever became involved. Think back, Robuscon, the bandits in the Black Shrouds, and those pirates you described that attacked you in Limsa Lobensa. They all had strange facial markings, as did our false Astrologian. It is not much, but perhaps Lady Viviva will be able to make more sense out of it all. And despite the time we have spent there, I have this feeling she was yet to be completely honest with us. But look at me, a beloved relative tries to have me killed, and the next day I begin doubting everyone. What a sad state of affairs. Perhaps to clear my head, I should call on the fine young Viscountess visiting House Helenar from her family's stead in the Eastern Highlands. This information of Voldemort's associates should be relayed to Lady Viviva immediately. Would you be so kind? I seem to recall them saying they'd be questioning highborns in the pillars. My lord, were you able to learn anything of the import at the Observatorium? Well, Voldemort is not the only one to hire Charlians. Lady Viviva want to know? Lady Viviva? Lady Viviva, she was right here! We must find her. I will not think any harm could come to her here in the center of the Holy See, but then again, that is what we believe back to the Captain Dragonhead. I shall search the Hoplon. Might I ask you to search in the opposite direction near the last visual? Old World? I'm sorry, I think you have mistaken me for someone else.
It's her again. Hey, Viva. What are you doing?
Loboscombe, when you were speaking with Gambaran, someone approached me from behind and placed a dagger to my back. I had no choice but to be led silently away. Luckily, my assailant let down his guard when we arrived in the shadows. I was able to deliver him a swift kick to the groin. I've been running ever since. So Voldemort wasn't the architect of this scheme to drag me back to Charlian after all. I had my suspicions. I was a fool to believe they would simply let me leave. Do you recall when I mentioned there were people in the old world intent on hoarding our nation's knowledge? Well, it appears that my efforts to train you in Genocornar have attracted their ire. If it was going to allow me to apologize, I've not been wholly frank with you about my reason for visiting Eorzea. Truth is, I came here because of my father. My father dreamed of rekindling the Holy See's interest in Charlian astrology, believing that it would be of great benefit to the embattled people of Ishgard. He came here several moons after I was born, intending to remain for only a season. However, he never made the return journey. His dream was left unrealized, and his newborn daughter left without a father. Never once did I meet him, but every night when I look to the stars, I know that those are the same skies he too gazed upon, the same skies he used as his strength and guide. It was only natural that I followed in his footsteps, in spite of the objections from my mother, who did not wish to see her only daughter lost as well. And here I am in Eorzea, almost 2 decades later, pursuing a dream my father never lived to realize, a dream that has become my own. And now someone is trying to stop me. Well, just let them try. I say, just let them try.
Lady Baviva, a maiden of your beauty should not wander off without an escort. Monsters hide even in the shadow of the pillars.
Maiden, flattery will earn you nothing, Genocornar, but I will accept it nonetheless. Tell me, what did the vault say to our proposal?
They accepted it. We have been given official permission by the Holy See to conduct a symposium on the wonders of Charlian astrology with you as our guest speaker. Now come, we must hurry back to the Aeternilium and begin preparations. More than 15 summers to make ready for this moment, and now I only have a matter of days. Listen, this has been the most beguiling past few moons. I must say, I truly did not expect the turns my fate has taken. I suppose that speaks much to my capacity as a reader of the heavens. I'm not blind to what goes on in the Foundation, so I will not claim that my life is in any way difficult, but that does not mean I do not have my share of troubles, however trivial they may be, being anything but first in line to courtship. Countship is not all whores and rainbows. The Count only truly cares about his newly appointed heir, just like the rest of my family. They expect great things from him. From me, they expect nothing. For a long time, I've tried to prove I could be as great as my cousin. It is why I went to Charlotte. It is why I've tried to do things I have no business even trying. Then once I realized no one was looking, I simply stopped caring. My actions becoming more and more outlandish, because at the end of the day, that is what everyone expected. But then you two walked through the door and helped me realize maybe life is more than the coffin that has been fitted for me. Maybe the fate I believed was mine was not mine at all. And for helping me see that, Popskin, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. I have good news and bad news. The good news is preparation for the symposium on Charlian astrology has been progressing smoothly, as we have expectedly encountered very resistance from the vault. They have even gone through the trouble of securing us a spacious venue for the event. The bad news is the spacious venue is in question lies in Falcom's Nest. Lest you wonder, I speak of the same frigid building site in the middle of nowhere that you, Udell, have heard so many good things about. Yes, my friend, that Falcom's Nest. Yet I suppose this may be a blessing in disguise. I'm just not certain what that blessing may be. Perhaps we shall all make it for the hamlet and see. Hamlet?
Greetings, Vobskin. It appears that not only is there symposium to be held in a tiny hamlet moms away from civilization, crawling people who cannot even spell astrology, let alone grasp how it works, but that no one in the whole town has even been informed of our arrival. The three of us has been spending the last bell speaking with whomever will listen, inviting to attend the event so that at least we won't be speaking to an empty forum. Oh, worry not, my friend. We have saved the Northern District just for you. Wink. What, I'm talking? Is that what you're suggesting? That I talk? I believe, where are you?
Charlie in astrology, eh? You a heretic because you're talking like one. There's only one kind of astrology in this chart, and it ain't the heathen kind. Considering as you are an unbeliever, I suppose the knights might allow you to yap and yammer, but cause too much commotion, you'll be disappeared like that other lad. Now, when was that? The heretics. An outsider, his wounds look deep. Is there a cutter nearby?
What is this sorcery? My cuts! They knit themselves! Are you a healer? Adventurer? If so, I have another request for you. There were others in my scouting parties. We were all wounded, some of us more gravely than the others. I feel that my fellow knights may be in grave danger. Would you seek them out and tend to them as you did me? I'll report to Sir Redwald, but fear that by the time he can muster reinforcements, several men will have perished.
I'm not located. Sorry, guys.
He said no chance. How did you? It is as if I never dealt a single wound. What manner of majesty you wield, friend? Astromancy? But I thought the stars served only to grant us insight into the horse movement. Why are there not more astrologers in the field? You and your companions in the Fuck of Nest discussed that very topic? Perhaps they could persuade others in garrison to attend. Now I must hurry back to the hamlet. My captain will want a full report of today's reportings. Where have you been? When did not return? We visited the northern gates and found an era stir with a night activity. You left the hamlet to aid wounded scouts? You could have been killed, or eaten, or killed then eaten, or eaten then killed. Oh, what is this? You say your display of astromancy has impressed the knights into attending our event? This might work to our advantage. If the knights begin clamoring for astrologers to be assigned to their ranks, then the sea may just listen. Let's find these good men and inform them that the symposium is about to commence.
Guessing this will be a lot of hand waving, unless it's supposed to be extremely technical. No, not like this.
Hey, buddy. That was hoar-frosted balls. Not a single person came. I told you this was a terrible fun. Use the confusion for the jam-packed symposium to approach targets, she says. You have her out of a hamlet before her companions even though she's gone, she says. Even a blind babe could have seen that no one will gather for a talk on astrology in the middle of swiving.
You want to fight?
The astrologer who tended to my wounds. As you can see, both me and my fellow knight made swift recoveries. Thanks to your wonderful magics, of course. Huh? Reinforcements from the garrison never arrived? Reinforcements? Yes, I spoke with Sir Redwolf myself. Perhaps he felt there was no need for reinforcements after I convinced him that what an able healer you are. Yes, that is it. That is most certainly the reason, yes. And as much as we would like to attend, the captain has already assigned us to another mission. I apologize to you and your companions. Perhaps we can make the next symposium. Carry on, then.
Hello, I'm here for the symposium.
Well, that is that, then. The vault wins. Do not think of it as such, Lady Baviva. This is but one hurdle we must leap. The vault wants us to stop and turn around, and they will continue placing hurdles before us until we do. But we cannot let that discourage us. We must carry on until we reach our destination, or they run out of hurdles.
Ha! You cry over hurdles? You know not how lucky you were?
Did you come for the symposium?
No, I wouldn't let anyone see me at the gathering. I'd be branded a heretic and sent to witch drop. Oh, of course, they just slit my throat and tossed me out to the beasts, like as they did that other astrologian from the old world.
The other astrologian? Who was this?
When you reach my age, all the summers melt together. My hair still had color, so it must have been at least a score, maybe more, mayhaps less.
There was an astrologian who was... But it was long ago. It could have been anyone you knew. We cannot dwell on the past. We must needs find a way to intercept the cards we have been dealt, so that they might benefit the present, our present. No, there could not have been anyone I knew. Never had the chance to. You're right, Jingunar. We mustn't let the vault, or bandits, or closed minds prevent us from achieving what we came here for. The stars will point the way. And we will help the people of Ishgard see that as well. Lady Viviva did not take the old man's recollection of the slain astrologian well at all. I understand that hearing of a fellow's colleague's death might unnerve someone, but you would think she had lost her father. Oh, Jin Kunar, what have you done? I will not live down this offense. You see, the astrologer with whom the old man spoke, it so happens I knew him well. His name was Rufin, and he was my friend and confidant when I studied in Charlion. My only friend. He followed me back to Ishgard when I stayed in the city-state was cut short by the Exodus. His dream rekindled interest in the forgotten techniques which gave rise to Ishgardian astrology. But this was a time when the Holy See was even more opposed to foreign ideas than they are now. That evening of discovering him bleeding at his bureau was one of the saddest in my life. But even at the hour of his death, Rufin remained strong. He made me promise that I would not let his dream fade because of the closed-minded. Ugh, not that that has gone particularly well thus far. Yet perhaps if we reach the greater accord of the stars, they will to show us a way forward. Yes, that sounds likely. The Vault went and outdid themselves. The location for our next symposium, the Convictory, a makeshift camp for a band of bickering knights. I spoke at length with Lady Laviva about how we might handle this second inconvenience so as not to meet the same fate we did in Falcon's Nest. I fear the worst, but the lady believes that we may be approaching this all wrong, that we should embrace the situation and use it to our advantage. I believe she is merely accustomed to the thin alpine air and her wits are not in order. Perchance we should make for the camp and see for ourselves.
You were calling her heretics?
Tread lightly, Babasoon. This is not the work of bandits. Kumparan's hearts were dealt by the convictors.
You were assaulted by men sworn to protect us? This is madness!
The Vault led the knights to believe that a party of Astrologians would be arriving to aid them in scrying the location of the Horde's next attack. They took out their frustration on poor Kumparan when they learned I can foretell the whims of a dragon about as well as I can those of Jan Kunar. But no, we must not let this discourage us. If words have no weight with these men, then let our magics do the speaking.
Okay, do we just cast magic?
But you're an astrologian. You can't heal people. That's what astrologians do.
Bows anyways, okay.
The pain, it's gone. How did you... Wounds. It is as if they were never there. Wait, who's going to believe that I still a dragon if I haven't the wounds to show for it? I don't know whether to thank you or slit your throat, though I suppose I wouldn't be able to do either if you hadn't healed me of those queer magic, so this day I see fit to forgive you.
It'll all be over soon in a while.
You?
Her again?
What is wrong, Olivia? Have you tapped in too deeply in your mental reserves? Perhaps you should take a moment of respite. The blood is not the knight's. Aye, the royal lapdog. Without you to state the obvious, where would your master be, pray tell? You, again. One might think these markings would betray my identity, but you Eorzeans have a singular capacity to look without seeing. I am amazed you are not constantly wondering the bonfires are off cliffs. I'm weary of this masquerade, and I'm done with entrusting my fate to this realm's blundering mercenaries. My name is Celia, and I am here to take the Lady Viviva into custody so that she can be transported back to Charlion and tried for her crimes. Taken into custody? On whose authority? You are not here without permission of the Forum, performing acts which amount to treason. Your grandfather has already been detained and questioned. I'm giving you the opportunity to turn yourself in and put an end to this farce once and for all. Do as I say, no one will be harmed. Yourself included, Lady Viviva.
But, Lady Viviva, I thought you and your grandfather were dispatched on an official expedition.
It seems that Viviva has not told you everything. Did you know that it was her father who was killed nearly 15 summers past? 15 summers past, Jingunar. Your adventurer friend seems already have to put the two and two together. Why didn't he tell you earlier? I cannot fathom. What else are you leaving out of Jingunar de Durande?
But silence!
This is my final warning. When you see me again, you will either give yourself up or you will die at my blade. Think on that, Laviva.
The focus completely without wound is deep. I do not believe I can heal on my own. Lend me your aid.
Thank you, my friends. Someone claims she was hired to bring me back to Charlotte, and her aim was quite true.
Lady Baviva, this silly claimed that you're not here with the blessing of the Forum. Is this so? Why did you not see fit to mention this?
My grandfather knew the Forum would never allow us to come to Ishgard, and that their contemplation of the matter was merely a tactic to stall and discourage us. The stars had spoken to my grandfather, and he was not about to turn a deaf ear to them. I kept silent because I did not wish to let the petty politicking of men and thousands of moms to the north stand in the way of our dream to spread the word of Charlian astrology. As such was my father's dream, until he was killed for it by a close-minded peasant.
But Rufin never once spoke ill of those he wished to enlighten, even at his end.
How do you know my father's name?
Your father and I became close friends when I was in Charlion. When the Exodus forced me to return home, he asked if he could accompany me, saying that he wished to try and convince those who once believed in the star's power to look to the skies again, and we did for several moons. My countrymen were deeply skeptical and slow to warm the idea of heathen magics. Some were even rude, but he never gave up on them, right up until he was... I was there during your father's last moments. I heard a commotion come from his room late one night and went in to check, only to find him bleeding and slumped over his diary, which he was writing when he was attacked. With his last strength, he handed me the diary and asked that I do not blame my people, and that I continue our work. I believe this belongs with you now.
I do not know if I can forgive those who killed my father.
I do not expect you to forgive us yet, but
Knowing that he did, even at the moment of his death, perhaps will help you one day understand. You have always reminded me of Rufin, even though before I knew he was your father. Your passion for your discipline equals his own, or may even exceed it. Did you know what fate awaited you in this realm? Did you see all this? Did the stars have you merely paved the way for me? If they did, then I shall not allow anyone to stand in your way. You're right, my good man, and so I shall allow this breach of etiquette, but if you fail to address Lady Viva properly again, I'll have to you spit shining the privy back at Durandare Manor. Leave him in, Gingra. With Falcon Barton here, who had been tied up and shipped back to the old world moons ago. The stars have him here with me. He is not going anywhere, and neither am I. I'm done with symposiums. That is not what my father wanted. He came here not to speak of astrology. He came here to use it, and so that is what I shall do. There are so many convictors who can benefit from these magics. And what a better way to convince people of our greatness than by ensuring they remain alive long enough to sing your praises. Jin, will you tell me of my father? I would be delighted, my lady. Unless, that is, you mean now, as I have a prior engagement with a pair of lovely baronesses from House Donnell, and I would not wish to keep them waiting. To think that my old friend Rufin may have seen what good fate awaited him in Ishgard, but chose to come anyway, knowing that it would inspire both me and his daughter. God, sometimes these celestial machinations are simply too grand and scope to grasp. However, if it is as we believe, then we must, as Quimparan so bluntly said, make sure that not to disrupt us on our path to that fate. Perhaps it is time to reveal to you a more powerful form of Malefic, so that you might be better prepared for the trials that are to follow. That the furrow upon your brow suggests you could have used this spell early in your training. In retrospect, I would be inclined to agree. I'm happy to report that Lady Laviva is fine and well and hasn't been attacked by bandits, dastards, curs, Charlene spies, or disgruntled knights once since her last encounter at the convictory. After restoring health to all the convictors so that they may return to getting wounded again, she journeyed northwest into the Drivening Forelands. If that journey was without incident, she could be in Tailfeather now, tending to the chocobo hunters there. Might I suggest that we go and join her, Dvoskin? Hey you! Dvoskin, it is good to see you again. I pray you have not been neglecting your training. Now, you may be wondering why I chose Tailfeather of all places to visit next. Well, the truth of the matter is, I did not choose it at all. It chose me, the hunters. Here somehow heard what we have done at the convictory and placed a formal request to have me come and tend to the hamlet's wounded. I'd like to believe this proof that word of the benefit of Charlene astrology is slowly but surely spreading through the realm. But enough talk. There are still many alien souls that require succor. Would you and Jen Quinar mind assisting me again as you did in the Western Highlands?
Honest Hunter here in Delaware? Nah, I've seen everything.
Where's the 12? I'm healed! That's pretty buff.
Is this inside or an outside? Outside.
I don't know who you are, but you're good in my book. These men and women have chosen a horrendously dangerous profession. But Choco's talons can rip open the flesh to the bone, and a single kick can knock an otherwise hale hunter out of Forest at night, if he survives it.
Many of them seemed surprised, grateful, of course, but surprised that we were here helping them. Does the hamlet not have its own healers? Do the Temple Knights not dispatch their hospitallers this far from Ishgard?
The Holy See only cares for the war for the dragons, who cannot be bothered with a handful of hunters, despite the fact these hunters are its citizens. I was told on my arrival that they managed with makeshift poultices creating it using herbs gathered from around the hamlet. When wounds are more severe, they turn to their sole barber, who, well, is also the local butcher. I'm sorry. My frustration with the situation coupled with the day's effort have me slightly drained. Might I be allowed a few moments of respite?
Kumparan, would you be so kind as to accompany the lady on their stroll? It has been far too long since that Charlian assassin showed her face, and the reading I conducted earlier this morning showed a day rife with conflict and confusion.
I'm glad you came, Vobskin. There's something important I must tell you. Since Gunnar gave me my father's journal, I've spent my nights poring over his writings, trying to piece together what I could about his life. It appears he was hardworking, and he trusted all and truly wanted to help people in need. I believe that knowledge should not be hoarded like food, but shared among the intellectually starved. He also knew that there were those who would see him stopped, persons who used their influence to trick and frighten the form into believing knowledge should be kept at least at one's breast. Persons who saw my father as a threat. His final few entries all speak of how he feared for his life, of how one man in particular was working hard to see him dead. That man's name
is not important, for in the end it turned out your father was killed by the very people he was foolish enough to trust, the people who, in their slaying of a good man, proved that they were unworthy of the knowledge he so freely offered them. And now here you are, making the same mistake as he. Continue with this foolishness, and you too shall suffer his fate.
You don't dare talk of my father as if you knew him. You know nothing. Your mind is as closed as the minds of those back in the old world who believe that hiding in their books will shield them from the pain and suffering of the real world. Such passion. It is a pity it remains distracted. My employer only wishes to see you back safe in Charlian. The firm recognizes your talent. You are an asset to our nation and its people. We would have you live a long and prosperous life so you may rise even higher than your father ever had the opportunity to. But we both know you're far too stubborn to take this gift so graciously offered. You would rather fight, and, you know, so would I. No more games, Loliva. Let us end this right here, right now, with your precious stars as our witness. Spare no one, not even the girl.
She's gonna walk away. Oh, the bar. Don't expect her to go. Or you could just the other place. Yeah, let's get a tank roll. What? Seriously, narration. She did try to find it eventually. I ain't up in my job. No, you're just gonna stand in the open ways. Oh, you were right. I heard a commotion and came as quickly as I could.
Not as quickly as these four, you remember? The hunter so gravely wounded not less than a battle ago. Memory serves me, they could barely lift a finger, let alone rush headlong to the heat of battle and help turn the tide.
Don't be too hard on the soldier. Turns out we didn't need his help anyway.
Who are they? Real living
Real life fighting astrologers. Now, I truly have seen everything. Laviva, I dare say those men would not have risked their lives had they little respect for us or our craft. You are right, our actions here have done more to promote Charlian astrology than any long-winded discourse. Why, I expect this very night a tale of your daring deeds will be told 100 times over in mead halls across the Forelands.
Which means it will not be long before the Forum has heard as well. We Charlians may have officially abandoned this realm, but our ears remain. If the one who hired Celia is who I think it is, then I expect not less than a formal edict of extradition to be issued.
An edict of extradition? The Charlian has no power to force Ishgard to deliver you into their hands. Furthermore, what exactly is it you have done wrong but allowed others to partake in the great nation's bottomless well of knowledge, as I did more than 15 summers ago when I studied in her halls?
Things changed after you left, Chinguinar. Couldn't even believe it was my father's death that tipped the scales in favor of closing Charlian doors. And locked away all our knowledge. If the Forum deemed it so, I could be arrested and imprisoned for the theft of national resources, and I see no reason why your Holy See, who has already shown its disdain for our efforts, would stand in its way.
So what do we do? Your grandfather, your father, they have given us so much to see you here. We cannot just concede defeat. Now we have finally begun to make headway.
I never said we would, John. I have no intention of giving up or giving in. Doing so would be to deny the sacrifices made by my father and grandfather. The stars have shown me the path I must take. There is no other, and it begins back at Tailfeather's healing those who aided us. I will see the two of you in Ishgard once I've settled matters here. Kumparan will see I arrive unharmed.
Lady Viviva still has not returned from Tailfeather. Oh, but do not worry. I have had word that she simply intends to stay a few turns of the sun longer. What we should be worrying about, however, is the Forum and their impending decision on our companion's extradition. If an official edict is drafted, I fear we may find ourselves at the mercy of the Vault, and if that were to happen, there will be little we can do to keep Laviva here, short of starting a war. If only we had more time. When I was studying in Charlian, I heard whispers of an ancient astronomic spell, which would stop me. Time and the very movement of the heavens. All my professors denied it existed, of course. Word of Lady Viva's charity has been spreading, my friend. I have attended more than one luncheon where it was positively driven off the tongues of all the good lords and ladies. And the knights? Oh, the knights. They've started rumbling about what magics that not only heal the wounded, but also enhance the strength of the healthy are not being employed to save the lives of those in the front lines. Needless to say, the Vault is not amused. Their plan to have us fade into obscurity has rebounded upon them, and now they are scrambling to twist this situation to their advantage. Listen, Bobskin, the Vault would have thus officially attended an operation currently underway in the western highland village of Hemlock. The settlement was abandoned after the calamity and has since been overrun with beasts of all manner. The Holy See seeks to reclaim it, and my uncle, the Count, has generously volunteered his knights to clear the area of any remaining threats. It is a win-win for the Vault. The operation is small enough and far away from the capital that even if it is a success, no one will pay it half a mind, but the Vault will be able to say that they answered the pleas of the knights. If for any reason the operation were to fall, then the Vault will be able to attribute the failure to the Astrologian's presence and turn the high houses against Lady Viviva. I spoke with the lady about this, but she said she was not interested in the politics of the situation, only it was her duty to aid people in need. We should speak with her, and soon. Let us make haste to Hemlock. Let's speak with her, or is she already at the Hemlock? No. We're severely underestimated the strength of our enemies, and now my men won't find themselves overwhelmed. The tight wedges we had at the day's onset have all degraded into small knots of fighting, and the number of wounded is growing faster than our chaplains can heal them. I think the three of you arrived when you did. 1, 2, 3. Where's my company? I must return to them. I shan't forget this, Astrologian. I'm forever in your debt. Yeah, my thanks, but
There must still be many who require succor. I heard a woman scream beyond this very boulder not moments before you arrive.
Sassy. Oh, time to level 100 them. I got you too. Why is your father's diary out there? What have we here?
Vestre? You who vowed never to set foot in this barbarian land again? Unless...
Clever girl, yes. It was I who hired Celia to bring you back to Charlian, and if you had come back with us quietly, you would be free right now, rather than a wanted criminal facing a trial, imprisonment, even execution, depending on what you have told these tamed savages of yours. Yes, my dear, I offered you a chance, and you foolishly refused it. The edict has been issued, and I am here to collect you. Though I must place some of the blame for that on our friend Celia. Had she not insisted on playing games, perhaps you would have displayed reason back in the Black Shroud. Instead, she merely added fuel to the fire already hot of your inherent stubbornness. Now I am forced to make this journey to this filthy realm to clean up her mess, and I suppose that starts with these companions of yours.
Lopskin, take Jennifer and leave. Right now, neither of you are ready for the magics of the variety he wields.
But what of you, my lady?
I'm going to reclaim my father's journal.
Brave. Your father was brave. Your father is also dead.
Lady Vaviva!
I now understand Celia's frustration. This realm is truly overrun with vermin. Oh, we suffered here for so long. I'll never know. Farewell, Laviva. You leave me no choice. You already know we have questioned the mace regarding your unauthorized passage into Eorzea. What you may not know is that we still hold him in the dark cells, just as a precautionary measure, of course. We will not want to see him flee again before the trial. Now, your grandfather is not as spry as he used to be, and I'm uncertain how long the sanity a man of his age will last in complete darkness. The longer you delay, the closer we come to finding out. If you wish to see your grandfather released, you will come to the abandoned city in the Drivenian hinterlands. There, my airship will be waiting to take you back to the old world, where you will be tried. Fairly, of course. I suppose you could run, but knowing that doing so would have great consequences for your grandfather and possibly your mother as well, and we would still eventually find you. Rip diary.
You may still be close to here.
Lady Baviva, who was that? I have the strangest feeling I should know him from somewhere.
Sylvester, leader of the Bibliotheques, a power group of conservative fundamentalists who seek to control the whole of Charlian knowledge. They believe that our people should not become involved in history, only be witness to it, then analyze it until all the lives lived and lost are but numbers on a page. You may remember Sylvester Jengar because he is the selfsame man who has pushed for old Charlian to ban its doors and has used my father's death as his rallying cry. And now I'm certain that he had my father killed. At the end of my father's diary, he mentioned being contacted by a young Sylvester who happened to be an older classmate of his when they were both at the studium. Sylvester, looking to make a name for himself as a politician, warned my father against continuing to disseminate knowledge of Charlie and astrology and Astrologian, warning my father, of course, to not heed. Soon after, several attempts were made upon my father's life. When he subsequently looked into the matter, he discovered that there was a price on his head, and that Sylvester hadn't put it there. I discovered a contract signed by the wretch folded in my father's journal. He had planned on revealing it to the forum on his return, but he never had the chance. Jingodar, my father gave you that journal before he died, but you never once opened it?
I did not think it was mine to read, but what you say, if it is true, we must get that diary back. Come, it seems that fighting has died on. Let us report to the captain of the knights, then return to Ishgar so that we may plan our next move. Many lives were saved because of you. If this is what we can expect from Charlie and Astrology, I see no reason why we shouldn't have the knights trained in this field. I recommend this to the Lord Commander, as Abexi would be pleased to see the day won with so few casualties. If you require our services again, you need only ask. Come, Bubskin, let us hasten back to Ishgard. Moments ago, we received a missive from the commander of my father's guard. He thanked us again for our assistance in Hemlock and has formally requested that Lady Viva train several of his knights in Charlie and Astrology. The vault, however, remains silent, and I believe this silence to be calculated. If the edict issued for Lady Vivida's extradition has arrived, they need only turn a blind eye to Sylvester's action until he has spirited the lady from the realm and people simply forget she was ever here. But we are not going to let that happen, are we, my lady?
I'm sorry, Chingunar, but I no longer see how we cannot. Sylvester was my grandfather. He has threatened to take my mother, and he now has one thing that could have saved them both, my father's journal. No, Chingunar, I cannot deny my fate any longer. I have done several readings since our return, and every one is the same. Deceit, manipulation, submission. My path is clear. You, however, can carry on. Sylvester has no authority over you, or you, Vobiskin. See that my father's dream is fulfilled. Promise me that much.
I shall promise you that and more, my lady. Campari and I will see you to the place of meeting and do whatever possible to make certain that Sylvester keeps his word.
You know that by attending me, you put yourself in danger. He has shown he will not hesitate to kill anyone who stands in his way. And now he knows I know of his involvement in my father's death, but still, he will stand by my side in the last moments of the Eorzea. I do not deserve such friends such as you. Ozgun, ether is the building block of all that surrounds us, meaning that everything is connected. Someone closely attuned with the ether can, in a sense, link themselves with others. Feeling their joy, feeling their pain. Scholars of the soul call this empathy. Crystal gazers and card readers call it the Wheel of Fortune. We astrologians call it collective unconsciousness. Whatever you call it, I feel that bond with you. Both of you. Thank you.
I'm quite aware that the mere notion of accompanying Lady Viva to the answering quarter is bordering on absurd, but I can in good faith abandon our good friend in her time of need. Not after all we have been through. I'm joyed to see that you have come to the same conclusion as well.
You two are foolish, but I would not trade friends such as you for all the gold in the Oran Vale.
But there's no gold in it. My lady, may I ask you to entertain a second option? You said that your father's diary contained a document which implicates Sylvester's and Rufin's murder. What if, and I fully understand the enormity of this, but what if Sylvester still has yet to lay eyes on that document? Suppose he only took the diary to provoke you. If you could somehow retrieve it before you boarded his airship.
Then we will have a bargaining chip of our own, but this man is the leader of the Lithothex. Their sole purpose in life is the hoarding of knowledge. Of course he read the diary, and knowing Sylvester, the document would have been set aflame the moment he discovered it. Unless we told him that there was another document, one that I removed from the diary to have examined, one that has not in the diary when he stole it. Of course there is no such pace, but it would be easy enough to draw something up from the memory of what I saw, something that would appear official from a distance. It just might work, though there's always a chance that he may simply attempt to take the document by force. For that to happen, we'll be fortunate to escape our lives. Sylvester is a formidable astrologian. Some say he even possesses the power to stop time.
But I thought those were only No, we mustn't think of that. There's little time left before scheduling a meeting in the answering quarter. Lady Viva's plan is all we have. We're going to save both her and her family. We must act, and trust the stars will guide us to victory. What happened? What do you mean? Oh, yeah? Nigh on 50 summers have come and gone since I last set foot on the path of contemplation, yet this place appears as if it has been inhabited for centuries.
Nature is the greatest of the levelers, Singular. She provides us with what we need, but when we are done with it, she is quick to take back what is, and always has been rightfully hers. There is still time before Sylvester is to arrive. I would like to take a walk and see where my father lived. Just knowing that I tread the same ground as he may grant my mind peace.
Well, then might I suggest a rooftop garden directly to the south of here? Your father and I would spend many a nights there, gazing up at the stars and prattling on about our dreams into the small hours. It is where you first told me of your mother, your birth mother, not the aunt who cared for you after Lady Breed died in labor, and the child he was carrying. Why did you just say that?
I wonder if my father knew that one day I would be here, standing under the same sky he did. Did he know that he would have a daughter who was as stubborn as he? A daughter who put her life and the lives of those who she loved in danger because of an unfulfilled dream? I think he did, and I think if he were here now, he would be proud. Proud that I at least tried. Proud to not let fate control me, but that I'd rather walk hand in hand with the fated down the path my father left, not only for me, but for all those who would carry in their hearts the same dream.
I believe he would be as well, Lady Viva, though I did not fully realize it until recently. Those past moons has been as if Rufin was here by my side once again. The passion, the stubbornness, the talent. I do not think he would stand idly by as Sylvester had his way, and so I believe neither should we.
Thank you, Jan. I know I've been hard on you, but it is only because you were an incompetent astrologer with an aversion to training, not because you were anything but a good man and a good friend. Now let us see what the stars have in mind for us today.
Ever so predictable, Laviva. I'm sorry to inform you. There's been a change of plans. There will be no return to your homeland, no tear-filled reunion with your grandfather, no trial. Only a sentence, and that sentence shall be carried out here, by mine hand. You see, after reading your father's diary, it became clear that you and your wretched friends know too much. You would not believe how long I have been searching for that document, the last one that connected me to your father's. Unfortunate accident. I tracked down and had all the others destroyed, but this one has eluded me for almost 2 decades.
The last? Jan, Vobskuna appears we have left with but a single path.
There was only ever one, my lady, and we shall see it to the end. I don't have the cool stuff. This is your decaster. You heard that way, it was like his light slow bars are.
Wait, if you wish to see your grandfather live, you will not kill me. That was never out of the question, Sylvester. No, I only wish to ask a few simple favors, the first being the return of my father's diary. You will then send word back to the old world to have my grandfather released immediately, and finally, you will return to Charlotte and report to the forum that I have disappeared and presumed deceased. Fail to do these things, and I shall tell the forum all I know of your involvement in my father's death. I doubt they will be as generous with their mercy as I.
And what? You shall remain here and continue to spread our knowledge across this warm Eden realm like it was sweet cream butter? You know not what you do. The barbarians of the realm have shown that they cannot only use knowledge to destroy each other. They corrupt it, they lessen it, and then they forget it. They never once have shown they are worthy of the knowledge they so defile. And yet you would still give it to them? Ah, very well. I shall do as you ask. Know that the forum is ever listening, ever watching. Should you continue your skibbities here in Ishgard, they will find out. And they will send others until they have succeeded where I have failed.
And you best make certain they do not. You are a powerful man who also happens to be a master of lies and deceit. I pray the task should not prove too difficult, and if it does, well then, I can always show them what manner of a man you truly are.
I do not think there will be any need for that, Sylvester. However wicked is not a fool. He will not sacrifice what he has spent the last 2 decades building over a girl he, even with his back to the gobble, sees as an inferior, especially if you have offered him a means of accomplishing it without causing him to lose face. His pride, of course, will ache, but it's not a little wine cannot cure.
Ah, you're right, Jinkunar. Something I never thought I would admit, at least out loud.
So, does this mean you will remain in the sea and continue your teachings?
Of course I will. There is pending contract with House Durande, my obligation to the victors and the hunters of Tailfeather, and then, of course, there is the matter of your incomplete training. If memory serves me, you have still only opened half of the Heaven's Gates.
What was that large sound effect? Yeah, break, yes.
Well, things did not go completely as planned, but we arrived at the fate intended for us nonetheless. Now, the question is, what do we do with this fate we have been granted? I believe this warrants another reading, but perhaps after we had a bite to eat.
Ah, Vobskun, you're just in time to greet the Athenaeum's newest member. May I present you with Lord Rufin?
Why the surprise? But I believe I know the answer. Your senses are doubtless reeling from having witnessed poor Lady Viva's tragic end in the hinterlands. Contrary to popular opinion, I was not murdered at all, but merely on a long and winding journey that has finally brought me back to Ishgard so that I may teach the secrets of Charlene astrology once again. I mean to show the people that fate is a path that need not be walked in darkness, that the stars can be used to light the way. end of my first lesson that those who oppose the celestial guide shall find their foes burning on and on without end.
The top of the morning to you, Vobiscum, or is it the evening? It is so hard to tell, locked up here in the Athenium day and night. Alright, technically speaking, I can leave at any time of my choosing, but it is as if some strange force prevents me from stepping forth into the light. But enough of that. You are here to learn what became of our humble companions when you were off saving the realm. Well, since Ishgar's quite abrupt change in leadership, the Vault has become somewhat more receptive to the contemporary ideas of Master Rufin. They have even asked our competitor in disguise to hold for them another symposium on Charlian astrology, and this time within the city-state proper, and not at some forsaken hamlet. Nothing against the fine citizens of Falcon Nest, mind you. In fact, the Rufin has foreseen your arrival in the stars and waits you in the observatorium. The look on your face tells me you are less than convinced, still a skeptic after all we have been through together. Allow me to recreate this morning's reading. In the center of dawn and cross we have the spear, to the left the inverted arrow, to its right the inverted bounds, beneath we have the inverted spire and the inverted bow, and finally at the crown is the war. Well, do you not see it? It is as plain as the stench of day-o piss in the broom on a balmy summer's eve. Though peace has settled upon our great land, it will be along the path of coming destruction that friends new and old to discover the bush that doth bear the fruits of knowledge and hope, and to think it was you who atoned to all 6 heavens. In other words, he who brought peace to Ishgard, that will be you, will walk the road south of the observatorium where, I don't know, you shall read some books with Lady Aviva to discover a new spell for delivering excruciating pain to your enemies and their families. It all sounded more convincing when she explained to me this morning over the bottle of wine. Or is it 2 bottles? At any rate, I was suggesting you make haste. You know how our little protege does not take kindly to those who make away. It was good to see you again, Robeskin, and something tells me you'll be back again soon. I don't want to think that. No! I hate this.
Friends and fellow Astrologian, it is so good to see you again. What has it been, 2, 3? Well, let us just say that it has been too long. Did Jingunara speak to you of my reading? Well, then there is hope for that well-dressed dullard yet, though I've learned the key to success is not entrusting him more than one task at a time, and making certain the task does not require much in the way of thinking, or acting for that matter. As for the reading, I believe it instructs as to our next step in spreading the knowledge of
Master Rufin, an injured traveler has arrived at the gate seeking succor.
An ill omen with me, Vobskun.
Please, I can walk no further.
The stars were kind in guiding you to this place. The astrologians here have ways to easing one's hurts.
Astrologians? I have no need for prophecies or prognosticatio. Or I could stay my tongue and allow you to tend my wounds. My apologies. Maybe you have a quick recovery, friend. In time, you will come to believe the power of the stars were. Master Rufin, Vobiskun's Felicia's return inspires me to step out of breath of fresh air. And behold, already does it appear a new adventure is upon us.
And here I was thinking you made the journey south to lend your talents in preparing for the forthcoming symposium.
Master Rufin, or was it Lady Laviva? If I may, allow me to give you my thanks, and my apologies for earlier. I have a tendency to...
Allow your unbridled emotions to get the best of you?
That was amazing. You knew what I was going to say before I even said it. But where are my manners? I am Kyokuho of Hingashi, and I braved the storm and sea to learn of the many wonders they said are to be found in this magnificent realm. But you already knew that, didn't you?
No, I did not. Now, if you would excuse me, I must get back to, matters which are important.
Important matters? Such as astrological matters? Could you show me? I wouldn't be a burden. I'll stand in the corner, in the shadows, behind a curtain.
While I appreciate the somewhat forced enthusiasm, I'm afraid that won't be
Oh, I was mere hoping that we'll be able to share insights into each other's fields.
each other's fields. You wouldn't happen to be a geomancer, would you?
A geomancer?
So-called masters of the wind and water, my grandfather term written on the far eastern art of the elemental and directional divination, though much of it seems little more than folklore.
Lady Laviva, did not the morning's reading mention friends new and old? What if Obiscon were the friend old and this particular little man the friend new?
The spear pointing west, the balance pointing east, the arrow pointing in all directions and none. It might just mean. Alchemist, though it pains me to admit as such, it appears your arrival has been foretold. Perhaps there is much that I can learn from you, nay, that we can learn from each other.
Ha! Oh, but there is! Soon you will learn to push and pull the elementals brings together those who require companionships most.
Yes, the elements. We will have to discuss that further at another juncture. For the time being, I'm placing you in the care of my first and foremost pupil, Vobskin.
An excellent proposal. Or, I believe the Hingan says, keikaku. Wow, that's a reference. I dabbled a bit in the language when I was younger, but for the life of me, that ebon-haired emissary would not afford me even a sidelong glance. Then might I hazard that there is no finer place to begin unlocking the secrets of the stars than under the bowl, near a rook slate. Like, I shall even lead good Kyoko to the south shore myself, if Lobskin agrees to do the rest.
After you, then. Next we meet Kyokuho, you will have opened the first gate and better understand the influence of the stars hold over all of us. Safe journeys.
God damn it.
There you are. I was beginning to wonder if you hadn't been eaten by the hoverflies on the way over here. But I jest. Jingonar tells me that you are quite the authority on all things related to the bowl, so enlighten me. Oh, Honorable Sensei, I am, as you Westerner says, all eyes. Or was it ears? So say, hey, you, the bowl offers strength to the weak. Intriguing. So this is your bowl. In the far east, we know this constellation has something different, but know it all the same. I must admit, however, that seeing it under a different sky than my own fills my heart with a sense of both wonderment and now confusion, knowing what it represents to your people. What I cannot grasp my head around is that you would truly believe a notion so foolish as the power of earth, a word that by your own definition means soil, would not come from the land itself, but rather from 6 tiny little lights flickering in the night skies. We students of Geomancy believe that such power naturally lies beneath our feet, ever flowing through creation, as blood flows through our veins. Yet, despite the differences in our thinking, the similarities are encouraging. All trees are born of earth, and their protection is universal.
A most thought-provoking opinion that I am certain Lady Vivia will be delighted to hear, though might I suggest you withhold the part about being unable to wrap your head around your foolish notions, unless you enjoy having steel-toed boot wedge be firmly twixt the buttocks. Shall we be going then? By this hour, Lady Vivia will have already made the journey back to the Athenaeum.
My thanks for taking Hingham off my hands, and not because I think our visitor is a knowing little braggart with all the manners of a global funneling, which I'd still do but because I needed the time to finish my work without distraction. So tell me, what did I miss? Oh, I see, perhaps I judged Kyoko too hastily. I still have my reservations, but I shall afford him the benefit of doubt. For now, The teaching of geomancy may be grounded in fairy tales and falsehood, but my grandfather told me that every lie is born of the truth. I can find the truth within Kyoko's backwards belief. It may provide insight into our own school of thought. I see now that my choice to assign you as his tutor was a wise decision. May I ask if you this vote with him? I promise that once the symposium has ended, I shall assume the duties of Kyoko's tutelage. I sense good fortune in our stars, my friend. Good fortune indeed. Boskin, I see you received my summons. You didn't receive my summons? Oh, damn that Jen Quinard to the 7th health and back. He's going to... forgive me. There shall be sufficient time for the condemnation of his soul after 11th belt heart. For now, I must speak to you of Kyoko's training. Despite appearances and attitudes and manners and courting habits, our traveling lead has proven quite motivated in the study of our ways. In fact, while you are off doing whatever it is you do, he successfully opened the next 4 gates of heaven. Anyways, preparation for the symposiums have left me with little time to pick the boy's mind, but I have nevertheless managed to fully grasp the primitive concept of geomancy. In fact, I plan on incorporating several of the ideas as anecdotes into my presentation. It is what my father would have wanted. Now, as to why I've called you here, Kyoko is very close to attuning to the final heaven, the spear, and I think it is only fitting that the instructor be there to accompany him during his finest moment. And because I'm obviously too preoccupied at the moment, I thought perhaps you could join him in my stead. Then it is settled. He shall guide young Kyoko on his first final steps to glory and enlightenment, just as you did those many moons ago. Follow me outside, folks, and let us bring our friend the good tidings together. That is odd. I could have sworn yours right here, but a moment ago. Flore, have you seen Kyoko? Flore? Are you even listening to me? If it is our Hengen novitiate you seek, he hurried out of the Athenaeum Science entrance not 5 heartbeats past. He was quite animated, even more than usual. A veritable one-man mummer's tragedy, all full of jumping and flailing and pumping of fists. What could have unsettled the boy so? I suppose it might have been the letter I handed him. It just was delivered just this morning. Kyoko skimmed over it quickly, asked me several cursory questions about the heaven of eyes, to which I gave several cursory answers, and then was gone. And you did not try and stop him? Why would I? He was leaving. If my intuition is correct, and usually something is in the missive has led Kyoko to believe that he does not have much time left in Eorzea, and so has set out for the steel visual that he might open the final gate and complete his training before he departs our realm. It looks as if our plans is already set in motion to the Central Highlands. I thought she wasn't coming.
Keep away. Oh, I'm level 100. Why am I even bothering?
Oh, they didn't die.
I guess I should have healed him, but I guess that doesn't matter. I don't know why we're aiding.
Wolfskin, this is the second time you have saved me from my folly. Well, technically speaking, it is the first. You were merely standing around as a little of you healed my wounds last time. Right, I'll stop there. I know it makes little sense to leave without saying anything, despite the fact that you, Lady Weebot, and Jinkwana all were but mere moms from where I stood, but some stories are already told, and who are we to struggle against the ebb and flow that carried us over to our fates? Alright, that was a poor excuse. The truth is I've been summoned back to my homeland and was too ashamed to face those who have shown me so much support, and so I thought to come here, open the final heaven gate, and take the next trading valley out of Udap before any of you realized I was gone. And as you can see, things did not unfold as planned, but since you are here, perhaps we could have one last lesson for the old time's sake? A palace of ice set ablaze with the light of the moon, and you say it was carved by a single spear? Remarkable! It was as if the more I learn of the stars, the less I know. To think this may be the last I ever see of your heavens. I begin to understand why you people treasure them so. And with the opening of the sixth, I have prepared my mind and soul for the seventh. The final gate leads to the true dominion of all their elements, or so Lady Viva insists. What? Our conversation has been eye-opening, to say the least. She theorized that our two schools may actually be one and the same, whereas I struggled to the stars above, to read the fates, we geomancer look to the stars below and listen to his songs and raw answers from his whispers. Well, I'm certain my master back in English will cringe upon hearing that a Westerner of not 20 summers believes she has grasped 1,000 generation of teachings. I'm more than willing to indulge her in eccentricities now that I know she means no ill will. I only wish we could have had more time. We would possibly see if there was some way we could have combined our knowledge to create something new, something that the world had never seen before seen. And with that, I bid you, Lady Viva Kumbara and Morgan, thou soft-skinned Flore, sweet-lipped Henriette, and a tall chap with the second floor always mumbling about some star magnitude, even Jin Cornell, the fondest of farewells. I have a long journey ahead of me, and if I do not leave that, I feel I will never be able to. You're back, but I do not see Kyoko. Is he out fawning over Florregan? Goshi, I cannot say this was unexpected. Detective 60 told me as much this morning that I asked Jim when I was written in the letter. Well, you thought him above reading another's correspondence. You give him far too much credit where none is due. Kyoko is not a child. He knew what coming to Erosa would entail. He knew that he would one day need to return to his homeland, and while we may not have always agreed, almost never agreed, I did not come to respect this man and his steely resolve. I'll allow him his space. If the stars deem it fitting, then he will be back, or perhaps next will be our turn for a journey over storm and sea.
He's gone without saying goodbye? I cannot believe it. I will not believe it. Oh, why would I not give? After at least one last moment with my brother, my soulmate, my... Lady Laviva told you I read his letter. Oh, well, then, yes. It will pay me to tell the other novitiates at Kyokuho I've returned to the native land far away from the other side of the world. I may even need to personally comfort those most stricken with grief by his sudden and tragic departure. But truth be told, I'm going to miss having the Hingen around. He certainly did liven up the place. Godspeed, Kyokuho. May your return journey leave you miserable and wet, but see you safely home. Well, your visit filled my heart with joy, Bobskin. I cannot bring myself to smile knowing that Lady Viva is troubled so, but she could be spending the final days before the symposium placing the final touches on her dressing to the ball. She instead spends her time wandering about the pillars and the days, mumbling to herself about earth, wind, and water. I feel that Kogoho's departure has left a gap in Lady Viva's heart and that she knows not how to fill. I have tried at length to set her mind at ease, but one need not be a reader of stars to guess how well that ended. Perhaps if you spoke with her, she would finally listen to reason.
Vobiscum? To what do I owe the honor? Now let me guess, our good friend Jen Grenard asked you to talk some sense into poor adulterated Laviva. And oh goody, today I have the privilege of being lectured by both of you.
Why, Lady Viva and Vobiscum, imagine finding you two out here this fair morning.
Enough with the theatrics, John. I know your play here. As I have told you time and again, I have not forgotten my duty to the Athenaeum or my obligation to the Symposium. I simply need time to think. Alone.
To which I keep replying, why think alone when you have one of the greatest minds of the realms at your disposal? And Vobiscune.
Ah, the greatest minds, eh? Then riddle me this, why are the results of my reading from that day both Obscune and Kyokuhol arrived still weighing on my mind? Why does it feel as if I'm missing, or rather misinterpreting some devilishly important detail?
Peace comes, friends are made, dangerous paths are trodden, knowledge is gained. Did that not already occur? Kyokuhol and Vobiscone both arrive as the Dragon Song War ends. Vobiscone saves Kyokuhol from death at the steel visual, and knowledge of geomancy is shared with the Athenaeum.
Yes, but what if the coming destruction told by the inverted spire was not the incident at the Citadel, but something else, something far more grave?
Then that would mean the prophecy's fruit of knowledge and hope was not Kyoku's stories of his art, but something different, something we will only see by continuing on this perilous path.
But is it truly the path that is disastrous, or our decision to pursue it? Exactly what I was thinking. Although through the avoidance of some unforeseen peril with hope and knowledge be required. And I believe the disaster in question has something to do with Kyokuho's return home, if not the return itself. It could also mean that our friend is in danger.
I see where you're going with this. While I've loved our Red Robe Rocket Browser as much as anyone, except for our Red Plabs, a journey at this time would mean the cancellation of our symposium, and without any chance of Holy ever taking us seriously.
And now you can see why I've been up here day and night biting my nails to quit. Oh, I apologize. A lack of sleep can work ill on one's humors, but I think your intervention here today may have provided me a solution to our predicament. A solution that I am now kicking myself for not having come to earlier. A solution I myself proposed not days ago when deciding how I might attend Kyokuho's opening of the 6-7. Obiscune will travel to Hingashi.
The reading did only mention friends old and friends new. I recall nothing in there about silver-haired astrologians from Astrologian, but how do you propose Obiscune find our charts? The far use is a big place. Perhaps we could write a letter?
Yes, and address it to Kyokuho Hingashi. No, you dullard. We have something far better. We have the stars, and our undying faith will guide us to the one which we seek.
Or Vobiscune could start his search in Kugane, the port city from which Kyokuho claimed he came, focus on location which serve as exceptional venue for stargazing, a pastime our friend warmed to during his stays with us.
Or Vobiscune could... No, wait, that is actually a decent proposal. Vobiscune, you have your quest. May the stars guide you true. Oh, and I will expect reports. Many reports. John, let us return to the Oh, alright, maybe after a few bells rest first.
Okay, it's packed like a warehouse, a multi-storied hostels and piazzas. So the rebels will never afford a man some free of the skies. No, if I see heavens in all the glory, you must need make up your way to take this bridge behind me. There, atop the mighty span, the stars await. She faces directly west of Ganya Tower, out toward the ruby tide of Uphill. It is said her location was determined by a great geomancer who told the first Bugdol. Placing it there would enjoy the city prosperity for generations to come. Okay. Hello? Hello?
When I wish to walk under the stars, I go to my promised to the Tazugare Bridge spanning yon pier. The melting of crimson to indigo is a sight you will not soon forget.
If it is the stars you seek, then you need only look up. Ha ha ha. But if it is a fool you seek, one who calls himself a master of wind and water when in fact he is nothing more than a cheat, a liar, and a disgrace to our noble profession, then perhaps you will find a rat where all rats hide, near the piers. Okay. That bridge, right?
I see someone has taken my spot. I might have just slit his throat and tossed his body to the tide. Haha, I'm pulling your arm, Bobscoon. Or was it ear? You Westerner have such odd sayings. What brings you so far from home? A path fraught with disaster, misfortune, impending doom? Yes, well, the situation may not as be encouraging as my jovial demeanor suggests. It all began several decades ago when the Bakufu decided they were opening the port to foreign trade vessels. To accommodate the influx of ships, a section of ancient coastline forest was cleared. However, doing so angered the entity who has guarded the wood for countless generations, a golden fox named Kinko. A great battle ensued, but claws and fangs were no match for cold steel. Kinko was slain and Newport completed. The fox's spirit, however, remained, spoiling our milk, withering our crops, causing storms that dashed ships after ships against our rocky cliffs. In desperation, the Bakufu turned into the land's most powerful geomancer, my great-grandfather, Kazan. Kazan used the power of the sea, the skies, and the land to soothe the spirit long enough that he could erect an invisible barrier that not only protected the sea, but ensured that it would prosper. At once, the fortunes of Kukanai citizenry turned. My great-grandfather was hailed as a hero, and Geomancer was the savior of our nation. Within a matter of moons, the streets were lined with the stalls and tents of would-be seers and people prepared throwing coins at their advice and their blessings. These pretenders, these charlatans, were not interested in the sacred rites passed down to my great-grandfather and his great-grandfather and his great-grandfather before him. They were not interested in maintaining the barrier and preserve Kuganai's luster and drove back the powers that would see it fall. No, they were more interested in lining in pockets, and now the bonds hold the barrier in place are about to break, and there's none left with the knowledge to mend them. The knowledge had died with the passing of my grandfather. And so, as I would convince the geomancer of Kuganai that only united could we discover the means to save our fair city, and only united would we stave off the darkness and bring lasting prosperity one and all. That only united against my great-grandfather's legacy lives on. As at last I failed, branded a deceiver by those very men and women who had grown fat on deceit, unable to mend the bonds myself, nor rouse my peers to action. I stood on this very bridge and thought on an answer. And then I saw it in the setting sun. My answer lay in the west. And so I packed my bags and headed to Orza in search of something, anything that might help me save Kugane. I believe something astrology. Something astrology. And before I could be certain, I was summoned home, and this you already know. Since then, I've been coming here every night, hoping the stars might provide me with another revelation. But they remain silent. The heavens speaks through you. Tell me, what do they say? Solve your own problems. Wow. Like, is Jesus astrology? That's brilliant. I don't know why I didn't think of it. There was one thing that I learned while in Ishkar. It was that Western astrology is in many ways a complement to geomancy. Used together, they might just work. After all, you need only use your aspect of benefit and you can mend any injuries. Isn't that not so? No, really, I'm genuinely asking. Let's explain the finer details of the star's power and how to harness it conveniently rescheduled for the day after I return home. But you know it all. Tell me, you can help repair the barrier. Ah, I did it, great-grandfather. I found a way to make things right. Well then, we have no time to lose. My great-grandfather created his barrier by anchoring the energies of wind, water, and earth. Four shines over the north, east, south, and west ends of the city. It is there the bonds must be repaired. We shall begin with the nearby westerly shine with a short pier. This is one of the shrines which I spoke. It may not look much, but if it were to be destroyed, the entire city would be overrun by large testicle raccoon dogs and flying rainbow cats, and possibly just angry spirits. My plan is simple. If I am correct, Aspect of Beneville will intertwine with the barrier's geomantic energy, mending it as easily as it does for us. So we shall wait until nightfall to perform the rite. For the last thing we need is a drunken Ronin breaking up concentration. Sure.
Oh, it didn't work. It's bad. That's right. It don't. Nice. Okay. So you don't want to fight these? Okay, let's see, press them. This is kind of more difficult than options. Assuming it's up here. I don't think it's easy. Too many. Okay, chat. Oh, you get. Okay. Guess we'll go down. This does not seem possible to me.
A fine display, fine indeed. Though, if it were I, may have used gravity instead of Melfic when the foul creature. Alright, I'll just be staying with that tongue of mine again.
Gilgal, I was told there were spirits in the streets.
And you arrived just as they are vanquished. How fortunate. Yes, Master Murakumo. The bonds are mended, made whole with Western magics, and a little shoulder grease. Or was it knuckle grease? What was good? Western magics? Then this aging lord is none other. And wait until you see the reinforced bonds. The energy twist together with ours like sun and moon, like darkness and night. They are as one, Master. And I was right to summon you home. Part of my intrusion, traveler. I am Murakumo, second pupil of the great Kazan, that instructed us to young Kyokuho. But with Kugane safe, I can now return to Ishgard to complete my training as an astrologian. Huzzah! Absolutely not. We have mended the weakened bonds for now. Their ephemerality remains. As you expect your friend here to remain in Kugane for the remainder of his life, we'll need to find a more permanent solution. In other words, the bonds must be laid anew.
But you know as well as I, the secrets of laying those bonds died with my grandfather.
Now as the day goes by, I do not suffer the burden of ineptitude. I have shown promise in the art as your grandfather did. Perhaps Kazama would have entrusted me with the knowledge as well. But he did not, and now they are both gone. We're going to lament that which we cannot change, or we can put aside our past failures and seek the path which leads us forward.
My master was right, Pat. There is something that my grandfather's tones of rise. I may find a way to win over the other Geomasters at our cause. There's always hope, is there not? If anything, you've given us time to search for an answer, and for that I'm grateful. The city would be as well. If they knew you had saved them from an army of angry wraiths looking to devour their souls and defecate their bones straight to the darkest of hells.
In his haste to find a difficult answer, he looks past a simple one right before his eyes. It may take you a whole time to realize, but you are the hope which we seek. In time, you will come to see it as well.
So, I guess this is very well, unless that is you're saying? You're saying? He's saying, Master, he's saying! What changed your mind? No, don't tell me. Know that you will be here with me and my master Murakuma is enough. I was beginning to worry that I would do the next time the city was invaded by Kinko's demons. The master can barely make his way out of privy each morning, let alone battle bloodlusting specters. Now that you mention it, this all reminds me of reading lady we was conducted the morning I arrived at the observatory. Something about friendly paths lined with dangerous fruit bushes winding their way to hope. Could the stars truly have predicted all this? If so, I am impressed. I'll need to think more on this issue. Until then, I suggest you continue refinement of your art here in the scenic Hingashi. You will find our beasts just as formidable as yours in the West, if not doubly so. I have some good news and some bad news for you. The bad news is a 37th reading of my great-grandfather's tomes failed to reveal anything about the bonds of the previous 36 readings had not. The good news is, if you can call it that, is that we did discover where Grandmaster Kazan conducted his training when he was a youth. How does this help us? Good question. I'm still not completely certain myself, but it is more than we had the last time we were here. An ounce of hope is better than none at all. So, what do you say, my friend? Are you up for a journey across the Ruby Sea? I knew you couldn't turn me down. Still, the road ahead won't be easy. Yangsha is large and Scar's war run deep within the Gansui chain. It may be that what might have helped us has already been claimed by Flame. We have to place our faith in our fortunes and hope they guide us true. I've decided we shall begin our search in Namai for the reasons that, well, there's no reason, but we have to start somewhere. I'll meet you there. Safe journeys, folks. The air is heavy with mist, and these shacks probably lit in more rain than they keep out. Something like a tome wouldn't survive a single moon here, let alone decades since my great-grandmother's training. Still, a few words of the village have provided an interesting piece of information. Though it is quite some coaxing, several were able to recall the memories of robed seers who resided in a nearby temple, a temple that was in use right up to the Garly invasion, subsequent banning of all religion. The building, called Swallow's Compass, which, since abandoned, still remains in good repair. But listen to this, locals avoided the fear of disturbing the spirits where they believe the Geomaster's communion. Do you know what this means? There could be still something left inside. Come! The Swallow's Compass, built during the rule of the first Dome King. I took a little bit to explore the grounds before you arrived and discovered this door. I know, it pairs in comparison to the impressive gate behind us, compelling any worthy abandon to dismiss it outright. But then, why write the geomantic field to protect it? I sent the flow of powerful injuries to whatever lies behind, though the Geomaster wanted to keep it safe. In fact, there may even be a trap, which is why only I should attempt the crossing to the threshold. I mean, who knows what terrible guard has been summoned to protect this temple?
Sure. Die.
Well, I guess now that we know what terrible guardian we have summoned to protect the temple, you'll also be happy to hear I was able to temporarily nullify the bearer, granting access into the chamber beyond. As there may be more traps, I said you wait out here to deal with them for me. Just kidding. I've already checked. There are no more traps, probably. Fortunately, with us, the scrolls were intact. The bearer, having protected them from both the elements and the sea, it took some searching, but I believe I was able to locate several that touched on the lane of geometric bonds. At least, I think I was able to. The script of these scrolls is old and faded, not to mention written in a hand far beyond my comprehension. Luckily, Master Murakuma was almost as ancient as the tomes, and she had little difficulty pricing out the secrets. A decanter of 6 of hot sake, and he will warm to the task. I'll see you back at the Shiokaze host tree. I'll even save you a cup.
Oh dear.
Alcohol, the Westerner has joined us. I suggest you do the same. Oh, my apologies, Vobskin. You may want to sit down for this, or not. It doesn't matter. Nothing really matters, does it? The scrolls, they contain knowledge of the complete ritual. In fact, it was in the very first one. Huh, just our luck, right? Wind, water, earth, creation of the bonds cover the energy of all three. Though this much even a first-year novice geomancer could tell you. No, what gave us pause was the mention of the fourth energy to render the seal permanent. Cool. Life. Don't you see it, Vobskin? They still living blood to complete the ritual. The damned soul to an eternity without peace so their magics do not fade. I understand why Grandmaster Kazan left no notes on the rites. He did not wish this knowledge to fall into the wrong hands. And because he never performed the rites himself, the bonds anchoring the barrier around Kugane were never completed. That is why they require constant attention. No blood was spilled to make them everlasting. My great-grandfather would not sacrifice even a single life to achieve this end, and neither will I.
That's enough, Kyoko. There will be time to think on this with the morrow. Return to Kugane Dori and see if you can find some solace in sleep.
Well, just as my great-grandfather and my grandfather after him, we only had one means of creating a flawless barrier, and none of us could bring ourselves to do it. And although the bonds were fortified, but several nights passed, already they had begun to lose and fray. They were weak for overlong, allowing Kinko to regain her strength, to mend her wounds, to feed her anger. And now there is naught we can do but watch as she gathers minions for a final assault on the land once she ruled. She once ruled. Kugane does not stand a chance. Now would be a good time for us to stumble across, and hope Lady Viva reading promise would be at the end of this road to destruction.
Obuskun?
Obuskun? Thank the stars you are finally here. It's been almost 4 bells since Master Murakumo left on his daily inspection of the ponds. He most likely just stopped to warm his belly on the way, but I can't help but wondering if it's something worse. Will you help me search for the old man? We can start at the closest shrine in Ryukusui Gardens. Ryukusui. Well, any sign of him? Or could it be? You don't suppose he tried anything foolish to you? Over the bonds last week, without any matter of disturbance, could perhaps the Golden Fox and the Master is no longer in age to defend himself. Defend himself against what? A maid could walk the street naked and unattended, carrying a gold-filled sack, and not so much as a finger laid upon her. Are you spreading more lies about angry spirits, and so fear that you might offer your protection in exchange for a Bakyo's ransom? I've done no such thing. I merely bid my fellow Geomasters aid in the city in time of need. Not once have I asked compensation for what I seek. If anything, it is you who seek to prey on the citizens' ignorance. Ha! So says the talentless hack who waves his grandfather's name around like he does his member. Our lies are growing stale, Kyokuo. Continue spouting them, and not only do you sully or craft the very legacy of Grandmaster Kazan. What would he say to this nonsense? Are you even listening to me? Why does no one listen to me? All I desire is to mend my great-grandfather's magics and save Kugane. I do not seek coin. I do not seek fame. Why is it so hard for you to grasp? Gah! We're wasting our time here, Robes. Continue to search for Master Murakumo at the Westerly Shrine. Master Murakumo, are you hurt?
A bond was nearly undone. Right here. But Kinko, she's here. She's already through. We performed the blood ritual. It is the only way.
No, I already told you. My great-grandfather spurned the spilling of innocent blood to complete the seal, and so have I. Besides, even if we were to conduct the ritual, there is no one to sacrifice.
And I shall be the sacrifice, Kyoko. For the many years since your great-grandfather passed, my sole purpose has been to find a means to mend Kazan's barrier. It would be the greatest honor knowing that with my death, I might not only save the city, but be granted the opportunity to watch over it for eternity.
No, I can't let you die, Master.
Listen to what you're saying, Kyoko. You cannot let me die. I want to do this. It is my decision to make and mine alone. Let not this selflessness in your heart distract you from what needs to be done.
You're wrong, Master. There must be another way. There's always another way. There's always hope. Right, Robescu? Tell me, how do we save Kugane?
Bro, what is with these Joker responses?
Stop focusing on the bonds and look to the fox. What do you mean, Boskun? What he means? I'll tell you exactly what he means. Lady Viviva, why did you... Lady Viviva? Your powers of observation never cease to amaze me, Kyoko. It is me, in the flesh, fresh off a galley, put into port this very morn. The symposium was a rousing success. The vault quick to realize the benefits my school's wisdom could bring when applied to the rebuilding of Ishtar. It was even decided that several new courses in Charlatan astrology would be taught at the Scholasticate starting next term. And so, with my father's dream fulfilled, I was finally free to pursue whatever I wished, and I wished to learn more of geomancy. So here I am, not a moment too soon by the looks of it. In the few bells I spent exploring the city, or leads as to your whereabouts, I learned much and more about our pretender, and his end is nigh advocacy. So I began to sing the bonds of the bearer myself. I did not take long to realize it was Kyokuho who was speaking verily, and its detractors, the true pretenders. So, you help us mend the bonds? But how? Wibskin and I already tried using the energy drawn from the heavens, and that only worked to delay the inevitable. The guardian spirit's strength has grown so great that the only thing that might hurt now is a new bearer anchored with bonds of lifeblood, but this I cannot allow. As always, Kyokuho, your hasty charge into a difficult answer blinds you from the simple solution. You are right to harness the power of aspect of benefit, but you fail to grasp its true potential to bring succor. For so long, you have focused on mending your great-grandfather's bonds, when you should have focused on Kinko herself. If her wrath can be quelled, then a barrier will no longer be needed. So, you're saying that if we use the power of the stars to soothe Kinko's wounded heart, we may convince her to stay her attack? Giving you time to relay your great-grandfather's bloodless bonds, but it will only work if Kinko is weak, and the manifestation of her soul's scars can be cleansed. Right, so we only need to... Wait, won't attacking Kinko and spiritual minions simply anger her even more?
Before something can be healed, it must first be hurt. It is a sound plan, Kyoko, and if it turns out you still require sacrifice, There
will be no sacrificing tomorrow or ever. The stars have foretold our victory and provide us the strength we need to see our enemies overcome. That's what I like to hear. Follow me then. Kuka Castle. The spirits are certain to be drawn there.
The very house is open. Who will save us?
Tenkoto? We just walked up all these stairs for finally showing on Kuga Castle. Now we have to walk all the way back down to 10. Ah, right. Mouth shut. Kinko will seek to draw our attention away from her by sowing chaos in the streets. Kyokuho, you focused your energies on the fox. Obus-kun, you make a swift work of her angry supplicants. I shall provide you both with support from the rear.
Hi, wanna fight? Probably cure poison. I don't know why he's tanks though. Okay. Can't target these, which is kind of annoying actually. Okay. Just I keep this here. Oh, sorry.
Kinko's harmed. Now lay the bonds and complete your grandfather's ritual. May the rivers of heaven, earth, wind, and water flow together as one. May the currents cleanse this land of its impurities and see it ever guarded. May the wrath that once held rule be carried to the seas where it be forgotten for eternity. It is done. Together we have saved Kugane, and with it torn down the walls that separated our two schools. This will be a day long remembered, a day a new hope was born.
Oh.
I don't know how to begin to thank you, both of you. Normally, I would say this is uncharacteristic display of humility is more than enough thanks, but I still require one thing in return for my assistance. A promise that this is not the end. Of course it is not the end. This is just the beginning, a new beginning for both geomancy and astrology. There's so much to be done. First, we need to write down all that happened here today, then I'll need to...
So this is Kugane. Eh, not bad.
Gunnar, when the seventh heaven's name are you doing here? I explicitly stated in the letter you were not to follow me.
Lady Laviva, I am disappointed. You of all people should know that had you wanted me to stay put, you should have rather demanded that I come.
Yes, whatever was I thinking?
May I say I'm honored to have before me the foremost authorities on astrology. Your display last night taught me there's much I must learn about my own school. Something I would not have been able to do had I allowed myself to be sacrificed.
Kyoko, I wanted to apologize. There, I said it. I still despise you and that smirk of yours, but I can see I was mistaken about you being a pretender. You have talent, almost as much as I. You will make it a worthy rival. Ha! Coming from you, Doku, I'll take that as a compliment. Lady Vivia, under any other circumstances, would it be on a bark headed back to your origin this very evening, complete my training as an astrologer. But there's something I need to do first. Just as you fought to educate Ishgard of your school, I must do the same in Kugane with mine. The geomancy, unfaithful to the teachings of the master, has poisoned this city for far too long. A wise decision, one that was surely not easy for you to make. Take as much time as you need, Kyoko. See the ship righted, see truth prevail. The stars will guide you back to us when the hour is right. Don't you worry, Lady Bubba. Give me a few summers and I'll have an entire army of geomasters trained by yours and truly lining up at your desk. An entire army of Kyokos? What? Is that a problem? Ha ha!
Vobiscum, you always seem to know the precise moment at which your services are required, such as the mark of an accomplished astrologian, if I do say so myself, which would, of course, imply you are already aware of what I would ask of you, yet I shall indulge you with my request nonetheless. It is Master Buffon. Following a return from Guggenheim, she has been distant, well, more distant than usual, enough to give one pause at least. I thought I might ascertain the source of her worriment with the deck of 60, but was presented with unusual slumgullion of vague portents and portentous vagaries. By the time I unwrapped my throbbing head around the spread, all I could discern was something about a dark wind blowing from the east. I suppose this would imply any number of things, ill-tidings from Alec and Doma, a rainstorm brewing over the Black Shroud, a fire that has fine pâtissier near the Ark of the Venerable. Well, I suppose even you could be the dark wind. No, right. Let's us simply say I'm worried about our companion, but am at a loss as to how I might help her. Laviva has been spending much of her days at the last visual, staring blankly out over the sea of clouds. I've attempted speaking with her, but the lady is about as receptive to my concerns as one might expect. Perhaps, though, she would prove more forthcoming with her star people?
Ah, it would never work, and I was a fool to think. Well, Vobiscum, just the man I wanted to see. Might you remember our good friend? Might you remember Kyokuo, lanky fellow, disheveled hair, somewhat capable in the geomantic arts? Well, it appears his travels will be bringing him once again to Ishgard, seeing as he has provided me with a wealth of valuable insight in his discipline. At least I could do what be to greet him upon his arrival. Unfortunately, I must see to some unfinished affair near the architects. Would it be too much to ask of you to visit the Ethri Pronsum? I said I should catch up with both of you later at the Athenaeum Astrologicum. It's always a mouthful. Vobiscum, imagine us meeting here. Could it be fate? Ha ha ha, I jest!
Slow down, friend. I've only arrived in Ishgard and you're already recruiting me to some urgent cause? You Westlanders certainly don't waste any of your time. I intend this to be but a short visit to how matters have progressed since you vanquished Kinko and I even restored my grandfather's wars. However, I suppose all that can wait. To the Athenaeum, then?
It's good to see you again, too, Chinkwana. Vobiscum tells me all is not well with Lady Viva.
Ah, so I see someone has wasted a little time in informing every rat in the broom of matters I thought as obvious were of a mere personal nature.
Oh, see the drama of the sage, my friend. Vobiscum merely recognize that the intimate connection Lady Viva forged in Kugana made me the perfect candidate for discerning one might be weighing oh so heavily on herself.
Ha! And how do you propose to do that?
Do it? I've already done it. Lady Viva is in love.
But of course she is. Wait, what?
Her arch enemy He defeated her father's memory on her city state has conquered the countless peaks that rose before her with an air of aplomb that would belie her mere 16 summers. She's 16. And now, bereft of the purpose, she has turned her eyes to the companionship to fill the void that lies agape in her heart. And I believe I can help. Might you know the lonely lady's current whereabouts? Those massive stone effigies, raw masculinity? Oh, it is worse than I thought. We must make haste.
I don't see her.
Look, there she is.
And
I was afraid you might ask that. What do you think we should do?
why are you asking me?
I'm but a humble student of the geomantic arts. I have little understanding when it comes to matters of the heart. And what, pray tell, are you two doing here? Greetings and salutations, my dearest Laviva. Aren't you looking the most resplendent this fine morning? Resplendent. Spend a few bells in the books, have we? Time will tell if this new vocabulary suits you, but time is not a luxury I'm afforded at this moment. The city's din is positively deafening. It stifles my thoughts and upsets my humors. What I require is clarity, something unattainable within these stone walls. The quiet of Camp Dragonhead, however, may provide me with a moment's respite. Oh, and you may cease with this ridiculous talk of matters of the heart. Love is the furthest of my worries. I, for one, am already promised to another. Already promised? What was that even?
Ah, Kilko, there's no need to kneel in my presence. Did I miss anything? I see, it comes as a little surprise that one of her social standing will be betrothed at such a young age, such is the custom among her older houses, even in a city as progressive as Shalion, and she hails from one of the oldest.
I suppose it's just that.
Kyoko, whether the vim and vigor from our conversation earlier and all this upon learning Viva is to be married, a more astute observant might presume a certain emotional attachment to our young protege. But that would be ludicrous. I, for one, know that good Kyoko's feelings toward Laviva are not but those of admiration for her skill at astronomic mantic arts. So let us return to the task at hand. We still do not know what is weighing down on the lady's fragile heart. And what better way to find out than to ask? A novel idea, don't you think? Asking someone what is troubling them rather than assuming, without having actually spoken with them, or even seen them for some time, that they're simply longing for amorous relations. Wonderful. Kyoko and I shall return to the Athenaeum, where I will make certain he refrains from idle meddlement in any other lives.
As persistent as always. Fine, you have seen through my ruse. I am not, in fact, promised to another. I simply implied as much to silence Kyoko. Alright, there was a time I was promised to another. We have my grandfather to thank for that. However, since I am now officially deceased, my assumption is that the arrangement will have been annulled. Not that I shall ever bother to actually confirm this assumption. What is troubling me? Tis not my intention to involve you or Jenquinar or even Kyoko in such matters. However, the discord my silence has sown perhaps warrants an explanation. Despite repeated efforts following our recent achievements at Kugane, I have been unable to conceive feasible means of blending the teachings of Shaolin astrology and those of Far Eastern geomancy. As Kyokuhog explained, unlike astrologians who look to the stars above to read their fates, geomancers look to the star below and listen to its songs and draw their answers from its whispers. Yet try as it might, I remain impotent in tapping the land's puissance. I've spent my life attuning to the slight variation in the ether of the distant stars, so much so that when I look to Heidelin and her ether, I'm overwhelmed by its potency. Its glow, you could say. Think of it as trying to open one of the heaven's gates in the world of everlasting daylight. You have visited such a place? Then my readings were accurate. Exactly where have your adventures taken you, Vobskin? And you had no trouble channeling the ether from the world's heavens, despite the fact that you have never once physically laid eyes upon them. Intriguing, but I know one the reason, and shall require more than the word of another, no matter how close to convince me of this phenomenon. A first-hand demonstration, however, might suffice. A single aspected Benedict, perhaps? The faculty for ethereally conversing with celestial bodies both far and near is peerless, a most eloquent display, and one I should endeavor to learn from. I committed the most grievous sins by allowing things such as light, distance, and dimension, things that hold no dominion over the realm ethereal, to prevent me from unbinding my full potential. You, however, helped me to realize the error of my ways. I believe now I might continue my studies. Just not here. I am unsure why I thought this would be a suitable location to ponder my predicament in the first place. Perhaps it was the memories of our first lesson here. Let us hurry back to Athenium lest we catch cold. Foremost, I believe I owe you both an apology, or at least I owe you one, Jengunar. As for you, Kilkull, how did you arrive at the ridiculous notion that I was somehow languishing in the throes of love? When Vobskin and Jengunar mentioned that you were not yourself after returning to Kugane, I simply assumed that... Do you dare suggest that we had any hand in this, Kyoko? You were not a quarter bell in the pillars before you were telling anyone who would listen about the cavernous maw that yawned in the heart of poor lonely Master Rufin, and how you were to fill it. Lonely? Puh! I'm far from lonely. In fact, I've already promised my heart to another. Of course, already promised it. Wait, what? You've heard me. I've never spoken a true word. Whoever could it be, it is certainly not Vobiscun, or heavens forfend, Kyoko? I thought so. Why, astrology, of course. What? Who did you expect, Glimbaran?
Oh, where's Kubarna? He's been so vital to this quest. He just stopped talking in the Kugane side, the Kugane section of the quest.
I suppose you're wondering what brought me to Ishar in the first place. It most certainly wasn't to rival Master Rufin's feathers, though it seems I have succeeded in that nonetheless. Our target of the king, however, restored the people across the faith in geomancy. It was not before the gaggle eager mages were clamoring at my door, seeking guidance in the art of wind and water. To accommodate, I transformed my grandfather's study into a place where I might train those who are willing to invest time and effort necessary to become master, which reminds me, my students are likely wondering where the sensei is. Farewell, Bubskin! So, he came to tell us of his new school of geomancy. Did we not give him a link pearl? Anyway, allow me to thank you once again for the inspiration you provided. Despite being your mentor in matters of astrological, I find myself constantly in your debt when it comes to, well, everything else. You are a true friend and confidant, Bobskin.
And as always, she has once again failed to acknowledge that it was I who first noticed her change in mood, and that it was my reading that predicted your arrival, and it was my good judgment that eventually pointed you in her direction. Such is my destiny, I suppose. I am simply happy that Lady Viva is back to her normal self. If aught were to befall her, Rufin will haunt me till the 8th Umbral Era. Thank you again, Bubbleson. I would say we make a fine team, but considering you cover the Kroll's share of the footwork, I will refrain from any further analogies of a sporting nature.
After witnessing a spectacle like that, every day seems rather dull in comparison. Oh, you didn't see that trial earlier? Oh, you're lost. Phew, take me. The way the heretic swung that slab of iron he called a sword was a sight to behold. He couldn't have carried a shield if he wanted to. The blade was so big, he had to keep 2 hands on it at all times. I was amazed he managed to keep up with the Temple Knight for as long as he did. Felt like a demon from the deepest pits of the 7th Health, bellowing threats and working his arts. I wasn't sure what to make of it at first, but then I heard someone that he must be a dark knight. But you didn't hear that from me, eh? In fact, I'm sure I don't know anything about it.
Yes.
Ye gods, are you mad? We're standing outside the Blood Tribunal. Fine, but keep quiet and listen well, because I'm going to say this once. I was just saying, the heretic was fighting like a man possessed. Even after he took several wounds, he showed no signs of pain, though there was no mistaking the blood. As the fight wore on, it began to soak through his armor, spreading to every ailment of his body, but when it began to rise and envelop him in a mist, I realized it wasn't blood, but something dark and twisted. But the righteous are not so easily cowed. Alone be praised, I screamed myself hoarse when the Temple Knight slipped past his guard and ran him through. Good riddance, I say. Man was not meant to wield such arts. Yet I wonder, was he truly one of those? Well, it matters now. I heard the Temple Knights talking and dumping his corpse in the broom. By sunrise, it would be stripped bare and tossed over the walls. It will be as though he never was, and as though he never had this conversation.
That's more than far enough for charity. That'll take care of the rest. And perhaps sooner rather than later. Come on. This is it. This is all that awaits. No, no more. Enough. Open your eyes, look. Do you see now? Do you see? I've been waiting for you to open your eyes. You are right. You were moaning in your sleep and sweating buckets besides. Name's Frey, by the way, and no, I am not a heretic. Try convincing a temple knight drunk on the authority of that, eh? Shame the pompous R's got the better of me. But how about you? You touched it, yes? That couldn't have felt good. A voice, eh? And a rather distressed one besides.
Please, someone, anyone!
Not so fast. We need to talk about what's happening to you. What's growing within you before you get carried away. There's a darkness within us all. Nothing dangerous, mind. In fact, it's quite healthy. But the crystal changes you, give you the power to channel it. Do it without proper training, however, and, well, it might hurt. So go ahead, ask me to teach you. Ask me to instruct you in the ways of the Dark Knights, and I will. I know you're still worried about that screaming woman, so I'll keep this brief. We Dark Knights don't care one whit for prestige or pedigree. We are free to follow our hearts, to defend the weak and punish the guilty as we see fit. The law of the land, the authority of a name. These are tools cowards use to escape harm. We have no need of shields, figuratively or literal. Here, my blade is your blade, my soul crystal, your crystal. Go on, take them. You'll need them soon enough. Accept. Well, well, don't you look the part. Ready to harness the darkness within to set the wrong things right? Now, bear in mind that while the darkness gives you strength, that strength comes at a cost. That is but one sacrifice, though, and justice demands many. Say a man, a venerable, untouchable man, harms a child in unspeakable ways. He strides through the Hoblon, secure in the knowledge that he is beyond punishment. But for one who cuts down the vile beast as he flaunts his freedom, who knows how many others will suffer? Such was the dilemma faced by a goodly knight long ago. He knew that he would be stripped of his titles and denounced for the deed. The threshold we refuse to cross is a line we draw for ourselves. We fear the consequences, and people suffer for our indecision. Everyone who held that crystal came to conquer that fear and became who they wanted to be. That night was the first. Will you be the next? Think on that while we look into the commotion down below. Here we go. Wrong.
Please, I don't know what to do. It's my granddaughter. I didn't see him standing there. I know that's no excuse. I should have been more careful. But my granddaughter, she started yelling at the Temple Knight. I tried to stop her. I did, but then he said she had to come with him. And if I could just tell him how sorry I am, maybe he would take you too, is what you do. Even if you went and begged the blue bastard to intervene, it'd be too late by then. Ain't the first time they've taken a girl her age. If she doesn't fight back, they might let her go after. Oh no, there has to be another way.
Ishgardian justice. They might spare the girl, you know? Leave her with a few scars and a lifelong lesson. Or we could beat every last one of them to within an ilm of their lives and rescue the girl. You'd like that, wouldn't you? I knew you would. Everything is going to be alright, madam. When I'm through with those knights, they will not dare trouble you ever again.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
Assuming they didn't just drag her into an alley, they've taken her to either the congregation or the tribunal. The Honorable Sir Emmerich wouldn't suffer such reprehensible behavior under his roof. The Inquisition, on the other hand, well... So that leaves the tribunal. If the girl is still alive, I imagine they'll make all manners of threats. Come any closer and she dies, and so forth. If so, we'll need to make something perfectly clear to them. We're not here for her, we're here for you. Once they understand she means nothing to us, they'll attack us or flee. I don't know about you, but I'm eager to find out which. Okay. Just the one sword between the two of us, I'm afraid. You keep it. I dare say it fits rather snugly in your hands. But don't worry about me. I'll do my part to keep you on your feet. Now, if things turn violent, as I expect they shall, you may need to tap into your dark side to survive. It's not unlike drawing upon your own ether to weave magic. Fear, pain, rage, that which lies in the deepest depths of your soul, makes for a potent fuel, but be warned, burn too much too quickly and you risk being consumed. Do not worry, Vobskin. The first step over the threshold is always the hardest. Ah yes, I should have known you'd do that. Right then, let's find the girl. I don't understand. Do you want me to observe them or not? No? Need to go to the second one. Oh yeah, we were supposed to do that. Told me. Okay. Illusion. Unacceptable. I should have done it. Oh, 5 is actually the max stack, and I've tried to keep going. We actually get in trouble here. I got it. Oh, Jesus Christ. Those who are yet alive permit this honor, and no that should be upon you.
I don't know what to say, sir. Thank you, thank you. I got a little carried away earlier. It's just that when I saw how they were treating my grandmother, I had to say something and... What? No one screamed your name. My grandfather called. grandmother called out just the once, but that was it. Speaking of which, I should hurry back. I suppose I'll have to say that I'm sorry for what I did, but I'm not. Those nights had it coming. Alone, bless you for what you did.
Feels good, doesn't it? Strange, maybe, but a good strange, I'll wager. You tapped into something primal, a power nestled within you, yearning to be free. As your understanding of this power grows, so too will your skill as a Dark Knight. You have done well, far better than I could have hoped, in fact. But there is still so much more to learn, so much further to go. I won't lie to you, Vobskun, the risk will only increase. So if you want to keep going, you have to trust in me. Can you do that? I can. Good. That's a promise. Circumstances being what they are, it might be best if we part ways for a while. Think of it as an opportunity to hone your skills in my absence. But don't worry, we will meet again. When the time is right, I'll be waiting where we first met. I had a feeling you'd come by today, Vobskun, and sure enough, there you are, eager to pick off where we left off. Let's start with a question then. You must be burning with several after that last affair. Ah yes, the voice, the one you heard when you first touched the crystal. An excellent question, a difficult one to answer. Some say it is a beacon guiding the Dark Knight to his true calling. Whose is it, you ask? Only you can discover that, for each knight must hearken to a different voice. As you grow up more accustomed to drawing upon your dark side, you will come to hear it more clearly. Communion will hasten this process, but we dare not conduct the rites here under the watchful eye of the Holy See. We'll make for the southern Standalone, for little El Amigo. Punctual as ever, I see. Communion, lest you worry, is rather simple. It is a ritual in which one nurtures the darkness within so that he may channel it more effectively in battle. Do not, however, presume the risks to be any less than before. Should you partake of it in excess, you will die, or worse. So before we begin, I want you to do me a favor. I want you to kill something for me. Something feral, something fearsome, which will push you to your limits. I want to see you thrive in that moment. That way I will know you already. As Gundabald, he should know of a suitable creature.
Gundabald.
Gundabald? Wait. Cheap. Pleasure to see you again, Vobskun. Do you require assistance? Training? Well, if you seek dangerous beasts for that purpose, then the Red Labyrinth is home to pestes? Notorious for their size and vigor. Our trappers take great pains to avoid their nests, and those who do not bear scars for their folly. I pity the man who dies without scars, but these pestes sounds promising. Tell me more. They have attacked caravans loaded with outgoing carcasses before. The smell drives them into a frenzy. This should serve to draw them out of hiding. Vobskun, I will always be grateful for what you did. Those young ones were on the verge of making a terrible mistake. So consumed with anger were they. I hesitated to act, even though I saw it burning within them, as I see it burning within you now. You seek the darkness within? I will not claim to understand your meaning, but I wish you well in your training. Let's go. They're close. I can feel their eyes upon us. While we're here, show me who you are, Vobskun. Show me what you can do. I'm waiting. That wasn't so hard now, was it? To mete out justice, to protect the weak from the strong and so forth. You yourself must be strong. Strength is pain. Strength is suffering. Strength is sacrifice. We must prepare for communion, but not here. Come, before more PSAs are drawn by the smell. Pests? Pests. You look ready. Good. Now listen well. Close your eyes and hold out your hand towards me. Breathe deep through your nose and let the air fill your lungs and let it pass from your lips. Slower. Slower. Listen to my voice. Listen to your heartbeat. Listen for the other. Over February, you grow lighter and slip further into the abyss. One foot in front of the other, over and over again. To the ends of the world and back again. And if time has no end, still forward and onward, over and over again. So, what did you hear? Interesting, but not terribly informative. But do not lose heart that you were able to hear it once more is progress enough. I believe you will come to understand its words, and it will in due time. I should mention that in some instances the voice is said to be that of another, one whom the Dark Knight is fated to seek out. If that is the case, you may have a long journey ahead of you. So you would welcome such a journey? There is something to be said for it, and for travel, for that matter, to roam free and help those in need. Yet no good deed goes unpunished, does it? I knew a man once, wanted to be a hero, do great things, and so he did. The songs always end there, but life doesn't, does it? There are temptations more deadly than the dark side, Vobiscum. You should have learned this by now, but you haven't. You will. The communion is ended, and with it our time together, but we shall meet again as we did before. You look well, Vobiscum, more determined. You have not heard the voice since last we spoke, I know, but worry not. If your affinity with your dark side is as strong as I believe, then communion is all you require. Come with me to the burning well. You know what you must do. Begins, as always, with blood, a confirmation of your duty. There are axe beaks here, which have grown ferocious beyond reckoning, vile creatures eager to prey on man and beast alike. Offer yourself to them, they will come, then make an offering of them to me.
Hi.
Now that is the Vobiscum I've longed to see. You resent this, don't you? This pointless trial. Perhaps you even resent me for subjecting you to it. Remember this feeling, treasure it. I want it smoldering within you when we commune in Camp Drybone. Close your eyes and hold out your hand towards me. Breathe deep through your nose. Let the air fill your lungs, then let it pass from your lips. Slower, slower. Listen to my voice. Listen to your heartbeat. Listen for the other.
Take the 12. It is you, Vobiscum.
What?
Isambard, remember? It must have been ages since last we spoke. To think that you would end up slaying the Lord of the Inferno when you first came through looking for our missing common folk. I took you for it. But this isn't the time to reminiscence. I thought you out because I need your help.
Do tell. Not long ago, an Amalja raiding party attacked a caravan on the road and abducted several pilgrims. We reported the incident to both the Brass Blades and the Mortal Flames, but it seems neither is in the position to muster forces at present. You know what lies in store should they not be rescued soon. Please, folks, because there is no one else. Really? Charge into an enemy encampment filled with Amalja warriors and free some fools who should have armed themselves? Risk a life and limb to do the work of a dozen men, all because you bloody asked? Is that it? That's the existential question. What choice do we have, eh? Like you said, there's no one else. We'll bring them back.
I thank you for. They were bound for the encampment to the southeast.
Then so are we. They're inside, just as Zimbar said. Mere moments away from being tempered, I'm sure. Well, what are you waiting for? It's time to play the hero. Time to die to my dark urges. Oh, I thought I saw another butler. Oh god, what the violet? Oh, you don't. Hi. Okay. Just didn't know when to leave off, did they? Neither did you, though, eh? I mean, look at yourself. Most of that's not even your blood. Leave it. You're nothing to be ashamed of. Let's go and give Inzimbar the good news.
Welcome back, Bulbascoon. I heard you really gave those Amalia what for. Good show. I'm sure you're eager to be on your way, so I won't waste any of your time, but thank you. Come back whenever you like.
That guy's scared. Those who have never faced death do not scruple to condemn others to it. They know nothing of true sacrifice and are weak for their ignorance. In sacrifice there is strength, in sacrifice there is liberation. Close your eyes and hold out your hands towards me. Breathe deep through your nose, let the air fill your lungs, then let it pass from your lips. Slower, slower. Okay, still filling the abyss. On the throne of bone he waits. Serve, save, slave, slay. They come to entreat his judgment. Serve, save, slave, slay. one by one in solemn procession. So, what did you hear this time? And there I was, thinking you were on the verge of discerning the truth. Your affinity with your dark side grows stronger by the day, and yet there is a hesitation. Listen to me, Vobskun. You have performed great deeds and saved countless people. You are a hero to the realm, but you are no Dark Knight. A Dark Knight accepts that he cannot save everyone, that sometimes he is fortunate just to save himself. Sacrifice, Vobskun, is to renounce that which binds you, to recognize that which matters, and forsake all that does not. At the very least, you must realize you cannot continue to carry all these burdens, unless you wish to die a slave. I'm fine, just a little tired. The communion is ended, and with it our time together, but we shall meet again as we did before. Okay. I'm beginning to question your commitment, Vobskun. You haven't heard the voice since our last communion, which means you haven't taken my lessons to heart. You know I'm trying to help you, don't you? All of this is for your benefit. You listened, but you don't understand. Never mind. You're the stubborn type, I know that. We just have to keep it at it until you open your eyes. Morabi Dry Ducks, that's where we'll head next. Never much cared for the ocean myself. A friend of mine, the one I told you about after our first communion, we came out here together, once. Long story short, we ended up doing something ridiculously foolish, and we're lucky to make it out alive. I tried to talk him out of it, but he just had to get on that damn boat. Don't be like that, friend. Isn't the Maelstrom supposed to aid the small folk when they're in a spot of trouble? So far as it is possible, yes, but such matters fall within the purview of the Yellow Jackets, and they told me to bugger off. Can you believe that? I'm begging you, Sergeant. Wait, is that you, Vobskun? It is the legend himself. Forgive me, sir. I never thanked you properly for your service in Limsa Lomensa. When I first heard Leviathan had been summoned, I feared that... why, if it isn't the famous adventurer who's been killing primals left and right, truly the 12 must be watching over me because you're just the man I need. I'm the victim of a terrible, nay, heinous crime. I was waylaid by Kukurin bandits near the Salt Strand who left me with not more than the clothes on my back. And what makes you think I give a Kukurin's arse about your troubles? Go and bother the Yellow Jackets, like the sergeant said. I seek worthy prey, not a gang of rats. How can you say such a thing, sir? Without your help, I'm ruined. Spoken like a true hero. So you know the rank and file didn't seem so dangerous, but their leader was a mean-looking bastard. But considering the foes you faced in the past, he couldn't possibly pose a threat to you. Shut your mouth and wait here. I'll be back. This Kukurin isn't everything he promised. I'll take it out of his hide. Let's make the most of this, Vobskun. No style, no guile, just chaos. Mark your limits, then push yourself beyond. Let the darkness guide you and set you free. You did well. All that's left is to return the goods to the owner. Finish it. Finish what we started.
Ah, it's you. Were you able to catch up with those bandits? Ah, yes, that seems to be mine, but... Lane, take me. I can't sell this. Everything's soaked through with current blood. What did you do? Carve one open and leave him to bleed all over my wares. I'm ruined. Utterly ruined. Sir, I demand recompense for your reckless destruction of my property. I am a reasonable man, so I acknowledge that you are not wholly responsible. 50% of the value should suffice.
50%? 50%? I slaughter a gang of cocoon bandits for your precious goods, and this is the thanks I receive? You spineless sack of shit. I kill your enemies. I fetch your things. I do what you people can't or won't do yourselves. You are helpless, weak. All you do is want and need. I should have left you all to drown the Leviathan's tidal wave. At least then I would have spared your constant bloody whining. Do not speak to me of this ever again.
Pray forgive my insolence, sir.
Well, Kun, sir, you have every right to be upset, but I think he understands, sir. We can't keep doing this, Focus Kun. You must see now what's doing to us, what they're doing to us. These people. The voice is all the man. Not entirely true, Vobiscun. They have helped you to cultivate the darkness within in a way, but their help is no longer needed. All that remains is to hearken to the voice, to grasp its words and discover your true calling. I wish I could tell you, I wish I could make you see, but all I can do is guide you on your journey. Every breath you grow lighter, slip further into the abyss. The chorus of voices cries out for a hero, and he comes. He smiles, he nods, and he remains silent. But he too has a voice. I will be heard. Vobis cum vobis. You stand at the precipice, but do not fear the fall. Cast yourself into the abyss and you shall soar above, free at last. There are other lands than these, Vobiscans, lands where we are not known. Ask and we shall quit this place forever. Only when you have renounced everything are you free to do anything. When we meet again, you will give us your answer. I knew you would come to your senses, Vobiscun. But now, let us go. If I never see snow again, it'd be too soon. We should go somewhere warm, at least for a little while. But for me, near the gates of judgment. When you are alone, call out and I shall join you. Later departs. What direction you can't recall. With chat mode, Frey. Wait, I know that voice. It's Vobiscun Vobis, the hero of the Scions.
Allow me to say what an honor it is to meet you, sir. I mean, by the fury, the man who's best at Shiva, every night under Lord Adrielmon's command, know the tale. I could go on, but well, I'll just say it. If I may, sir, we need your help. Oh, we have a giant problem, sir. A band of them has taken the raiding caravans passing through Denvan Pass. We think they may be planning to expand their territory. Lord Duramon wants them gone, but you know how it is. Too much work for too few hands. We need at least a dozen knights to clear them out safely. But now that you're here, sir, we have nothing to fear. Aye. Well, we created a distraction. You can slip past and put their leader down. Well, they were short to cut and run. So will you help us, sir? We beg of you. We beg of you. Thank you so much, sir. We won't forget this. Pray come leave it to the past, sir. We can discuss it, finer details of our plans there.
No. No more. Enough.
The leader should be here somewhere in the tunnels, sir. Once you're in position, we'll launch our attack. If all goes according to plan, you should only have to contend with the leaders and his guards. May the Fury guide and protect us.
Oh, this is not gonna go well for you. I guess I am not level restricted, sir. Whoever you are.
Oh, by the Fury, you really did it! You made it look so easy! As for us, there were some injuries, but nothing serious. It was starting to look rather grim, actually, but the moment he fell, they sounded the retreat. It was an honor to fight with you, sir. You really are everything the bards say. Truth be told, I've been following your deeds from some time now, ever since you first came to the White Brim front. Your martial prowess is widely known, of course, but what I found truly inspirational was your compassion for the common man. How you would risk your life without thought for fame or fortune. How the lowest among us could find a friend in you. Sir. Is something wrong? It's Lord Drimon, sir. He heard we were in the field of Obiscun and is demanding he come to White Brim Front at once. Demanding? What is the meaning of this? Certain allegations have been made, sir. It would seem that he was observing conversing with a corpse in the broom. Not that anyone would ever believe such slander, of course.
Ah, yes.
I should warn you, sir, that some of these allegations were made by Temple Knights. You may be asked to surrender your weapon.
Surrender your weapon. After what happened in Uda, they must be mad. Pay attention, Bobiskun. This could be the greatest moment of our lives. That is, if you could stop denying the truth that's been staring you in the face since the moment we met. Say my name. Say it. My real name. Our real name. Come now. You knew Frey was dead from the beginning, but you didn't care. You had a sword and a soul crystal, but what you wanted was a mentor. A mentor with the gifts and the knowledge, a dark knight who could guide you on the path, who you could aspire to become. A man who was free to say and do the things you would not. Even now, you continue to deny it. Well, deny me all you want. You cannot deny what we have done. Have I not been good to you? Have I not given you everything I promised? Did I not help you to hear the whispers of our very soul? Open your eyes. Look. Do you see now? Do you see? Everything up to now has been your story. And everything after now will be mine. Yeah, this isn't working. It doesn't make for a good group, unfortunately. Oops. Okay. Oh god. I did not see the DPS check he summoned. It would seem I underestimated myself, but no matter. I have borne witness to the darkness within us. What lies beneath the mask? Vopus cum vopus. Vopus cum vopus. Listen to us.
We will never forsake you, no matter what. We know who you are, Vobscoon. We know, and so do you.
Fantastic display of willful ignorance. Wipe the slate clean, forgive and forget. Convince yourselves that he can be controlled. Warrior of light, our weapon of light. It isn't too late, Vobasu. We can still be free. Vobaskun. So, this is your answer. Listen to my voice. Listen to our heartbeat. Listen. If this is how it must be, then so be it. But know that when you tire of this charade, I shall be there, waiting to take the reins. You need only ask.
Christ alone, you're alright, sir. For a moment, we feared we lost you forever. Lord Durmont made it clear that we will speak no more of what happened. Not that he had to ask, mind. As for your friend, I am told he will be interred with full rites. May his soul rest in peace. Are you certain you're alright, sir? You seem a little... never mind. Fare you well. It would seem, sir, that my comrades have misjudged you. I realize this now, having witnessed the lengths to which Lord Riemon will go for your sake. There can be no doubt that you are a true friend to Ishgard, which is fortunate, as we have urgent need of one of your skills. Pray accompany me to the behemoth's dominion at once.
Dominion what?
What's up? There's a demon among us, sir, a fiend which cannot be suffered to live. Lord Ramon may be willing to let a dangerous vigilante roam free, but we are not so foolish. What sort of hero maims and murders knights sworn to the Holy See? None I know. A heretic you are, and a heretic you shall die. Vile fiend, do you think you can conceal your true nature from them forever? We'll expose you for the abomination that you are, I swear it! Wielder of the dark arts, consort of dragons, I will bring you to justice, even if it costs me my life.
Shall we oblige him then? Well, are you going to kill him, or shall I?
You're one of them too, aren't you?
This is the part where you beg for your life.
Leave these lands if you value your lives. We will not show you mercy again.
I pray you do not make a habit of following men plotting to kill you in the secluded areas. Or did you learn naught from Frey? So you do know of him. I thought him fallen at the trial, but then I heard whispers of a man seen wielding a sword in battle. So tell me, what became of him? How did you learn the arts? By the gods, though, now that I think on it, it's not the first time I've heard such a tale. We who consort of the darkness are never truly whole. There will never ever be a part of us yearning to be free. We trained together, Frey and I. He was a strength beyond reckoning, but alas, it was not enough. It warms my heart to see that you carry on his legacy. You have learned as much as you have with only his soul crystal to guide you bespeaks your potential. There's a matter I would discuss with you, but not here. My name is Sedugu. Frey looked for me at the Forgotten Night in Ishgard. Given the circumstances under which you embarked upon this path, I fear you do not yet understand what it means to be a Dark Knight. The first of us bared steel against one of the clergy. This is true. He sacrificed everything he once held dear in the name of justice. so must all who would walk in his footsteps. Perhaps you think this will earn you the love of the common man. You are wrong. To many, you will forever be a criminal, a fiend who sowed chaos and discord. These people will listen to the lies of our enemies. They will do their utmost to cast you out, or worse, as they did to Frey. If you are not prepared to deal with these consequences, then surrender your sword and soul crystal to me now. You claim conviction, but your actions speak otherwise. You spared a man who tried to murder you. Mercy, some would call it. Idiocy, I name it. Aye, that's right. I followed him and gave him the mercy he truly deserved. Look at me, Vobsgun. Tell me what you see. The first Ishgardians to encounter Aura Salgravanians. We had fled Garlemald's army only to come to a land where we were mistaken for another nation's mortal enemy. They bared steel and came to kill us, but we did not die so easily. We spared them and sent them on their way, and how do you think they repaid our kindness? With fire and blood, Vobsgun. With death for every man, woman, and child. Make no mistake, these are the wages of mercy. If you will walk the path, then you must accept this truth, for your enemies already have. I see you yet walk the path, Vobsgun, and it is well that you do. This is a matter I can discuss only with another Dark Knight. Swear to me that you will speak of it to no one else. Thank you. Then it shall begin at the beginning. Our master, in his final moments, spoke to Frey and me in riddles. A heart bleeds, a man weeps, a soul burns, thence comes the darkness to consume. Yet even in the depths, the flame endures. Submit to the flame and harness the abyss. Frey and I did not understand his words. We hoped that their meaning would become clear to us in the course of our duties as Dark Knights. And so we carried on, following the creed, until one day, we found her. Go on, Rel. He can be trusted.
Alright. Alone's blessing be upon you, sir.
Right then. She was fleeing from a unit of Temple Knights at the time, who were clearly intent on doing her harm. Needless to say, Frey and I took issue with that, and chose to intervene. We went to ground after that, but Frey was caught out in the streets while fetching supplies. I cannot protect her, Vobsgun, not from the Temple Knights, not by myself. I'm not even sure why they seek her, only that should I fail, her life is forfeit. Help me, Vobsgun, and I shall share with you my arts, and when we have reached the limits of my knowledge, perhaps we can unravel the mystery of my master's final words together. I can offer you naught else. What say you? Then it is settled. We shall both serve as her guardians. Did you have something to say to Vobsgun, Rael?
Yes?
Oh, what do you think of your companion?
He doesn't talk as much, not since Frey left. Sometimes he hardly speaks a word, other times, but I know he would never hurt me.
Your parents?
I...
Okay, why the Temple Knights won't hurt you?
They said I was an abomination, that I had to die to atone for my sins. Excuse me, Vobsgun, was it? You'll look after Sid too, won't you? Thank you, that puts my mind at ease.
Right, that's enough of that. To more important matters. Like I said before, I'm not quite sure why the Temple Knights are after Riel. They seem to believe something is wrong with her, but for the life of me, I cannot imagine what it could be. However, there may be a way to find out. The other day, I overheard a curious tale from a House Leonard knight recently returned from Camp Cloudtop. He spoke of Vanu healers who could see their parents' ether. So skilled were these healers that they could diagnose ailments with a glance. Maybe not more than a fantastical tale told by a man in his cups, but even so, there is a chance we could learn from that. If aught ails Riel, I dare say we must take it. Let's go to Camp Cloudtop and begin our search for a healer there. Right then. The Vanumanu are not wont to parley with outsiders under most circumstances. However, they may be willing to receive us if we come bearing a suitable offering. I'm told they use Agastornia's feathers in their rituals. Perhaps that would suffice. Obiskun, I must ask that you prepare our offering while I look after Real. Once you have it, we can journey to Vundu Ox Bendu together and entreat one of their healers to examine her. I'm level 1 You're like, oh, I like you, not like.
What mistral gale blows neathering this far? Away with you, away!
Feathers?
Gastronia's feathers, Neitherling knows the way of the Wundu well. Let storm clouds give way to warm sunshine. Say your piece.
You will do as we ask, Obiskun.
Bring forth the child, Etherlings. Let me look upon her face and know her heart. Soft rains to soothe your heart, little one. Do not be afraid. Drink of the winds, let thy soul take flight, bathe in the mists, and show me thy light. Come, come, show me thy light. What tempestuous winds rage beneath tranquil clouds? What great spirit dwells within you?
Speak plain, Vanu.
This is no child. This is... A Tramontane follows you, Neitherlings. You cannot remain here. Begone from our lands. Wait, I don't... Gods damn it.
Ready your blade, Obiskun. We have been followed. Over there. Someone's coming. Over where? Uh-oh. Instinct fight. You guys are not gonna like this. A slow survey. Oh. Is that an idiot? That should be the last of them. I've seen these ones about before. They don't answer to the Lord Commander, or so I hear. Bastards thought to take us outside the city, away from prying eyes. No one would see murdering girl in the streets of the Holy See, do they? Even their staunchest supporters couldn't abide that. Seems our new friend has already abandoned us. Not for it then. Back to Ishgard we go. Come on, Rael. I trust you no longer dispute the true nature of the Temple Knights. Murderers and thieves who drape themselves in the trappings of righteousness. Do you not see, Bobiskun? We are all that stands between them and their prey. There is no justice for these monsters save that which we must deliver. I will see them answer for their sins, I swear it. If I had to drown in the abyss to see it done, I will.
Bobiskun, sit. I wanted to thank you both for protecting me earlier, and apologize for getting you too hurt.
be foolish. You have not to apologize for. In any case, at least we'll learn something of our enemy's motives. Although I have the faintest inkling of what the healers meant by Great Spirit. So, a great spirit dwells within Morel, if that shaman is to be believed. We need answers, folks, and I can think of no one better to ask than those who commune with spirits regularly. I speak of Gridania's conjurers, who can hear the voices of Twelveswood, or so it is said. It's just as well Frey told me she had an aptitude for their arts. What had taken him moons to learn, she mastered in days. Sometimes these talents run in the family, he says. Perhaps her ancestors were conjurers after a fashion. Whatever the reason, there is no guarantee it is related to what the shaman said, or why the Temple Knights wish her dead. If past experiences is any indication, they will be tracking us the moment we leave the city. It's not a question of if they will attack us, but when. But you will be ready for them, I see. Then let us be off. The road should be safe so far as Camp Dragonhead. They're close. I can feel it. Stay well. I'm going to scout out the roads, the Oppositorium. All at a distance. If they come, do whatever it takes to see her safely inside the walls. Good. That's a promise.
It's an escort mission. It's the voiceless. You have the title.
Bring them walk. Well, 6 of them. Wow. I don't need to waste so much MP there. Okay. Whoopskun, thank the gods you're alright. Ah, I should have known there was strife when we were apart. It's certain to return with reinforcements ere long. We must press on south into Gridanian territory. Until we reach the city proper, we cannot be assured of safety. We leave now, Rael. You can rest once we reach Stillglade Fane.
Yeah. Oh, Whoopskun.
You are come to continue your studies?
A great spirit, is it? If it please,
I would examine the scroll myself. It is the very least I can do for one who has ever been a friend of the Twelveswood. Ah, where are they? Apologies for our late arrival. Rael grew tired and I had to carry her part of the way.
I could have kept walking.
Our burdens need not to be our own, child. There is no shame in sharing the weight. Who's the boy?
Ah, I am Brother Isumion, master of this guild, and though you will labor to believe it, young man, I am several times your age. You must be Real. Wobskun has told me all about you. Pray come closer and take your ease. I ask that you close your eyes and listen to my words. Breathe deep. Feel the myriad life around you. Be as one with the world.
Well,
Vanu's shaman spoke true, after a fashion. Her spiritual presence bellies her ears. It is clearly not the product of training, rather an innate power with which she radiates, akin to that of the elementals, or the Dravanians.
you can't be serious. She's just a girl.
Yes, she is. A very special girl. Perhaps you are familiar with the tale of the boy and the dragon gay?
No.
Hardly surprising. The archbishops declared it a heretic's tale. Of good cause. It is a corruption of an older legend in which a man partakes of dragon blood and, in doing so, becomes one himself. Rumor has it that heretics withhold such rituals for this very purpose, and if there is a truth in such tales, perchance she has ingested the blood of an ancient dragon?
What? She's not some half-crazed lunatic.
I make no accusations, only offer a possible explanation. Moreover, who is to say that she did so knowingly?
You...
Excuse me, Pray forgive me, I did not mean to cause you distress. You have nothing to fear, my child, for you are in perfect health and blessed with 2 loyal guardians. Would that others could say the same. I think Royale will benefit from a brief respite before returning to Ishgard, unused to the vigors of the road as she is. Why not show her to the Carlin Canopy? An eel pie could do wonders for the soul.
We thank you for your time. Fairy tales and fantasies. This is what he has to offer us. Heretics, I understand, but I expected better from the bloody head of the Conjurer's Guild. And you, why didn't you speak up for yourself? Real!
There were no windows, just walls of stone with little cracks to tempt your fingers, and iron bars colder than ice. I couldn't tell when it was raining, whether it was day or night. She didn't say I drank blood. All she said was, "It's better this way." At least, if they catch me, they'll just kill me this time. Can I finish my apple?
Go ahead. It's not a sin if someone made you do it.
I didn't.
I won't let them hurt you.
I know.
You want another one?
No, thank you.
Right then. Keep an eye on her until she's finished eating, would you? I could do with some fresh air.
Where did you go?
I'm blind. She despawned. Or is it just my imagination?
Thank you for waiting for me, Vobiskin. Shall we go and find Sid?
Well, I have my fill with the forest. Back to Ishgard then. I think Real and I can manage on our own for now. Shall we? That was blessedly uneventful journey. Perhaps the Temple Knights were still nursing the injuries you gave them, or I was worried they might try to ambush you on the road, but I assured her you will be fine. I must apologize, folks, Kun. For all you have done for us, I feel I've yet to adequately recompense you. I'll continue to share with you what skills I can. Alas, I fear we near the limits of my knowledge. I've been thinking, Bobuscon. Bajal likened Rael's spiritual presence to that of a Dravanian, hence why he suggested she had partaken of dragon blood. Regardless of the cause, if she does hold some affinity with dragon, she will never be safe here in Ishgard. If being the operative word, of course. We need to know for certain, which means we must parley with a Dravanian. It will not be easy, I realize. The Dravanians are not willing to entertain outsiders, especially ones hailing from Ishgard. You have spoken with their leaders? Beg pardon, I did not think you would so readily admit it. Well, well. Pray lead the way, Volviscon.
Thou keepest curious company, mortal. I see. Though I trust in thy words, thy companions are unknown to me. Betoken them for them to declare their intent. I will have them gather up a grown elm in Avalonian fallen and bring it to me. But where the beasts which are drawn by their fragrance?
Right then, gathering flowers for a dragon. No point in questioning it. Rael and I will search the lands north of here together. You can take the south. What do I have to do?
Such fragile, fleeting creations. Bring them close, mortal, that I might breathe deep of their essence. That which passeth into death liveth on in memory. One prepareth now for the journey. Bid farewell to her and mourn and find the answers thou seekest.
Let me linger a while longer, hunter. Soon my soul shall take wing.
Flower.
I shall miss this. Vidofnir bade you come to me. His scent entwined. Ah, I see now.
We seek no quarrel, O Ancient One, only answers.
Come forward, child. There you are, my beloved. How long has it been since we soared through the mists?
What did you say?
Silence, Dark One. He liveth on in you, child. The blood of my beloved flowers strong in thy veins. Yet, mingled as it is, 'twas not thee who partook of his essence. Were it not so, thou would have been overcome. Thy progenitors drank deep to spur their own becoming.
Then it's true, and the Temple Knights knew. Then they will never stop. They cannot, even if we flee Ishgard. If we could but harness the abyss.
Thou speakest strange, Dark One. What doth thou seek? Oh, shrouded in thy rancor,
thou standest apart from thy charge. The folly of youth, even the tiny beings who frolic in the mists of some isle knew a better way.
What? Who?
No more, Dark One. No more. Farewell, child. Fly free for us. Goodbye, and thank you.
There's not more for us here. To Ishgard. This changes nothing. I swore an oath to protect her, and I mean to uphold it, no matter the cost. So these are the knights who would defy the will of alone.
She's found us.
My lady surely knows she will find few friends here.
Blessed are we who abide in her grace, for we shall never be forsaken. One day, I, Istrid Edit Collignon, shall walk in her halls, and you shall answer for your deeds. Will you stand before her and claim that you were righteous? That was just to take so many lives in defense of that abomination? Repent of your sins and surrender to me. The Fury may yet spare your souls.
So yours is the righteous cause? Condemn a girl to death for her parents' deeds. This is the will of Alone?
Yes. Yes, it is. If you will not see reason, even with full knowledge of the facts, then I make to you all a final offer. Submit to a trial by combat. Survive, and you may go in peace. Fall, and it is mine. Refuse, and I will put this tavern to the torch and have the heads of every man, woman, and child here. Anyone who dares harbor you will suffer the same, here or elsewhere. This I swear to you.
Would that we could settle this here and now. I'd wager your men at the doors would take offense. As you wish, my lady. We shall have your trial.
I shall send a messenger with details. Mother, wait! I should have had cut out your tongue.
Well, what in the seven hells is going on?
She told them to take me. She said I wasn't hers, that I was...
Why didn't tell me this was all your mother's doing? I bled for you. Freyd died for you. We had a right to know.
I didn't mean for...
Gods damn it all. Leave us, Bobuskun. I need time to think. It took a considerable effort, but at last I've learned the whole truth. Attend me, Vopiskun. You have a right to know. For countless generations, the sons and daughters of House Alchemist have pledged themselves to the church, so devoted to the faith they are. Many rose to positions of great prominence within the clergy, and for a time, Countess Strid de Collignon was poised to do the same, and when she and her husband celebrated the birth of their firstborn, the futures of the house seemed brighter than ever. That is, until years later, when the Inquisitors came, information gleaned during an interrogation had implicated her husband as a heretic. When the Countess confronted him with these allegations, he brought a vial to his lips and completed his transformation, one he proudly declared was decades in the making. The Temple Knight slew him as he tried to rip out her throat. Afterwards, she had Real locked away in the deepest cell she could find. Madness. A monster thinks to find absolution in the daughter's death.
You mustn't go. She'll kill you.
She'll kill us anyway if we don't. I know what I'm doing, Real. I have a plan. Vobskin, recall you the dragon's words when we told her of our dark arts. She said that there were tiny beings who know a better way. If they can teach us how to harness the abyss, mayhaps we can stand against Lady Astrid and her minions. Unfortunately, I haven't the foggiest who these tiny beings may be.
Well, if it isn't one of the new visitors from below, are you searching for something? If so, just ask. I pride myself on being the second most well-informed Moogle here, Kubo. That's a rather grim way of living, isn't it? I can't say I've ever heard of knights so infatuated with darkness. Alright, I think I might know why she bade you to visit us. Go ahead and fetch your friends. We have an awful lot to talk about, Kubo. Welcome to our home, Kubo. The little one must be Rao, which makes the big one Sid, right?
Yes, I presume you're the one of the tiny beings of which whom the dragon spoke. Well, say something to the Moogle. Well.
I'm sick of this charade. You tell me to talk, but then you refuse to listen. You tell me you're doing this for me, but then you go on about the darkness and the abyss. Am I supposed to be grateful when you come back covered in blood? When I put you back together so you can do it again? You drag me to halfway across the world so you can discover a new way to kill yourself, and you tell me it's for my sake? Why are we here, Sigurd-gu? Tell me the real reason.
Well, of course it's for your sake.
Well, you've certainly had a lot of practice saying it, haven't you? I'm sure the next fair maiden will appreciate it.
What are you saying? It's not like that, Real. And you, say something, damn you!
Ah, I think I'm beginning to understand this whole darkness concept, Kubo. Harnessing the power of your emotions or some such, yes? I'm reminded of an ancient legend about a Moogle named Mark. Rather simple name, I know, but those were simpler times, Kubo. Anyways, Mark had a penchant for dancing and...
Wait, what does dancing have to do with the dark arts?
Everything, Kubo, everything! The point is, your master was absolutely right when he told you to submit to the flame. You just never figured out what he meant by it. But better late than never, Kubo. Master Moggy will show you the way. First, you two Dark Knights will need to pull 4 sprigs of palmwort each. Hop to it, Kubo.
I fail to see what purpose this serves, but fine. You will have your precious palmwort.
Oh, and Rail can stay here with us while you're away.
Let's go, Vobskin.
There you are, darkest one, dark one of the dark. Have you brought my palmwort? Very nice, Kubo. That must have kept you busy for a while. For your next trial, you must call Tooly Hands, Kubo. Rather, a lot of them have been sighted on the road to Asa. If you wait there long enough, they're sure to show up, Kubo. Well, you needn't worry about her. She's off playing with some friends of mine, Kubo. Just fucking the try and wait for me at Asa when you're finished. Oh, hurry up. Yeah, what else is no good?
What the hells are we doing, Vopusian? Could Mugos possibly know about mastering the dark arts?
Mwahaha, foolish fools!
Right then, what's all this?
While you two were busy gathering palmwort and slaying Tully heads, we kidnapped Rael Kubo. Mwahaha! Oh yes, Kubo, we've had so much fun playing together. So much fun indeed, Kubo. So much fun that we thought we might keep her here forever. Mwahaha!
You wouldn't dare.
If you don't believe us, go and look. You'll never find her, Kubo. Not in a billion years. Wow, she's ours, Kubo. You'll never see her again.
You furry little shits. Give her back to me now, or I swear I will kill every last one of you and burn your village to cinders.
Oops.
Ouch, you could really hurt someone carrying on like that, Kubo.
That's the bloody point. Now tell me where she is, if you want to live.
Wait! Why do you want her back so badly, Kubo?
What kind of question is that? You kidnapped her.
But you don't seem to like having her around that much anyway, right? She's just a burden to you, so why do you care what happens to her?
I swore an oath to protect her. That's what we Dark Knights do.
You think that will give you strength enough to protect her? Duty and honor? I'll tell you what you need, Kubo. One's cops too strength to defend the weak. Is it honor? Is it justice? How bland. Could it be that the darkness is born of the light? A flame burning for another? How grand! 'Tis love, all powerful, shining love.
You should kill him.
Rather blunt, I'll admit, but subtlety doesn't seem to be your strong suit, Cabal. Bro. Well, here we are. Gladiel, say your piece. I know you and Frey were trying to do right by your master, that you came to my defense because you believe that's what he would have wanted, and I know you only did that because you believed it would make you stronger, because all you truly care about is killing more Temple Knights. I've seen how you look at them, how you curse them under your breath, how you relish every opportunity to cut them down. So don't tell me that it's all been for me. Don't tell me that Frey died for me.
Everything I've done for my mother and my father, my master, and yes, most of all, for me. I haven't been honest with you, nor with myself, and for that, I am sorry. I will stand for you in this coming trial, but after, what happens after will be your decision.
That's a promise.
Hurry a little bad as had us fooled, eh? Shame their wisdom is bollocks. I mean, really now, love. That's why you need to harness the abyss. I mean, I suppose there's something to be said for caring deeply for your charge, but no, no. I will not give those cretins even a sliver of credit. This was an utter waste of time, and that's that. Still, I am glad to have come to an understanding with Ral. We should return to Ishgard. The hour of the trial draws close.
Come along, Royal.
I was about Real's age when I came to Ishgard. My parents, they said we would find a better life here. When the Temple Knights we had shown mercy returned, they let us choose the order in which we would die. That would be their mercy to us, they declared. I watched my parents kneel in the dirt. Look away, they said, but I could not. Alas, and when it was my turn, I knelt and prepared to follow them into death. I closed my eyes, but when I opened them, a man in black stood before me, hand outstretched, and so I took it. Defend the meek, punish the wicked. Perhaps it was all but a convenient excuse to indulge in vengeance. She deserves better than me, but there is no one else. One more battle, Wilbiskun. Let's see it done. Perhaps in this final battle, I can serve as my masters intended. Countess Ystrud's missive arrived while you were away. We're to meet her in the Western Highlands, away from prying eyes. She's gone to great lengths to conceal her husband's deeds, so it comes as no surprise she's preferred to settle this in secret. Wilbiskun, I know what's awaiting for us out there, but if aught should happen to me, pray keep Ruel safe. Right then, I believe she wanted a word with you before we left.
We wouldn't have made it this far without you, Vovskun. I want you to know that I'm truly grateful for the time we shared. You, Sidurgu, and Frey taught me so much about the world, about what it means to fight for another, and what it means to fight for yourself. We're going to finish this together, the three of us.
Nothing else to say, really. The twin pause, then. Let's not keep the Countess waiting. Seems we're early. Well, it's not as though I have pressing business elsewhere. Enjoy a moment respite with me, Vovskun.
You came. A wise decision. You have his eyes, his nose, his lips. Every time I look at you, I see more and more of him, and it sickens me.
Rel is not her father. You have no right to punish her for what he did.
Who are you to stand in judgment of me? I have every right. I bore that monster into this world, and by the Fury I shall send it to the seventh hell. You're so bloody fond of it, you can follow it there.
It's just us now, no one else. Remember Frey's conjury. Protect us, and we'll protect you.
Right then.
What are we doing? Weak. Go forward, yes. Or that harp should just arrowed. He died with range? Mobs. Let's see. Hi. Can you run past me? Like this way too seriously. Come on. I can't even drain you guys. How weak you guys are. Hello?
You called the entire army down here or something. Jesus. The entire Heaven's Ward?
It's you now, Lee. I forgot, does this encounter work? This does not work. I tried. Goodbye.
You get out of my way. Why? Why? Why do you care so much what happens to it?
You're not the first person to ask me that. Once, you might have understood. For everything that you are, that you have done, you are still her mother. No, we shall not meet again.
Oh, but we will. We will, Knight. I promise you that. I will follow you to the ends of the world if I must, so long as it lives. I must. Don't you see, you fool? The Fury wills it. The Fury wills it.
Well,
How great your love for her, far greater than any you ever bore me. For a long time, I prayed for forgiveness. I prayed you would take me in your arms and hold me as you did before. But I know that shall never come to pass. I will pray for you, Mother, that you might find peace in her halls. O Halon, receive of us this woman, your humble servant. Raise her up to your bosom and grant her glory everlasting.
so what now?
We go back to Ishgard. Together.
As you wish. It all seems so simple in retrospect. The moment I stopped trying to find the answer, there it was. All that anger, all that rage, born of a fervent desire to protect that which we hold most dear.
So you are still committed to your path then?
And you, if you will have me.
You'll need to talk to me more and listen. I can't stand the silence, you know. There's no shame in sharing the weight, Sid. We can bear it together, for ourselves and for others.
Right then. The two of us will manage on our own, Bobskun. There may be others who know of our outsider heritage, but if they come, we will be ready. Granted, we could simply leave Ishgard, but that would leave the good people at the mercy of the powers that be. I cannot do that now, and neither can Rel, I think. We all need a cause, Vobskun, so what will yours be? For whom will you stand? And so you shall. Walk the path is to suffer, to sacrifice. Justice demands no less. But we must never lose sight of why we choose to walk it. Gods help me, those Mughals were onto something, weren't they? Ah, Vobskun, fell master of the dark arts, and yet that is but one of the many faces you wear. Slayer of gods, rider of dragons, savior of Ishgard, a hero by any measure who stand against Nidhogg and the step of faith when others flood. A hero who walks in light and fights for great causes, and a knight who walks in darkness and fights for the forgotten. A contradiction, some might say. Rubbish, I say. But you tell me, do you yet walk the path? I thought not. Then let us speak as comrades. Ishgard has seen much change in recent days, and many proclaim it to be the dawning of a new era of peace and prosperity. An enlightened age, yet as we both know, the brighter the light, the deeper the shadows. As dark knights, we must remain vigilant for justice, and be ever ready to defend the weak and downtrodden, now more than ever. It's been a while since we patrolled the streets of our fair city, felt the cobbles beneath our boots and so forth. A tour from the top might be in order. Why don't we start at the last visual? As you look on Forton Manor, you but reflected upon your time in Ishgard, the comrades with whom you traveled, and those lost along the way. You seem distracted. Alright. You were a ward of House Forton. No, I suppose not. Damnedest thing, but I swear I heard something in your pack break. Bloody hells, is that your soul crystals? What happened to the other half?
Forgive me, it seems I'm the one responsible.
I do not know you, boy. Name yourself.
A mist, my lord.
I am no lord, and you're no mist. Don't think I wouldn't know a bastard's broom by sight.
I have a power which I can use to help those in need. Alas, this power requires a tremendous quantity of ether. I thought to draw on natural sources nearby, but in doing so, I stole a portion of that contained within your crystal. Forgive me. Please forgive me. I will return it to you, I promise, but I must first ask that you allow me to use a portion.
Mist, was it? Who do you want to help?
Anyone. Everyone. Look around you. Is not this world filled with sadness and despair? If I can free but a single person from their burdens.
He means well enough. Why don't we help him find someone in need and give him a chance to use his power?
Oh, bloody brilliant. Let's believe the mysterious boy with the mysterious power who mysteriously stole a portion of Wobskin's soul crystal. What could possibly go wrong? Well, it's your crystal, Wobskin. Either we deal with the boy here and now, or we go along with his plan. And since you are not reaching for your sword, I gather it's the latter? Congratulations, boy. You get your wish. We're not alike to find any poor unfortunate souls here, so I suggest we head to Foundation, and if we find no one suitable there, you are to return what you stole at once. Understood?
Yes, my lord. Thank you for placing your trust in me.
We have my assurances that the remaining funds will be delivered soon. Surely that is enough to convince you to resume work.
I got a score of clients clamoring for me services. Clients willing to pay in full, in advance. I'll be a fool to put you ahead of them.
I understand that, I do, but it has been an eternity since we first brokered this arrangement. Many of the clients of whom you speak have come to you but recently. I know this to be true.
Ugh. It's one thing to aid the scholasticate, my lady, but you got to understand the position here of bloody politics is. No man lifts a chisel till we're paid in full. I'm sorry, but that's the way it's got to be. A blessed morrow to you.
Oh, I beg your pardon. I did not notice you standing there. As you may have overheard, I'm funding the restoration of a statue of Saint Valeron. And as you may have guessed, it's not going well on account of my insufficient funds and my family's growing infamy. My cousin was Sir Ignace de Besnard of the Heavens Ward. He served the Archbishop faithfully together with his sworn brothers, great goodly men who were complicit in terrible crimes. If Sir Emmerich and this warrior of light are to be believed, Ignace was distraught when he learned the statue had been destroyed by the Dravanians. He took it upon himself to champion its restoration, but because of these tales, others are reluctant to involve themselves. I do not know nor care if Sir Emmerich speaks the truth. Ignace was my cousin, the man of the Fury. I will honor him by completing his legacy. Or so I once believed. Perhaps it is indeed beyond me. StB. We found someone, didn't we? I knew it. I knew we would. I can help her, yes. Yes, I will make it right. I have the power. Come, let's not keep this poor woman waiting. I forgot what it... Is this child a friend of yours? The way he stares at me is somewhat... Do you wish to see your cousin again? Well, yes, I would love to see Ignace again. More than anything, but... I know I will not. He walks in Halone's halls, I'm certain. Think of him. Think of his face, of his smile, of his laugh. Remember every moment you shared, every memory, and hold that image of him in your mind's eye, and then go to a quiet place you shared where no one will come. Wait for me there. I really don't understand what this is all about, but since you seem so earnest, I will trust in you and do as you ask. There's a garden to the south of the tribunal of which we were both fond. I pray you will explain all to me when this is finished. Go with her. I will go to Sidurgu and Real and bring them with me. Then you will all understand what I can do and why you must help. That's a promise. Well, your friend is right. He has brought companions, I see. No, it cannot be. Ignace, is it really you? Oh, praise Halone, you're alive, you're alive! My dear cousin, how it warms my heart to see you in good health. I pray you will forgive me for my lengthy absence. Don't be foolish, there's only joy to see you return. Come, we must go to your father and mother at once. How they will weep at the sight of you. I cannot. Better for them to mourn me as the son who gave his life in service to his archbishop and his home. I've heard that you'll yet labor to see the statue of Saint Valerand restored. Know that I'm grateful beyond measure. I am undeserving of your praise, cousin. For all my efforts, the statue remains a shattered ruin. But seeing you here, so full of light and life, fills me with renewed conviction. I'll see it through, I swear to you. And if you have indeed done the things they say, then perhaps it will earn you a measure of forgiveness. I love you, cousin. Now and ever after, look after my parents and yourself. I don't know how you did it, but thank you for bringing him back to me. But you must know he's not safe here. I pray you will help him to flee the city. She's right. This guard is no place for a man of the Heavens Ward. We will sneak him out of the city. The fewer the better. Meet us at Falcom's Nest after. We have much to discuss. Fear of being seen by the sentries, I bade the others go on ahead. We should hurry. The further they take us from Mealy, the weaker he will become. I pray we are not too late. Forgive me. Forgive me. I should have known the magic would not sustain itself much longer. That which you see before you is Ignace, or remains of him. I can give the memories form, I can breathe them full of life and return them to their loved ones, but as the memory fades, so too does the magic. Ether, formless and free, for which I took a use to make Ignace and Mealy whole. Draw your sword, reclaim that which was lost, consume the abyss with Soul Eater.
Is it Soul Eater? Yeah, Soul Eater? Yeah, is it valid target? It is finished. Good. I've had enough of this farce. Conjuring a simulacrum of the bloody Knight of the Heavens Ward in the middle of Ishgard? If you retake me, you are a fool. You're lucky to be alive. Your soul crystal is restored then. Or not. We had an agreement, boy. We're to return that which you stole.
Forgive me. Forgive me. I return to you that which was used to give Ignis life, but as for the remainder... 4 more times. It is within my power to do this 4 more times. 4 more times and you shall be made whole. You have my word.
For a boy of such an incredible power, you are remarkably helpless. Not only did you rob Ovaskin of his ether, you imposed upon them to find your people in need. You want to do good? You want to be a hero? You want to help people? Then why weren't you better prepared?
I will never be a hero. I only wanted to help. It is not death itself we fear, but the unfinished story. The promise of what could have been. It is enough to break a heart and a man. The shattered pieces of a life will never come together again. But if a glimpse of their loved ones grants them the peace they deserve, then I must...
It is your decision, Bobskin. You are the victim.
Thank you. Thank you. Together we will make them whole.
We're not going anywhere, Mist. Even Sid, he may look and act like a Chocobo's ours, but he means well.
Fine, fine. I'm only trying to put the fear of the gods into this little shit, but by all means go ahead and undermine my authority. Anyway, rather than not freeze to death out here in the snow, let's return to Falcom's Nest and discuss what to do next. Just what I needed. Another child to look after. Am I a Dark Knight or a nursemaid? Even I don't know anymore. The times, they are ever changing. Perhaps we Dark Knight must change with them. Long-held truths are become lies, and villain heroes, though I should be glad if I never have to deal with another hero again. No offense, of course, but you are the exception that proves the rule. The righteous are all too uncompromising, and woe betide the man who offends their delicate sensibilities. If anything, I say you are too accommodating, but it is your ether and soul crystal at stake. 4 times he swears, but we shall hold him to it together. In the meantime, you may as well get some rest or attend to other matters. These two can keep themselves company. Maybe I'll find somewhere to take a nap, or a tavern to have a drink. Oh, thank the gods, an adult. Real has been spending a lot of time with us, keeping him coming, getting to know him, and so forth. Not that there's much to know, he won't talk about his home or his past, doesn't seem to have any interests or skills beyond conjuring elaborate illusions derived from memories. I have no idea how he does it either, and more importantly, I'm not even sure how he could take back the ether he stole. We may have no choice but to agree to his terms, unless you're contented to carry half a crystal, whole crystal.
I can hear you whispering, you know. Mist means well, and Voskun and I are willing to help him. Why aren't you?
I didn't say I wasn't willing. I'm still here, aren't I? Right then, we found no one suitable for the boy's needs here. Rather than return to Ishgard, I say we try somewhere new. Let's head to Tailfeather.
Life here is not easy, but it is fulfilling all the same. That said, the hunters had no personal tales of profound tragedies to share. They did, however, tell me of an outsider recently brought here from Alchemist next. A prisoner, actually, a woman named Lottie. She's to atone for her crimes through hard labor, and the proctor has been zealous. He berates her constantly, and every day she bears fresh bruises.
Ishgardian justice, I know it well. If this woman is performing various chores for the hunters, then you should not be hard to find her. Come, let's look around.
This is the place, isn't it?
Insolent child, you're not to speak unless spoken to. Is that clear?
Yes, my lord. Pray forgive me my impudence.
Do not play me for a fool. Your sins are beyond forgiveness. Sir American, his noble brother may think you worthy of mercy, but I have seen your kind before. A swift death is more than you deserve. A swift death is more than that bastard deserves. I can't imagine what she did to deserve that kind of treatment. You know her, Obskun. Seven hells. She's the one that led the protest at Falcon's Next. The one that nearly put an end to the peace conference. And she poisoned you? Well, that explains a lot, though. If you of all people can find it in your heart to forgive her, or at least forsake her bloody revenge, then it's hard to look at this and call it justice.
Her crimes were born of desperation and despair for the husbands she lost. Perhaps if the two of them were to meet again.
Don't be foolish. She knows he's dead. You only cause her pain.
Pain is all that is left to her. Don't you see? How they cry in the dark, how they mourn their dead, how it festers and spreads and corrupts them thoroughly. We have seen it. We have made it.
Fine, fine. Do what you will. Conjure her husband. Ugh, but do not come crying to me when she curses you for your kindness. I'll not give the hunters cause to turn their bows on us either, Rael. Take Mist into the woods and hide. Wovsku and I will free the girl. Rather, I will free the girl. She would know you at once and might misunderstand your intentions. We cannot risk the commotion. As for your part, no one is truly outside Alone's grace, don't you think? Confront the proctor. Make him see the error of his ways. If he is a good man, then he may yet repent his wicked ways. If he refuses, then that is his choice to make, and he will have to accept the consequences of his action. Doubly so if he bears steel, yes? Ah, the very sight of you fills me with murderous rage. See to your duties. I must needs cleanse myself of these impure thoughts through communion with nature. Perhaps a spot of fishing is in order. Now's your chance. Who are you? Why do you disturb me? Concerned adventurer who objects to my treatment of a criminal? Ha! If only you knew her sins, you have been thrown into witch trap. Alas, the Lord Speaker in his boundless wisdom and mercy demanded that we spare this woman's life, but rest assured I will see that her every waking moment is filled with misery and scorn. You presume to judge me, a man of the church? I will not be cowed by your threats. The Fury guide and protect me. The Fury guide and protect me. Hey. Oh, I have bows. I forgot. Yep.
Look, we have brought them together. We have made her whole. How she smiles. How her eyes sparkle. How beautiful this happiness. Every night, I dreamed of your face. I could have tried to stop you from going back to the front. Could have begged and screamed and cursed, but I didn't, because I knew you would listen, and even if you'd forgiven me for it one day, I never would. The arrow may have missed my heart if I'd been dead for a long time. All of this is just waiting. That's what I tell you, Stamps. I could. And then you say... You can't stay stuck in the moment, Lottie. You gotta go on. You gotta forgive yourself. You gotta let me go. But I won't. I won't. If I do, we'll be left to remember the man you were. The soldier, the husband. I'm the only one who knows. It's my duty to hold on to that as long as I can. That's why I tell him if he were here. But he's not. He'll never come home to me. So please, put an end to this. Whatever this witchcraft is. Vobus cum vobus. Was this all your doing? No, it was mine. Forgive me. I thought that... I only wanted to... I was wrong. I see that now. You have every right to be upset. It's all right, boy. It is. I appreciate your kindness, even if it was misguided. You too, Vobus cum. I blamed you for a lot of things. Hated you so much because... I don't know. Because you came back and Stance didn't. Maybe. Because you weren't him. They say the war is over now, but it never ends for people like you, does it? I know what you are. I heard the stories as a child. You're the ones with neither shield nor sigil, champions of the weak and the helpless, undeterred by the law of man or God. I couldn't stop you any more than I could have stopped Stance from walking out the door that day. So, fight, damn you. Fight if that's what you want. Just don't squander the time in between. There's never enough. Right, I suppose I owe to him a try and make the most of what I've got left too. So I will. Take care and thank you.
She's gone. Reclaim your ether, Vobus cum. Depth of eating this? I hear a whisper.
Forgive me. Forgive me. In the end, I could not make her whole. So much pain, so much loss, how it fills my heart and overflows. Maybe it is indeed beyond this. Maybe it is not in our nature.
You still got 3 more chances, don't you? There's no need to be so bloody melodramatic. At least not out here. We should go back to Tailfeather.
Your words did more for her than my illusion. She's still a good person, and so are you. I pray you both remember.
On to the next, I would say, but Mist looks to be a new state to continue, which means we'll be staying here for a time, taking in the fresh country air. Me and my little ones. For what it's worth, I think the woman is better for what we did, or at least as good as anyone can be after what she's been through. Oh. Vobus cum, I imagine you'd like to get back to it, and so would I. Unfortunately, Mist remains inconsolable. his failure of Lottie, since as it was weighs on his mind, he's afraid of repeating the same mistake with others. And so, for a lack of a better idea, I'm thinking it's time to pay another visit to those fairy little shuts in the churning mists.
What? But why? I can't imagine Mist helping a Moogle.
The master used to take me to places like Mahom when the city became too much. The fresh air, the quiet, the isolation. And yes, I have forgotten how the Mughals helped around me when we were moody and brooding, though I would argue that we were reconciled in spite of their intervention, not because of it.
Whatever you say, Sid, whatever you say.
Don't worry, I haven't given up yet. How could I? You wouldn't.
Oh, you know, Augie, trouble follows me wherever I go, Kubo.
Right then, water under the bridge, no need for palms to be told from heads and shoved down throats. Yet. Our mist is taking in the sides, I believe. Why don't you join him?
The wind in your hair, the sun on your face. Here you can immerse yourself in the beauty and the calm and forget the horrors. Almost. How far we have come, you and I. The others, they hesitate, but you understand the obligation, the duty, the need for atonement. We have lost so much. So many friends and loved ones. So many moments. We thought we could keep and preserve them, but we are left with anguish in the end. Time strips us of even this bitter reminder, if we let it, but I cannot. This pain, this sadness, it is mine to bear, mine alone. This I understand now. Your grief will be mine. In return, I will give them peace. But who and when and where, that is the question. Even we have our limits. Who did I lose? Everyone. No one. We have always been apart, have we not? Perhaps one day you will understand, and then you will share my loathing and contempt. Oh, forgive me, I have been away from the others too long. Still be worried. We must return to them at once.
There you are. I trust Mist has had ample time to reflect upon this mistake.
I have. I'm ready to resume our search for those who I might help with my power. Difficult though it may be, I do not intend to give up.
Glad to hear it. In that case, there's no need to remain here any longer. I say we leave this accursed place and never return.
Don't be silly, Sid. I say we show Mist and more of the training Mist. We did come all this way, you know. Come on, there's a place I'd like to show you.
Now wait just a goddamn minute. You can't go running off on your own like that. You get eaten by a three-headed gooble. Real? Real! Bugger me with bleeding. Ugh, come on. They're gonna have gone far. Watch out for the belligerent Dravanians and mischievous Mughals. Don't give me that look. If the little bastards don't want their heads caved in, they shouldn't have tried to sneak up on me. Besides, they're still alive. You have to give me credit for holding back. Anyway, I lost sight of the children, and I'm not sure which way they went. I'd north and circle back towards Ash, huh? You head straight ways there. Mughals is...
You should have seen the look in Sid's face when the Mughals started singing and dancing. He was utterly speechless.
Why were the Mughals singing and dancing again?
It was stupid, really, but I guess you could say that Sid had become obsessed with trying to live up to his master's example, and for the wrong reasons. He lost his family when he was younger than me. Sir, Omsne took care of him and Frey, but then they died too, so it's just the two of us now. He was angry and short-sighted, but now, well, he's still both those things, but not as much as before, so that's progress, I suppose.
His master was very dear to him, wasn't he?
Oh, thank the gods. You shouldn't have run off like that.
You wish to see him again, your master.
Huh? Where's this coming from? What has Rael been telling you? I mean, There is much I wish I could have asked him before he passed, but... Wait, no, don't you dare, you little shit! Oh, Sid, charming as ever, I see. Master.
And this must be Frey's successor. A worthy one, I have no doubt. My name is Opagne, and it's an honor and pleasure to meet you, Vobskun. You did well to come so far on your own before being Sid. Together, we have both grown so much in mind and body and soul, as dark knights and as true heroes. There was a time when I was hailed as a hero too, for deeds meritorious. In the defense of Ishgard and the name of the Fury. A brave and true temple knight I was, a slayer of countless Dravanians, a commander beloved of and respected by his men, who follow me into the seventh hell. And indeed, that is where I led them. Time and time again, they would fall, and I would earn the accolades, and they would give me more green boys with dreams of glory. Green boys with red blood spilled on white snow, again and again and again. And then one day I couldn't remember the first one's face. I had forgotten the face of the first boy who gave his life for me. It was the day I left the Temple Knights.
I know that tale by heart, but not the tale of what came after. Why a goodly man with titles and wealth, a man who could have lived out his days in quiet comfort, why that man chose instead to walk the path and to once more accept 2 children into his care.
Ah, you asked me that very question long ago. I told you that one day you would understand, when you were older and wiser and stronger. Shall I put you to the proof, Sid, and see if today is that day?
Ugh, you always were fond of your tests.
Now, don't be cross. You're only yourself to blame. These are your memories, remember? Of course you do. The point is, deep down, you wanted this. And while there's no substitute for the genuine article, you could do a lot worse. To do me this honor, all of you, one last dance with the dead. Show me the man you've become, Sidurgu of the Obsidian Heart.
See you guys move. Ready? You guys there? Okay. Okay.
Well done, Bobuskun. Well done indeed. Frey would be proud to know that you carry on his legacy and mine. And Sid, my boy, my beloved boy, you nearly had me.
Oh, spare me your sympathy, you bloody shade. I lost, and that's the end of it.
Kept around Bobuskun out of harm's way, Sid. You did well. Then just shut up and take a compliment. Ask me once why I chose to walk the path, why I chose to look after you and Frey, even though deep down you already know. But since I lost, I owe you the answers from my lips. I was angry. Angry with the Temple Knights, angry with myself, angry with this twisted world where good men die for nothing. I was seeking justice for my boys and forgiveness for my sins. I saved lives and punished the wicked. And for a time that was enough, but nothing lasts forever, does it? And a man ought to have a legacy. I failed my boys as a Temple Knight, but you two were my second chance. I will teach you everything I knew, everything I learned from my mistakes so you wouldn't have to make them. I will send you out into the world to do great things and maybe it would all balance out. Well, that's all I have to say about that. You know what comes next, don't you? I suppose I had to give you a word of advice before despair and a puff of smoke. I am your predecessor, Masters. After all, people like us will never know peace. Every moment brings us closer to death. Those of our memories, loved ones, and yes, our very own. The fear of death is what keeps most men alive. A dread, a desperation to escape the inevitable, only leave for a little longer. But we are not like most men. We have seen what awaits us beyond the abyss. We have tasted that despair, bathed in that oblivion. We have wept rivers for our debt and cursed the gods for their cruelty. That is our sword and our strength. And that is why you may one day stand above us all. May the gods have mercy on your soul. Take care, Sid. Be nicer to the girl and try to be less of a chocobo's arse. Oh, for the love of...
Good. Good. Glad to see it all work out in the end. As for you, Mist, I distinctly recall telling you not to do that.
Forgive me. I didn't know it would come to violence.
Would you dare stop pouting? I'm annoyed, and sore all over, but it's nothing that won't heal with time. All I ask is that you promise not to do it again without warning and consent. Memories can be powerful and painful in more ways than one. That said, he was right. I've only myself to blame. If I thought I could defeat him, I would have. But I didn't think I had the chance, and so I didn't. Ugh.
His injuries are worse than I thought. We should hurry back to Malcolm. For a moment I was certain he would fly into a fury. Could it be that he's grateful to the experience after all? Then it was not in vain. Tired and broken though he may be, he is nevertheless better for the pain. And in time, we too may be. There is still hope. Redemption is not beyond us.
I'm afraid Rael's right. I'm going to need some time to recover. I'm not fit to travel in my condition, which means, oh gods help me, I'm going to have to stay with these furry little shits even longer. 2 more times, was it? 2 more times we'll finish with this boys' crusade. Not soon enough. Ugh. What was going to be a deer and punch a Moogle for me, would you?
As you can see, Sid has not yet fully recovered from his bout with Sir Alchemist, and there is no telling how much more time he will require. But my quest will brook no delay. If we must seek out another soul in need of succor without their assistance, then so be it. Do you agree? Then we are of one mind then. Where shall we begin our search? War is perhaps the greatest source of man's misery. So much death and destruction. A battlefield, perhaps. Yes, the slaughter you bore witness at Castromorium is precisely that of which I speak. A tragedy which tore apart the lives of every man and woman it touched. My mind is made up. That is where we must go.
If I had it my way, I'd not let you out of my sight. But again, it's your crystal at stake. I'm only here to help you reclaim your ether. If you think you can look after him by yourself, then by all means. As for me, I think I finally regained enough strength to make the journey back to Ishgard. When you finish with Garibania, come and find us at the Forgotten Night.
Castromoriums, how it buzzes with life. So many brave soldiers resolved to do their duty no matter the cost. But I've no doubt there will be a cost, and it will be most high, for no man is beyond the reach of fate. Death will not be denied. This place, it weighs on me. Anywhere but here I would search.
Come to share the fire. I would stand to greet you, stranger, but my legs, my eyes, the whole of me is not what it once was. Obiskun, I know that name and that voice. Aralgar, you're still alive. Praise him, praise him.
Who's this man on the verge of death? Is he your friend?
Nay, though I am flattered that you would think so. This man made medicine for me long ago, at the behest of Captain Mifred, when we were still in Quarry Mill. If I'd kept it all for myself, I'd made a full recovery, but I couldn't. I had a dear friend, you see, so I made a choice. He got better, I didn't. Ended up working for the Griffin, he did. As a right-handed man, even. Like all the rest who went to the wall, he never came back. The irony of it, that I'd be the one to outlive them all, if only for a little while. And so I sit here and await the reckoning, as I rot from inside out, the husk of a freedom fighter I aspired to be.
No, this is not the ending you deserve. I will not allow it. The man he spoke of, the one whose life he chose to save at the cost of his own, that man is proof of his nobility. If he were here... You wish to see him again, your dear friend?
Odar? Aye, more than anything. There's no point in praying for the impossible. He died with the rest. I'm sure of it. He was the Griffin's double, and one of his top commanders besides. You're a kind boy, you are. I'm grateful for the company in these twilight hours, but there's no need to trouble yourself further. My time is nearly spent. And spend the remainder thinking of better days, Galleon, and not dwelling on the deaths of me and mine. Gods, strike me down. Odard? No, it can't be. This is not more than this trick, an illusion, a lie. But even if it is a lie, hear me, Odard. I have a favor to ask of you.
One final favor for a dying fool. Return to the Reach, to Bloodstorm. Offer a prayer to our brothers there.
I will, Galleon. You have my word. We should talk. Outside. My friend Galleon, you were larger than life. I always wanted to meet you, and here we are. Though I reckon this doesn't really count, does it? If only I could go back and tell myself what a blind bloody fool I was to place my trust in the Griffin. Maybe then Galleon wouldn't be dying alone. Listen, he hasn't got much time. I'll lead the way. The wilds between here and the Reach aren't too dangerous, and as you can see, I'm unarmed, so I'll not be any good to you in the fight.
Nor will I fear. We will have to rely solely on you for protection.
I've no doubt you can keep us safe. You're the bleeding warrior of light, after all. Let us be off. Strong as ever. Stronger than even than you were that day, I reckon. They say that when the Griffin's men realized you were coming to stop them, they grew panicked and unsure. How could they take up arms against a man hailed as a hero of Eorzea? A hero who had personally intervened in their lives for the better. Some stood the ground and died then and there for it, I imagine, while others looked the other way and tried to find some other, more Imperials to kill. I pray I wasn't foolish enough to try and fight you. I owed you better.
Hodart, speak to me.
I'm fine. Just got dizzy all of a sudden. We have to hurry, do you hear me? We have to make it to the Reach. I made a promise. Galleon, I will not fail you, brother.
It cannot be the distance. We haven't traveled far enough yet.
A man's memories cannot outlive him. I told you he hasn't got much time, and neither do I. I'll hold on as long as I can, but in the end, it's not up to me. So close.
Hodart, you must go on. You must make a Galleon whole. Remember, Hodart.
Did you think I know that? He saved my life, and we all went and died for naught. For naught! All we ever wanted was to go home.
Oh, come ye, wayward brother, bereft of hearth and home. Beneath yon burning stars there lies a heaven breathable. Raise up your hands and voices, and fill your hearts with pride. Above the churning waters we stand strong and unified.
We can still go home. Even now, everything we have done, we can still go home.
He fell and would not rise. He began to shake and he was so close. He could have made it. He should have made it. How cruel the gods tempt us with his promise of redemption. We did not fail. They failed us. They failed us. Forgive me. Forgive me. My failure is my own. I had my chance and I squandered it. Reclaim that which was yours. It is not finished. Not yet. You will come and pray with me. What good are prayers to the dead? They have not ears to listen, nor eyes to see, or hearts to console. What remains of them save fleeting recollections soon lost to time into the abyss? We are left only with pain, a lingering sadness for names and faces consigned to oblivion. How are we to withstand this relentless onslaught which threatens to consume us? Is there no truth but this, that all men must die? Is this our world to suffer or to shape? Indeed, we are only bound by God's law by choice. We cannot save everyone, can we? Sometimes it is all we can do to save ourselves. Does any of it matter? What, if aught, have we wrought by our own hands? One last time, I give you my word, and I mean to keep it. But know this, every intervention has come at cost, a sacrifice. When I have finished, naught will remain of me. But it does not have to be. For all our faults, for all our failures, we have made a difference. All the lives we have shattered, we can make them come together again. Time and death, our true enemies, need hold no power over us. I can make a place for you in my world. You need only ask. We should go back to Ishgard. You must miss Sid and Rael.
Bobscombe, I pray your trip to Girabania was productive. I'm sorry to hear that. I mean, I'm glad you reclaim more of your ether, but I but wish the circumstances hadn't been so depressing. For Mist's sake, we shall have to see how he's feeling when he returns. No, as far as I'm aware, he has yet to return to Ishgard. He certainly isn't here, as you can see. Oh, god damn it, don't let me decide to run away, and just when I was beginning to trust the little bastard. No. I could still be wrong. He earned a little trust. A few days' worth, no more. God's damn it, Mist. We're going to have to track him down and make him return that remainder of the ether he stole from you or harmed your way. He said that when this was finished, not what remained of him. Bloody vague and ominous, to say the least. We shall have to press him for answers when we find him. You saw him at Brago's Reach in Girabania, yes? We'll start there.
I'll go too. I won't take no for an answer. Sid's gotten better, but he's a long way from fully recovered. Besides, you need someone else to help you do the talking. Sid's no good at it.
What's that? You're looking for the boy too, are you? I was watching some birds lately the other night, and I hear someone scolding around behind me. Forgive me, I hear him saying, but before he runs off and disappears in the dark, I realize it's quiet. Too quiet, I assume birds make noise, and mine ain't. Because they're dead, every last one of them. No wounds or any of the obvious marks, but there they lay, like the life sucks right out of them. I don't know why he did it, but there's no denying why he did. I demand recompense. If you find him, you bring him to me. Oh yes, remember the long-haired boy. Very curious, many questions about the nature of ether. He conversed with me, one of the Adler conjurers for a time. I know not what they discussed, but from his expression I gather it was important. Looking for a young boy with long blue hair, you say? I reckon I remember someone like that if they were come this way. And I don't. Spoke with the fella before me during the changing of the guard, as we do, and he made no mention of anyone matching that description either. Our inspector returns. Tell us, have you learned aught of Mist's whereabouts? I'm conversing with a conjurer and possibly killing chocobos. I'm not sure what to make of that, though we can be sure he stayed here for a time. But perhaps no longer. We learned about moons ago from Gallo here that a boy matching this description was seen leaving the Reach. He's for the peaks, and so are we. No visible injuries, no bleeding. Aye, it is just as Rael says, these beasts died for no discernible reason, just like the chocobos that man in the Reach's claim is somehow killed. But it doesn't add up, other than his singular magic. This was utterly helpless, unless... was he always capable of this? But we know the answer already. He stole your ether when we first met.
Even if he could do it, even if he did do it, why?
We'll ask him when we find him, and this time, you'll let me do the talking. Search the east and Rail I head south. We'll meet in between if we find naught, and if we do, either you will come to our aid, or we to yours. A whisper. Seven hells. I hate being right. On your guard, Mist has shown his true colors. The ether, or whatever else he took from those beasts, has given him tremendous strength. Contrary to his earlier warnings, conjuring another simulacrum wasn't the end of him. And of all the wonderful people had to pluck from our memories, he chose to stride de Calignon. He knows why we're here, and this is his answer. He summoned the monster that haunts Rael in her dreams and sends her screaming from her bed.
Forgive me, Sid, but you gave me no choice. Shall I ask you the same? Who holds the reins? Though it matters not, we are complicit, you and I. Can you even remember why you came here? Can you even remember how many you killed? How many lives shattered? How many stories ended? Upon the surface, the crystals are carved the sins of the dark mights past, and yours are beyond counting, beyond fathoming, without end. Justice is an excuse. Nobility is a lie. Murder is murder. And though we are most definitely not without fault, it is this cruel, indifferent world which has made murderers of us all. But we need suffer no longer. I sought to make those broken souls whole, one by one, when in truth the solution was much more simple. A world beyond pain and suffering and anguish and despair. A world beyond death. A world in which we never bid farewell to our dearest friends.
And how many beasts will you need to kill to make this world of yours? How much ether will you consume to see it through? Bloody self-righteous sophistry of a mewling whelp. So your brilliant plan is to fill the world with simulacra of the dead, is it? And somehow that's supposed to make everyone happy? Well, you're right about one thing, I'll grant you that. This world is brutal, uncaring, without logic or justice. No justice but that which we make for ourselves, and I'll be damned if I give it up so you can force your illusion upon us to assuage your guilt.
Did you not find comfort in your reunion with your master, even though you knew it was a lie? Did it not help you to unburden your soul, to find a measure of peace in this madness? I am not your enemy, not then or now. I will not fight you. All I ask is that you leave me to do my duty. It's never too late to turn back. You are still a good person. You can still be a good person. So this is your answer. Maybe you cannot accept what needs to be done, but I can. Goodbye. So many broken by this world, and then by you, so many. Woe betide the man who stands opposed to the weapon of light, or death will be his reward, death for him and his kin and all that he holds dear. Woe betide the man who stands with the weapon of light, for death will be his reward, death for him and his kin and all that he holds dear. Like sands through the hourglass, everything we fight so desperately to protect slips through our fingers, and what remains is us, only us, and the memory of our sin. Walk this path is to suffer, to sacrifice.
Serve, save, slave, slay. I've sins aplenty, aye, but regrets not so much. And he wouldn't listen to me, the embodiment of good sense and pragmatism, then what hope could you possibly have? A house divided cannot stand, you know. This childish rebellion ends now. What in the seven hells is this? A compromise, I suppose. Our dear friend here refused to let me take the reins, but I wasn't about to stand idly by while that imbecile tries to do whatever it was he was trying to do. No hard feelings about Wyvern, eh? Promise not to stab you in the back. It'll just be like old times. A Dark Knight needs a sword. Take mine.
No, this is wrong. This is all wrong. I offer you peace, restitution, a chance to make amends. Do not think you are above it. Do not think that a reckoning will be postponed indefinitely.
When it comes, I shall welcome it with open arms. Today will not be the day, and you will not be the judge. Oops. I don't mean to do that.
Forgive me. Forgive me. I ask, I beg, I pray, but it never comes. Again, to go to join the multitude in the black oblivion of the abyss.
Such is our lot. Such is the fate of all who are born, to suffer and to die. Do not seek forgiveness, for it will not ease the burden. It weighs as it should.
What of the cost? Do they not deserve to live again? We do, in our hearts, in our souls, in our memories. No one likes having to say goodbye, but it's a part of life. That's what makes the time we share together so precious. You can't obsess over the mistakes of the past, or you lose sight of the future, of the people still with us, who need us more than ever.
Greatest strength is born of the flames in the abyss. Listen to my voice. Listen to your heartbeat. Listen. I forgive you. I forgive you. I forgive you.
Thank you. That is all I ever wanted. So this is it. One last parting. One final farewell, after a fashion. In your darkest hour, in the blackest night, think of me, and I will be with you, always. For where else could I go? Who else could I love but you?
You will forgive us for returning the Ishgard ahead of you, I hope. I needed some time to think on everything that happened in Girabania. Don't pretend to know everything you've been through in your life. A man can never truly understand what's in another's heart, and probably not their own, for that matter. I'm pretty much rambling at this point, but I suppose what I'm trying to say is that I'm grateful for everything you've done for me in Royale. I like you, I respect you, and I'll always be here for you if you need me. Fellow walkers of the path, after all, and friends, I like to think.
I've been wondering, this appeared at the same time the soul crystal cracked, yes, but what happened first, and why then and there?
Damned if I know. Does anyone truly understand how soul crystals work? What matters is that the crystal and Whoopscoon haven't been made whole. That said, a heart bleeds, a man weeps, a soul burns, then comes the darkness to consume, and a few hearts have bled as much as his. Speaking of
bleeding, I think your wounds have reopened. If you would said, it would be much easier for me to tend them. Get some rest too, Whoopscoon. Not all wounds are so obvious.
up the mouths of babes and sucklings, praise alone, she's right though. No need to overdo it by running off to the next battle just yet. You must put one foot in front of the other, though. Why don't you go back to where this whole damn mess began? Maybe you will have an epiphany.
course, you were thinking about poor Tom.
What troubles you, Master Robus? Ah, but of course, 'tis bitterly cold this day. At times like these, one should be warming themselves by the fire. Not a day goes by without your name being spoken, you know? The soldiers and merchants often bring us news of your latest exploits. That said, to hear it from the hero himself will be much more preferable. But there will be no expectation were you to call on us. The pleasure of your company alone will be more than enough. Rare though I expect it will be in the days to come, but your destiny was never to remain here, was it? Though a part of me wishes that you would. Forgive me, I find myself growing more and more sentimental in my old age. And in working on my memoirs, I've had to reflect on the darker chapters of my life. Archifant lived his to the fullest, and if his story is preserved for generations to come, then I should be glad of it. You will always have a place here, Wolfscombe, where you are a family. Now go, do not let me keep you from your labors. The world waits for none, not even you. Wolfscombe, it so happens I have a letter for you. But before we talk about that, mind telling me what you've been getting yourself into lately? You and your scions, I mean. Have an inkling, perhaps. Come again? Reflections of the Force? Source? Parallel worlds? Sin Eaters? What in the seven hells are you on about? Something tells me this is only going to make any kind of sense if you walk me through it from the beginning, step by step. Right then. So, to sum up, you were swept up into another realm-shaking conflict, were you? Well, of course you were. You're an insatiable hunger for it. Don't you? And even when you bite off more than you can chew, you refuse to let go. What? As you didn't know. Hells, from the moment I laid eyes on you, I suspected you were a particular blend of impulsive and stubborn. It takes a special kind of bastard to become a Dark Knight, much less a warrior of light, don't you think? You travel into a doomed world and pledge your sword to a futile cause. You fought and you fought and you fought. And in the end, you won the day. Though I know it wasn't without loss, without sacrifice. Victories like that are always brought with blood. But you and your comrades paid the price all the same. The faraway land and her people live on because you were all willing to fight for the bitter end, because you were too stubborn to die.
And because of love, I'm sure. Being grim and dark will only get you so far, don't you remember? It's like the Mughals. Like Sir Ulpec himself said, the flames in the abyss, the love you bear for the ones you hold most dear. That is the source of true strength. Robuskun could have never made it this far if his heart wasn't filled to the brim with love.
That's not, and say we did, eh? I'm sure that Thancred fellow you mentioned would provide a far more meaningful and interesting response. Having to look after a reincarnation of a surrogate daughter is certainly Though, I suppose, on some level, I can relate. What?
I've not once thought of you as my father.
Well, no, I mean, we're not even the same race, so of course no one will ever look at us and assume... What? If you want to put a label on it, then what would you prefer? Master and disciple? A manservant and noblewoman?
Said. How about Chocobo's ours? And whatever you damn well like. God, you can be so daft sometimes.
Rup. Hey! What did I tell you about calling me that? Children, am I right? Best we give her a moment to cool her head. For now, let's talk about that letter I mentioned earlier. It's addressed to you, but who penned it I cannot say. It was delivered to me by a young woman of the broom. Looney, I believe her name was. Said she's seen us with you out and about in Ishgard before. I reckon that if she left it with us, you'll eventually be around to pick it up. Before you ask, no, I have not taken a peek, so its contents remain a complete and utter mystery to me. As for the sender, you'll have to pester Looney at the Holy Stables if you want to know more. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have an angry girl to mollify. Within the sealed envelope is a paper which you unfold to find a message written in a strangely familiar scrawl. Opus Cum Vopus, you forgive me for this, the sudden correspondence and the secrecy. You helped me, in a way, once upon a time. It's past time I said as much. And so, here we are. Feels like a lifetime ago, come to think of it. You've been through quite a lot since then, accomplished incredible things. I like to think that, in some ways, I was a part of your journey. Far from the best, no doubt, but for me and my own journey, I think it's safe to say you've been, well, there's no suitable words to describe it, really. I've done things, made decisions. Looking back, I can't help but feel more than a little foolish. But such is life, and we have to seize what few opportunities we have for closure, even if it is through the written word and not face to face. So wherever you are, I hope you're happy, still fighting, still adventuring, still doing what you love. Be well. No signature... Looney, okay.
It's you, it's really you. Vopus Cum Vopus, my hero. Honestly, I never thought I'd see you again, much less speak with you. Oh, I'm sorry. You probably don't remember me at all, do you? I'm not surprised. All in a day's work, I suppose, saving silly little fools like me. And it was so long ago when you rescued me from those temple knights who were trying to take me away from my grandmother. I still remember it like it was yesterday, though. You swinging that great big sword of yours, bellowing all kinds of terrible threats and sending them running. I'm sure some might say you overdid it, but thanks to you, my grandmother and I never heard from that lot again. And ever since Sir Emmerich and his allies came to power, we have a lot less of that trouble all over. But let me guess, you didn't come all this way just to see me, did you? The letter? Oh, I thought so. It wasn't me who wrote it, I can tell you that much. I got it from a knight. I befriended him. A knight I befriended after tending his chocobo a couple of times. Sir, Protona?
Patronade?
He said it was to be delivered to the hero of the Scions, a peerless warrior with 1,000 victories to his name. After he described your features in detail, it all fell into place, and since I was certain you'd eventually pay a visit to your friends, I offered to take it to them. Anyways, he's the one you need to talk to if you're after the sender. Maybe check the congregation? I mean, that's where knights congregate, I presume? How may I be of service to you, Master Vopus? The letter! Oh, what a relief it is to see that it arrived unmolested. It was entrusted to me by Aurea of the Rogar's Reach. After the battle at the Grim of the Dark, I spent a few nights there, you see. I can only assume that whoever sent it to the Reach had heard tell of the battle between you and the Lord Xenos and how you have been brought to the Barber. However, by the time it arrived, you had long since been spirited away to Ishgard. Had Lena not recognized you from my stories, I do not know how I might have seen it to your hand. If you seek the author, mayhaps you should pay a visit to the Reach? I know only what I told you, but surely Aurea can tell you more. May the Fury watch over and keep you, friend.
mystery. Pleasure to see you. Lost that long-haired boy of yours again. This is about the letter, is it? It came with a shipment of supplies from Little Amigo, as I recall. I can only presume the sender was hoping that Commander Hext would see it to you personally, but I'm not surprised I escaped her notice given the chaos of the Gimla Dark and after. It found its way into my medical supplies, and as you know, I decided to let the Ishgardian Knight take charge over the delivery. In any event, I advise you to continue your search in Little Amigo, and if anyone there knows aught of the letter's author, it will be Gundabald. Gundabald? I haven't seen that guy. Well met, Bobskun. I was not expecting a visit. What brings you to southern Samerland this day? This letter, you say, and you seek the author? If you read it, then you know their heart, what you meant to them, how you changed their life for the better. It is a feeling I understand all too well, which is why I agreed to send this letter with the supplies for Raga's reach. Yet you never were one to let a mystery remain unsolved, were you? You seek answers, closure. I will not deny you this. At the Red Rooster Stead in Lower Linosia, you will find a man named Goldhaired. Speak with him, perhaps then you will find a measure of peace. Oh God, it's you. But why? Why are you here? You really don't remember? Any of it? The Kukurin bandits? A certain merchant who may have overstepped his bounds just a trifle? You were a right bloody mess when you returned to the dry docks with my wares. I do mean bloody, I say. Is none of what I'm telling you ring a bell? Really? Not even the part where I refused to thank you and demanded that you pay me restitution for the property you yourself returned to me? Well, seeing as I've already confessed it, I may as well reiterate it was me. That was just the beginning of my bad luck, as it turns out. A string of bad decisions left me in debt to some very unforgiving fellows. Before I knew it, they had taken damn near everything I owned. I was friendless, penniless, hopeless. Let me tell you, running afoul of the Warrior of Light had not done me any favors either. There was a time when I couldn't help but blame you for all my misfortune. And then one day, when I was rummaging through my meager possessions, I had an epiphany. I stumbled upon a package from the shipment you recovered from me that ill-fated day. Flower bulbs, stained with recurrent blood, but viable for cultivation, still brimming with the potential to grow and thrive. Before I knew it, I was cradling the package to my breast, sobbing and moaning like a mad fool. For fool is exactly what I had been. I had been offered a kindness without let or lend, and instead of thanking his generous hero, had spat in his face. So I left that life behind, save for the bulbs I brought with me here, apprenticed myself to the botanist, and resolved to start anew. And when you know it, the stubborn little fiends finally bloomed for me. I suppose it's only fitting that you showed up again that very day. I have a thousand regrets, none greater than how I spoke to you. I say this not to beg for your forgiveness, but to tell you how you've changed me for the better, and to thank you for the opportunity. I do have one request. If you are amenable to it, I pray you accept the flower, one of the precious few that's bloomed. A token of my heartfelt appreciation for my personal savior. Admittedly, this particular breed is perhaps best suited for funerals and farewells, but if you'd rather not keep it for yourself, perhaps there's someone else who might welcome it? In the dark. Clever, clever, clever. Or are we just playing it by ear? No matter. I wanted this once, more than anything. A chance to speak and be heard. But neither of us needs it anymore, and if we were to look deep within ourselves, we will realize that we never did. We are the stories we tell ourselves. The brave hero, the tortured soul, the altruist, the pragmatist. They will tell you who they see, but you and you alone know who you are. For I speak only for myself. If you find comfort in my words, they are yours for the taking. But that is your choice, now and ever after, as it has always been. Now comes your part, to cloak yourself in the fiction, to breathe life into the dead, to give a voice to the voiceless. As we did together that day when you gave us our answer. Was it ever mine? Welcome back, Pubscoon. As you can see, Royale and I are getting along swimmingly, so you needn't worry about us the slightest, not one bit. So, what of that mysterious unsigned letter? Did your grand search for answers lead you anywhere interesting? Two of them, in fact. That's so. Well, glad to hear it, I suppose. Dario, the Alvins hit their puberty. They tend to grow quite fast. I think he has the most dialogue out of all the quests, job quests that you finish.
Damn local guildkeeper. How many times have I tell him not to bother me with these trifling affairs? As if I have a veritable titan of the trade, nothing better to do with my time. Oh, well, look here. That is my finest assistant in all things alchemical. Your timing is as impeccable as ever. It just so happens I have a bothersome little chore what needs. That is, I have the most important of tasks that can be entrusted only to you. Our guild received a summons to action from Udon's own brass blades. They asked that we come to conduct an autopsy beyond the city walls and claim the subject as a most curious corpse. Surely it is no more than the miserable husk of some impoverished pleb or some glorious, grandiose rot. Even so, our simpleton guildkeeper took on the task, and so now I must investigate. There's a brass blade station before our lake's burial chamber. Who knows more? Go to him. Be you the one sent by the Alchemist Guild? Listen then, that's good. And that's good. The corpse you've examined lies within our lake's burial chamber. Follow me. This here is what we call in the Alchemist for. There's a coffin for you and a body within it. We need to know for good and all whether it's dead or not. You may think it queer we need help for such a thing, but mark my words, one look at the coffin and you'll think it no more. The only lies in the coffin, void of both breath and pulse, so if she appears dead, you sense she could spring forth at any moment. What say you? She looks dead, don't she? She's no pulse, not breathing neither. But you feel it, don't you? Feels like her eyes might pop right open, like she might up and walk, and you can see her there dead and cold, but you feel all the same. Damn strange. And this is strange too. A proper burial dog costs no small amount of coin. Most small folk cast their corpse out in the waste beyond the walls. Father for beast, they be. But this last weren't thrown out to rot. With that she had, we'd think her no more than some starved beggar, dead of an empty belly, but there's stranger things yet. She's dressed common enough, but a look at the skin, pale as a peach and just as pretty. The nails are cut in color too. She's no plainsfolk. No, she lived a life of some luxury this time. Look there, the wound to the head. It makes you think murder, don't it? And then there's the strangest thing of all. She's been dead long enough to be buried, and it's hot as all hell here in Downline. Why hasn't she, our little lass, started to rot? Huh, looks like he's just as baffled as we are. Do this then. Go back and talk to that Severian. If he's got any wisdom to give, bring it back to me. Elder Fair, was there anything of interest or important indeed to ask for us? No decomposition and intangible sense of lingering life. Well, I dare say I assume the request from Brassblade would prove equal parts higher than trivial, but I confess my interest is quite piqued. So be it, I shall go and examine these remains myself. In the interim, you may do with yourself whatever you see fit to pass the time, but might I suggest you spend some hours at your alchemic studies? Tis a long winding road to the greatest of area. There you are, my dutiful pupil. I have been to the burial ground and examined the coffin of which we spoke, and yes, I wholeheartedly agree with you. A most strange phenomenon indeed is being visited upon the remains of a young lady. There are marks of blunt trauma about her skull. There are not the slightest signs of decomposition. There's a complete absence of onset of rigor mortis. There's much more that baffles science here, but what interested me most of all were the signs that indicated she was the subject of a most fell and forbidden practice. It would be both premature and fallacious to proclaim this woman still among the living, but I would concede with some degree of confidence that she was the target of an attempted resurrection. Never would I have thought others so inclined as myself to toy with taboo. Ah, yes, now I recall. I once heard tale of a great thaumaturge, Horde of Nathal, who was rumored to have dabbled in magic snatch and sable, magic that ought to undo the natural law. I wonder, could those rumors allude to the same attendant resurrection we are seeing? Hear me now. My ever-capable assistants, he must travel to the Thaumaturge's Guild and there speak with a priest in the name of Yaroku. Have it from his mouth and his alone whatever truth there may be of these rumors. I have a most sneaking suspicions that it may be extremely linked to our curious corpse.
Hello there. Have you come to offer praise to Nathal, or perhaps you wish to give alms to the order?
Great thaumaturge once in our ranks, ones who dabble in the taboo, you say? And by taboo, gather you're referring to the art of resurrection, are you not? I'm afraid it is just as you say, those arts are taboo. They are forbidden to be practiced by the hands of mere man. But yes, now that you mention this, I do recall one of such thaumaturge. She was with us some time ago, and was obsessed with discovering the very origins of life. His zeal was unmatched, and drove him to explore those darkest arts, when the answers he sought could not be found elsewhere. But for the life of me, I cannot remember his name. You must forgive me, my memory is not as once was. Perhaps some alchemic potion or portable would serve to clear the cobwebs from my aging mind. I must warn you, however, I have no palate for bitter things, but fear not, I wager several of the Alchemist Guilds would know best how to mix them intelligibly agreeable with a sweet-toothed fellow such as myself. Come then, speak. One size the Yaroku have to share. He asks for medicine in exchange for his knowledge? Very well, then he will have exactly what he desires. We'll concoct for our little friend an intellectuary so sweet he can count himself lucky if he's ever to taste bitterness again. Surely sweet intellectuary will prove no difficult to have one of your alchemic capabilities. You need only add a healthy dose of electroly, such as a birch syrup to the normal modes. That their sweetness will be enough to rot the teeth from his very mouth. For tasks before, mix into luxury, take it to the outer room, and have from him whatever information he has to give, and see to it you do not become forgettable before you report your findings to me. I truly am sorry for troubling you with such a childish request. I pray sweet intellectuary is within your means of procuring. This intellectuary prepared made oranges for me. I'm most grateful. Delicious. You certainly have succeeded in raising my nose bitterness. Well done. Yes, I feel the cobwebs clearing already. Forgive me, I spoke a lie when I said I could not recall the name of the thaumaturge you spoke of. I simply wanted nothing more than to try them. I thought the opportunity too right to not pick. After guild, I will tell you all I know. The man whom we speak is none other than our former guildmaster, Muebo. Before the calamity, he poured himself into the studies of life's origins. His appetite for knowledge was ferocious and insatiable. I've heard rumors myself that he came to a possession of an enchanted item called a Heart Strike, a blade fabled to house the power to bring back dead back to life. I know not if Muebo ever dared to use the blade to attempt a resurrection, but I can tell you that he was stripped of his titles and privilege for countless crimes. Under enormous circumstances, would not consent to such a blatant overreach, but the Sultana was adamant, and the evidence was damning. But back to the blade. Around the same time he was said to have obtained the Heart Strike, he purchased for himself interments and funeral rites to Erlik's burial chamber. To this day, there are those in the halls who whisper that perhaps the coffin he purchased contained the remains of some poor soul who found themselves the victim of his perverse experience with death and life. Of course, I myself believe no such thing, but if you have cause for concern, I suggest you visit Erlik's burial chamber. You will need to speak of Edgitha before you are permitted to examine the remains interred there under Muebo's care. You wish to examine the coffin in the charge of Muebo, but do you have his consent to do so? Then I'm afraid I cannot permit it. Only the holder of the burial rights and relatives of the deceased are given leave to disturb these coffins. If you have not the blessing of either, then be gone from this place. Oh, well, if it is my interpreter, tell me, pray tell, what were you able to learn from Yaroku? I see, so it is looking ever more likely that the taboo practice of Muebo is indeed of resurrecting the dead. And now we know of this so foul instrument as well, this Heart Strike. I confess, when I myself first looked into the magic of life and death some years ago, I heard tales of enchanted blades by that name, but by the gods, never would I have thought it truly existed. It can be no mere coincidence that Muebo purchased interment rights under the same moon he discovered the blade, and I have very little doubt he meant to use Heart Strike to resurrect whomever he buried there. After all, he must have half the dead before he can bring back the dead. It's very well mean the corpse of Muebo put the rest of the Erlik burial chamber is the victim of attempted resurrection. We cannot but investigate this further, yet I know the protocols of that hell place. The burial family are allowed to pry open those coffins. Very well. Request a meeting with Muepa. I mean to ask everything there is to know about this Heartstrike and prostrate myself. I must require his leave to further examine the scoffers in his charge. You seem shocked. This is surprise. You doesn't seem to take the initiative in such matters. I beg you, do not misinterpret the situation at hand. I am acting out of my own interest in this, and mine alone. I have no intention of permitting you to have all the fun. I'm off then. Why not? I'll let your curiosity get the better of you while you are here. The guild has made many promising discoveries lately. There's still much for you to learn with these halls. My erudite extern. Welcome, welcome. I've been waiting for you. I did indeed meet him speak with Muepa. Alas, even for all my charm, I was unable to get truth out of him regarding Heartstrike. And rightly so. He's a jailed man, imprisoned for crimes he is known to have committed. Should he confess to any further crimes, his sentence will only be extended. One can hardly fault him for his instinct. I hope at the very least to require permission to investigate the coffin in his charge, yet I failed even at that. But we must not give ourselves to despair just yet. There are other ways to exhume the dead beyond the keeper of the burial rites. We must turn our efforts to those the deceased has left behind, relatives, a spouse. In their presence, the keeper will have no pretense preventing us to proceed. No doubt it may sound somewhat unagreeable with you, but I fear there are no other means at our disposal. What you must do now is clear. Travel to Erwick's burial chamber and speak with Edgitha. Learn what you can from her, or whatever family survives our queer corpse.
You again? I told you once before to leave, and I won't again.
You come on behalf of the Alchemist Librarian. You wish to know the deceased relatives? Very well. We have such requests from him before with regards to the preservation of the dead. For such a noble deed, I'll not deny you the information you seek. The man at rest in the sarcophagus you speak of is survived by the great songstress of Uda in days past, Flamin. I am told she can be found in Reverend's soul. If you are able to convince her to come here with you, protocol will permit me to give you the leave to examine the dead in their care. Why, hello there, Probskin. What brings you to these parts? Lux burial chamber. You wish to know the body interred there in my charge? And what could you possibly mean to do with such knowledge? The body at rest there is someone very special to me. If this is a simple matter of satisfying your curiosity, I'm afraid I must refuse. So, you've discovered a corpse that seems to be yet alive. I do not understand what that has to do with the deceased in my care. Surely you do not think there is some connection between the two? Strike, you say. A bite immune to the power to resurrect the dead, and you suspect the thaumateurs are conducting such experiments. If that were true, then... Very well, I'll tell you of the one laid to rest in my keep. It is my love, my dearest Niall. He was murdered just before the coming of the calamity. But there's more. Once dead, it was as if time itself stopped. As if the natural laws were suspended just for him. His body does not deteriorate. Even now he appears as the day he died. The grief of losing my Niall was more than I could bear. I surrendered myself to believe that some strange affliction had taken him, but that someday he would awaken from it and return to me. Without that to carry me, I myself could not have survived. But as I spent my days raising Asilea, I slowly came to live with the realization that he was dead, and that never would he return to me. And now the belief I cling to is that his soul is at peace at Thal's side. Even so, I searched tirelessly for some way to make sense of what has happened to my Niall, but I found nothing to lead me to an answer. You say you have found a young lady whose remains exhibit the same strangeness as my love's, and that this blade, this Heartstrike, may well be responsible for it. That is what you are thinking, is it not? Then I will help you where I can. Let us find this Heartstrike together. But I am reminded now of what's transpired the last time you and I worked together in such a way. Perhaps, yes. I know just who to call upon for this. No friend of mine would lend his aid. I've asked him to meet with us at Erwick's burial chamber. Will you come? I should very much like to introduce you to my Niall. What's other my old friend has yet to arrive? Come, let us meet now while we wait. It is time to open this coffin. The old coffin lies perfectly preserved as a male. His beautiful, peaceful visage suggests a state of slumber rather than death. The absence of pulse and breath suggests the absence of life, but it feels as though the corpse could awaken at any moment. It is the same phenomenon despite the remains of the young lady. Oh, I did not expect to be called here of all places. It's been a long time, Lemon. Indeed, it has. I wonder, should I still call you the Bronze Bull?
The star of that is Grimvar, just like it always was.
Grimvar is an old friend to both Neil and myself.
Oh, I know this adventure, the one what forged me a sword. You have my thanks for that still, I cherish it to this very day. Tell me then, for what are we here?
Lipskin was with us, Grimvar, and he is to help to save Neil. We can do realize that so long as we are unable to put his death behind us, we'll never be able to move forward with our lives.
There were choices I made. When no friends was killed, I chose not to dwell on his death. I chose to leave my friends and make myself scarce. Ever since, I haven't been able to live with myself, so if there's aught I can do now, I will do it. Let us give him and ourselves peace.
Thank you, Grimvar. Your words bring me great comfort. Then I turn now to you, Vobskin. Will you tell the Grimvar, tell him the corpses, the thermometer, charge track, everything.
Another corpse that doesn't rot? It can't be. Hotstrike lost its power. It's useless. I have been ever since I stole it from Lord Lularuto some 5 years past.
You? You mean to say you had it in your possession? Grimvar, tell me now, do you know who did this now?
If only. I saw how he was. Dead, but not. It wasn't natural. I've heard of the blade, and what it could do. I suspected it had been used on him. So I thought Hotstrike could be used to do this. Perhaps it could be used to undo it. I meant to free his spirit for whatever jail it's in. I learned the blade belonged to Lord Lularuto, and so I broke into his estate and stole it.
But the hard strike you took was already void of power, if it ever had any at all, and so you weren't able to save Neil with it.
Right after that, I threw the blade into the Soot Creek to be done with it. This changes things. As Mumuebo dealt in these darkest of hours, might be he knows a way to save Neil. Problem is that crazed mummer is not like to speak any truth from his cell. I'll meet with him myself. I have some old friends of my own that may be able to arrange it. And you, adventurer, I have a word outside with you. Mumuebo may prove simple enough, but having the truth from him will not. That is where I ask your aid. I need to speak with the Alchemist, Severin, and find out what tonics or potions he can muster to lose the lips out of Lalafell. I mean to present it under the guise of good intentions. Forgive me, this is the way, but I did not wish to speak of it and to Flamin. Now go, and may the gods go with you.
So, the remains of the famed Goldsmith Nail's friends suffered the same twisted fate as that of our young lady, and you believe the blade Hotstrike to be the common thread that weaves this tapestry together? The most intriguing. And now Grimvar asks for a gift for Mumuebo to see a concoction that turned the Lalafel's tongue to talking, such deviousness. At least I like the way Grimvar thinks. As it just so happens, I was considering a similar tactic myself. Indeed, I've already begun preparation for the ingredients needed, yet a dilemma lie before us, namely this. Mumu was not fool enough simply buy some unknown target presented by some random caller, but as can be expected, I have the solution. It has come to my knowledge that Mumu has an unslakable thirst for Muntoi juice, and it just so happens that exposing said juice to the fermentation process twice over yields a natural truth theorem when our unsuspecting Lalafell is like to quaff heartily without heed. Here, take these ingredients, but mind you, they may appear more than a mere juice ingredients, but with them lies potentially great chemical catastrophe. What do you tarry there? Grimvar waits. The twice fermented Muntoi juice at Arak's burial chamber does not see to him at all haste, and should you discover all else, bring word to me forthwith.
Will you mix us a gift from the weather? Oh, a job well done, my friend. I knew I was in the right to ask this of you. I need time to see the deed done. You and Flamin will have to wait. Sorry for the wait, friend. Thanks to your little gift, I heard what I needed from Mumu. I'll tell all as soon as some old friends of mine arrive. These are Popokuli and Ciceruka, the sons of Maljan Sons Minerals Concern, and old friends of mine. It was they who arranged my meeting with Mumu. Before I tell you what Mumu spoke of Harshrike, I must tell you of our crime, the unforgivable crime that denied a young girl a happy life. It was 15 years past. The leaders of Uda were weak in the face of Garlean threat, and so, on their fronts, and we had rebellion in our hearts.
One day, with a small folk behind us, we meant to take to the Syndicate a proposal of early and open war of the Empire. To lend our movement weight, we orchestrated a riot from the city center. It was a festival, a parade, and a beast bound and shackled. The plan was to set it loose so that we could then bring it back under control. Grimfara and their friends would become heroes of the people and use that influence to lead the uprising. It was folly. Our plan failed. Once unleashed, the monster could not be brought to heel. It ran rampant, and doing so killed Asilia's father, Warburton. By her misguided hands, the only family that child had left was taken from her.
But you raised her as your own after that. You did all you could to make things right. Not like me. I took the Craven route. I ran. No matter what good may come of the rest of my days, it will never undo that day. I must live with it, and I will. I'll carry that burden for me and for your friends. What's wrong was ours and ours alone. We will not ask to expect you to understand. It is enough that you seek out Harshrike for your own reasons, but where our interests are the same, we'd like to help. Ciceruka, tell him.
As a Garlean spy loyal to the Alarian resistance, Warburton learned of the threat of Uda far more menacing than the Empire. Looking back, we can only assume it was Dalamund and what it contained. Never did we imagine such a horror. We thought only to use the idea of a threat to stir the people to rebellion, to drive them to further war with the Empire. Warburton died, and with him whatever knowledge he held, and so we cannot say for sure what the threat of Uda was. Even so, near France would not relent. He conspired with Mumu to make use of Harshrike. No doubt he meant to revive Warburton to hear from him what he knew. But before he could, the Syndicate took action. They sought to stop the uprising that wanted war of the Empire, and did so by having assassins of Death's Embrace murder Neophrons. Mumu came across his remains and thought it the perfect chance to test Harshrike for his own ends. That is how Neophrons became his first subject. Needless to say, Neophrons did not rise from the dead. Harshrike's power were no longer great enough to work such miracles. There's a likely similar story behind the corpse of a young lady you found. Everyone who was incurred the wrath of the Sultana was dismissed from the Order of Nathal and in prison. Heartstrike was returned to its original keeper, Lord Lolorito. It was then I stole into Lord Lolorito's estate and made off Heartstrike, but as we said, its powers had already waned. I swear by the gods, I threw the bloody thing into Suit Creek to be done with it. If somebody did use it on this girl, they must have fished it up from there. Beyond any magical powers, Heartstrike is worth a pretty kill simply as an ornamental blade, a true treasure. Mayhaps someone found it at the creek bottom, sold it to the market, and from there it found its way to some criminal hand. If there's any clues to be had, they'll be at the market. We do well to ask the city shopkeepers what they know, but I can't ask them all on my own. Will you aid me in this, friend? I am in your debt. Come, let us talk of who is to visit what shops once we are outside the burial chamber. I'll see you to the Sapphire Vending Exchange, says a couple coolly. You take the Ruby Road Exchange. As for you, friend, pay a visit to Esteem's Aesthetics. It's owned by Lord Lorito, after all. Someone there may know something of the path it's taken since it left his hands. By the stars, if it isn't good Vobiskin, what brings you to us today? Heartstrike? Now that is a name I've not heard in many a moon. But I can assure you that never in the past was Heartstrike the prize of a thief. Although, I do recall, yes, it was once sought after by some burgling never-do-wells or another, unbeknownst to him or her. However, the blade they made off with was a fake commissioned by the talented adventurer. The true Heartstrike wasn't the lost whatever magical powers it may once have had. Once word of it spread, its price on the market plummeted to little more than a heart of it itself. It is for that reason that the decision was made to sell it to the merchant of Unsobered. Yet, even so, I venture our dear Neurons still held tight in the grip of its curse. To think one of our very own and one of Estimane's very finest. Oh, my poor Neurons. Vobiskin, are you there? Please, you must come to the frontistery right away. Something dire has happened to Grandpa. You look as though you have somewhere else to be. Please, take your leave of me. If there is aught that you ever need, please do not hesitate to ask again. It is terrible, Vobiskin. Grandpa was attacked and stabbed until the wounds are grievous. It will appear he wounded his assailant in turn. We have no idea who it was, but we have a blood trail leaving the scene of the crime. We would simply follow the blood trail straight through the attacker, but has been wiped clean in places, quite deliberately. You're Douglas, are you not? Oh, you must ask your guild's great Severian what he would do, but by what alchemy can we follow a blood trail that is no more? Away at the site of Grandfather's assault. It lies on the road to Pearl Lane and Goat Court. Bring us what we need. Now, a friend of yours attacked you, say? Do tell. See, so the blood left behind is the only parcel of evidence you have in your hope to identify the assailant has been most conveniently intended to, leaving you unable to give pursuit. And this is why you have come to me, yes. Well, you were right to do so. The alchemic accolades I have accrued are not without merit, mind you. They are given precisely from my expertise in solving such scenarios the greatest of ease. Did that rhyme? I believe it did. And it would appear I'm as great as a poet as I am a scientist. Shall we let class begin then? Lesson number 1. Once spilled, the blood cannot be completely removed from any surface. It may appear gone to the guy, but there are chemical components of the blood that remain starward, and those components can be made dance before the mortal eyes once more through the use of concoction known as luminol. It serves as a trigger luminous energy reaction in any sanguine village. Come, I will provide you the ingredients. This was asked of you by Pokuli Amaldrin, sons a worthy client indeed, best not to keep him waiting. The little mountain will always before it's too late in your criminal, too far. I dare say this case is leading you closer and closer to the fire, it's the truth, but take care lest the flames burn you on your approach. I'll bide nothing to happen to you when you've so much work yet to do here.
Luminol.
You probably asked for it, then let's waste no more time. Look there, where the blood trail was right away. It glows and leads towards the Sapphire Avenue exchange. The cheese is on.
Jesus. Okay. Investigating.
I think he's north. Searching for something here. Okay. You gotta leave it. Look like a claim seen unsavory fellow with no balloon. Indeed, I did. He had blood flowing from a nash on his hand. I told him to make for the Fonserie for a treatment, but he simply purchased a cell for his balloon and made off towards the gate to thaw. And that is all. Come, Lipskin, with you and the liquid magic will sniff this car out wherever he goes. Refuge is nearby. Yeah, Lipskin, things that move you. I think we found our attackers in. It looks like this leaded warehouse. I've spoken with Master here. He says this warehouse is led by a merchant named Unsobered. Is that a name known to you? What? It's the same as the merchant who purchased Heartstrike from StB's Aesthetics? That could only mean Grandfather's attack to interfere with us investigating these corpses. Oh, now I'm getting angry. Things are mongrel running. We're able to grab it by the tail. Now all that remains is to trap him. Sazura, take word to this brass place. I'll stay posted here to make sure nobody slips by. Consider it done. You folks can get some rest. We could be in for the battle of attrition here if our quarry stays in this hole. Bringing those have failed all of you. Ansober has made his escape. By the time Suzuka arrived at the brass place and we entered the warehouse, he was reckoned. We kept watching ships out of that, but he did not return. No doubt he was onto us. But the more we learn our prey, the more likely we are to succeed in our hunt. Suzuka found a woman, an employee of Ansober, an attendant. We've gotten word, or she is out to the market as we speak. Come with us. We need to search for this attendant at the Sapphire Avenue exchange.
Investigating. Heart sore.
Yes, that is correct. I'm in the employ of the merchant and sobered. May I inquire as to what business this is about? We have reason to believe your master is involved in the murder. Tell us, have you noticed anything strange about him in his state of late? Master and sobered? Oh, well, now that you mention it, there was another young lady who began work as a attendant around the same time as myself. But one day, with not a word of any sort, she simply up and vanished. I never saw her come to work again after that. Master Sober claimed she was stealing valuables from her sons and that we had no choice but to discharge her. But I couldn't know her in the time we spent together. She never would have done such a thing. I came to hear a rumor not long after. People say that Master Sober only hires as his attendants women of humble means, and I confess at times I find his gaze quite discomforting. It's alright, you're safe now, but I must ask, will you come with us to Eric's burial chamber? There's something we need to know, and only you can tell us. If it's, well, in some way help you learn what happened to the girl, then yes, I will follow wherever you ask.
Red. Holding W Gaming. Search.
Yes, It is her. The girl that rested in the coffin is the same that worked beside me at Unsober's estate. I know now, as I suspected that this accusation of Ethereal were lies. He did this to her.
We must capture Unsober before he harms anyone else. I'm sorry, I know this is not easy time, but I must ask, where is he now?
I know only as I'm dealing with a new client and take him to Reverend's Toll.
Then let us make for Reverend's Toll. The hunt is on again.
Say your land, what? Good.
You'll come here for long. When you only wait, make ready to show Unsober the vengeance of the dead.
Who in the hells are you lot?
We're here to ask about the corpse of a young lady known to have been in your employ, one of your lady attendants.
I know nothing of such things and resent the implication. I've no business with you and you none with me.
We know you attacked our friend as well. The evidence all points to you. Confess now. The penalty you will pay will only grow if you don't.
I told you, I know nothing of such things. I urge you to relent this. A merchant such as myself has means of dealing with such harassment. I wouldn't mess with the twins, Vario. Do you now? And what means are those? I'm eager to hear. You, impossible! You were stabbed through your very heart!
Grandfather, you are well again.
What sort of warrior do you take me for? I spent years cheating death by sword and spell. Did you think some common blade in the alley will be at the end of me? Now then, which of you was it? My sword left a nasty bite of its own. Let us have a look at those hands of yours.
Well, it would seem you left me no recourse but to kill you all. Send these fools to meet their maker.
Didn't you hear him? Let's go forward to Bronze Bull. He's a bleeding legend of the Colosseum, up there with the likes of the Hellfire Phoenix.
You're not paying us enough for this merchant. You have the fight with the Bronze Bull, the fight is yours alone.
I thought my past behind me. Perhaps I am not behind it. No matter. What say you then, Ansobert? Are you ready to confess your crimes?
Girl, it was her fault. She forgot her station, the debt she owed me for taking her in. She had no right to refuse me. In the end, I forced myself upon her, but to no avail. She swore she would tell all who doubted my improprieties, that she would tarnish my reputation, ruin me. I could not abide by that, so I silenced her.
We're not here to judge you for your crimes. That task will fall to others. We are here for Heartstrike. You have it still, yes, surrender it.
We'll take him back to Uda in the brass place. And fear not, should we come under attack and he die along the way, well, we'll be sure he receives a proper burial. Ha!
So this is the true Heartstrike, and the Blader stole is nothing more than a fake. Now we must find a way to release Neofranzer from the curse that binds him. We should show it to Severin. There are rumors he's dabbled in raising dead before. Perhaps he knows something we do not. We must find a way to break the curse of this blade.
Well, what a most pleasant surprise. I heard a horde approaching and thought I'd been inconvenienced by some daft countell. Now this is a rare treat indeed. How strike, Empress Rome?
Foolish Lolorito must have felt when he realized his blade was false and Mumepo was genuine, and now I too see it for what it truly is. Heartstrike is not and never was a blade with the glorious power to turn death to life. It is and ever was a blade with the hellish power to turn death to undeath. It is in all ways a tool of the most detestable of those who practice the dark arts. When the blade punctures the flesh of the dead, the magic contained within the jewel here commands the action the deathly forces that grip a corpse. And yet behold, the other side. There is no such jewel embedded here. I would hazard it was dislodged at some point in all the exchange of hands and violent stabbing as women I've seen over the years. Without the other stone, there is none the power to fully render death to undeath. But the grace alone to Neophronsia and the young lady continued to lie in their perfectly preserved state. Both stones remained. They would have risen as monsters, not as they were known in life, and not truly living. With powers it was still able to muster, Heartstrike simply fettered their spirits to their bodies. Now, in turn, explained wondrously well why their flesh was never set to rot. Now, or any point hence, and undoing the Heartstrike magic would serve to unbind their spirits, then and only then would they be free to return in peace to the ethereal realm. Well, how do we undo what is done? I dare say it is far more simple than you can imagine. You need only destroy the source of the magic. Stay your sword, fool. You will not break the magic of breaking this blade. We must obliterate Heartstrike and leave nary a trace of its physical existence, and to that end we require a powerful agent, an acid, a dissolvent of some sort. And that being the case, you have done yourself a great service in coming here. Such a concoction shall prove no feat at all for myself and my prodigious pupil here. Is that not right, pupil? Indeed not. I would expect nothing less of you.
So in the end, we turn to you, friend. The wrongs of our past were not our own, and I hoped to right them by our own hands, but it seems that was not meant to be. That shame is ours to pay. There. For now, take your time, steady your hand, and make us what we need to undo the Heartstrike has done. We will await you at Erect's burial chamber.
Look at how far you've come. Without me even realizing it, you're going to be quite the dependable assistant. Enough praise. It does not become me. Come, let us see to the task at hand. We are in need of a solution that will dissolve this accursed blade.
How did you fare, friend? Is the mixture made? Let us put this to the test then. I run from your death ever since it took you. I was the bronze bull, but from that day to this day, I've run from myself, and the blade that is my very life. But now at last, I can move forward, and see you sound to the other side, and live as I should, as I was meant to. Be at peace now, friend. Lay down the heavy sins of that day. I will carry them, yours and mine both.
Your rents. Kneel. This is it then. The end. The very end. Never will I forget you or our time together. The days I spent in your arms, in your love. Never. I love you, my sweet. Then, now, always. Farewell, my darling Neil.
There are no words, friend. No words. I owe you more than I could ever hope to repay.
By your toys, my dearest Nell is now at peace. I know not what to say but this. Thank you. 1,000 times thank you.
Chin up, Ciceruca.
This is an end, but not the end. There is still a path before each of us that we must walk.
You are right, and there will be those who we lean upon, just as we have to get here. Your mentor Severian is one such soul. Please do tell him how grateful we are for all he has done. Welcome back, my intrepid cadet. Tell me, did all go well? Is Heartstrike no more? Then your dissolvent did as dissolvents do. That is good. I'm eager to move on to our next lesson. I put to you, a flagellant yet great alchemical mind, this quandary. Should you be faced with the death of one whom you love more than life itself, and had at your means the method to resurrect him or her, would you? Then you and I are very different people indeed. You are far braver and far more noble. I venture that you, as most, know the pain of losing someone very dear to you. There are those who would do anything to bring back those they held torturing and unyieldingly dear. Were the path to do so presented to them, many would find the temptation to tread it too great to resist. And I dare say I must count myself among their number. I did what I could to undo the death of my beloved, yet in the end her breast never swelled with the breath of life again. We were able to save our farewells, however, and for that I consider myself blessed. In the face of such a loss, we can do naught but confront our own weakness and carry on with our lives. That act itself is a central pillar of this miracle we call life. Well, enough of this Heartstrike business. It is done and behind us, and we busy ourselves with it. Many chores have amassed the one's history, and there is much to be done. You did well, Vobskin, and you are among the finest alchemists I have ever had the honor to train. Come and see me again whenever you find yourself in need of help.